Welcome, this is a complete rendition of Peter Parker's Tapeworm by Ginevra Bensai. Don't forget to like this video if you enjoy, and subscribe for future stories. Please check the description for a full list of tags, and the link to drop a kudos for the original author. With that out of the way, let's continue. Summary: everyone forgets that Peter Parker is Spider-Man. Everyone includes Peter Parker. Chapter 1, Even the Donuts Are Sad. Kid. Peter's lips tightened, telling Delgado again that he had a name would only draw more attention to his age, his lack thereof. But Kid made him think of someone. Someone in one of the holes. There were a lot of holes, like chunks of his life had just vanished. There was May, surrounded by holes. May dead, and even that wasn't complete. He couldn't piece it together. A fire and bad dreams. Kid. What? Fuck, you wanna get paid or what? Delgado shook his head. Shift going tomorrow if you... Yeah, it's third shift. Yeah. Best worker, Kid, I swear, don't you got a home to go to? Peter shrugged, could use the money. Delgado looked at him. Yeah, well, come on then. The desk was littered with hard candy wrappers and cigarette stubs. Delgado was vocally of the belief that smoking didn't count if you did it outside, where there's airflow, he'd explain, and further believed that the loading docks were outside enough to qualify. An old dial safe was built into the wall. Delgado didn't trust computers. He looked over his shoulder, eyes squinty and mistrustful. Peter pointedly looked away. But he could still hear the tumblers click through, and he knew, as though he was watching. 165239. There was a lot of money in that safe. Delgado packed an envelope, 64 under the table for 8 hours loading trucks. Delgado wasn't an asshole about it, didn't short him, didn't make noise, didn't ask personal questions, at least not real ones where he wanted answers. And that was good, cause all Peter had was holes. There'd been a therapist through school after May. She was kind if unhelpful, said memory gaps and trauma often went together, the brain's way of protecting itself. Didn't explain why the holes went back so far though. Didn't explain why Ned, he was there but he was different. MJ was different, like a stranger, like an inside joke that the other person has forgotten, like the three of them had cared about something together, and it was gone. Trauma. Ned and MJ had tried, of course, they'd been supportive. They said they'd always be around, and Cambridge wasn't far, and they didn't understand why Peter, of all people, hadn't gotten in. Neither did Peter. But then Peter didn't remember applying. He'd kept the rejection letter, which was probably sublimated self-flagellation. Cassie, the therapist, would have called it that anyway, because she liked words that made her feel smart. Whatever Cassie thought, Peter kept the letter because it was weird. It had the school crest, their letterhead, his address, and Mr. Parker. In light of the present circumstances, we are unable to accept your application to undergraduate studies at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. And nothing else at all. Blank space above the signature of the Vice Dean of Admissions, nothing explaining what they meant by the circumstances, nothing patronizing about his grades or test scores or many qualified applicants or... just another hole. He couldn't get close to the holes in his mind. He tried to sidle up to the edge and peek over, see if the abyss waved back, but every time he got near something solid, it slipped away, like he was trying to catch mist in a net. That wasn't the worst of it. The worst of it was, the holes had gotten bigger. The distance between Peter and, well, everyone grew those first few days after the condo fire. At first they'd been kind, sympathetic, if confused. But before 2 weeks had gone by, Cassie scheduled someone else in his time slot, a freshman worried about their grades. Peter hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but he could barely keep himself from hearing Coach Wilson, across the school, biting his nails during basketball practice. A conversation separated from him by just one layer of drywall. He hadn't wanted to mention his hearing to Cassie. At their first session, she'd said that anxiety attacks and oversensitivity came with trauma and would pass with time. It wasn't passing, and Peter didn't think it was anxiety. And when he'd walked into her office, playing dumb, like he didn't know anyone else was there, Cassie had looked at him like she'd forgotten who he was. It took him a while to realize. Cassie had forgotten who he was. Ned and MJ were already at Peter Pan, Ned with a donut and MJ with a scowl. She greeted Peter with a nod, and he sat down heavily at the bar. Weird too, he'd run the whole distance from the school, straight from Cassie's office, needing to be here with them, and he wasn't out of breath, which seemed like more than just his asthma clearing up. It seemed like... "You okay, dude?" Ned asked. "Yeah," Peter said, "weird day." Ned took a bite of his donut, maple glazed. "You ever worry about your memory?" Peter asked after a minute. Ned side-eyed him. "Dude, all the time. One time I was in a Spanish test, and I completely forgot the word for but, and I wrote about a dog instead, perro instead of Piero, and..." Peter grinned. He remembered that too. "And it was funny," Ned went on, "because my friend Peter was actually writing an answer about a dog named Peter too, Pedro el Perro, right? And so clearly, our friend telepathy got in the way of me remembering the actual spelling of what?" Peter's mouth had gone dry. "Your friend Peter?" "Yeah," Ned said, his brow furrowed in thought. After a second he yelled, "Hey, MJ." She walked over. "What's up, loser?" Ned grinned happily at Peter. "She doesn't mean it." "I think I do." Ned shrugged, unbothered. "Okay, what I wanted to ask, do you remember Peter?" "What?" "Peter Parker," Ned said. "Do you know what happened to him?" MJ frowned. "Didn't he?" She stopped. "No, actually, guess he just moved." "Yeah, I guess," Ned agreed. MJ turned to Peter. "Can I get you anything?" He got a donut. He couldn't pass up the opportunity to eat. He was so hungry these days. Didn't matter that the donut tasted like ash in his. Ash. Had he been blipped? How could he not remember if he had been blipped? It didn't stop with people either, whatever it was. Peter had left the bakery, smiling weakly at Ned as he went, half convinced this was all a sickening prank. But Ned wouldn't, MJ wouldn't. The apartment was dark, which wasn't right. Happy's lawyers had been working on the emancipation, but it hadn't gone through yet, notwithstanding the fact that Peter was 17 and had a trust fund the size of. Why did he have a trust fund? May and Ben weren't rich. Mary and Richard Parker had been working biochemists. Where did Peter get the trust fund? He shook his head. That wasn't important. The point was that, until and unless the order went through, Peter was staying in the 2-bedroom apartment Happy had rented the day after the destruction of his condo. Temporary kid, he'd said, and Happy saying kid. Happy said kid like he was quoting someone else. But Happy was working from home right now, something about trying to track down Spider-Man and, well, Happy was on bereavement leave, even if they were all avoiding the term, and Happy tried to be there in the afternoons when Peter got back for support. But the apartment was dark, and Peter had to fight with the facial recognition system on the door. It took 4 tries to admit that he was Peter Parker, and what the fuck was going on. Peter didn't run, but he came close, hurrying into his room, shutting the door, pressing his back against it. He felt like his heart should be racing. It wasn't, and he wasn't sure why. Wasn't sure of anything. Except that this was Parker luck. Except that he was cursed, maybe actually cursed, the gaps in his mind leaking out and infecting other people's, infecting the fabric of reality. The alarms suddenly blared, lights flashing in the ceiling and the sound of the doors locking, trapping him in, audible over the sirens. It shouldn't have been audible over the sirens. The mechanical voice screamed unauthorized entry, and that was it. He had to get out. Peter kept a go bag under the bed, and that at least hadn't vanished. He had told Cassie about the bag. She said it was a common response to upheaval. One day he'd feel comfortable enough to unpack, she'd said. So not today. He grabbed the bag and it was stupid, but he wasn't thinking clearly, all this noise, and it wasn't like he could go out the window. He grabbed the handle of the locked door and pulled and... he tore a hole in the door. Peter looked down at his hand, still holding the handle of his bedroom door and the chunk of door, of solid wood, that he'd just ripped out with it. The remains of the door swung open on the hinges, and Peter ran. Same trick worked on the apartment door too, almost. Well, that one. He punched the lock, and it flew across the hallway and lodged in the wall. Could have killed someone. He felt sick. He took the stairs 3 at a time, spilling into the alley through the fire door, heedless of the even more alarms. Not stopping. Not looking back. Was he enhanced? That really seemed like the sort of thing you'd remember about yourself, or not even remember, just know. What was missing and why was it lost? What had he done? His credit card stopped working. He was able to get cash from one machine, maxing out the transaction limit, but the second machine ate his bank card and told him to talk to a teller. He ran instead. The library didn't need his name to give him the Wi-Fi password, thank God, and his laptop password still worked, but his email no longer existed. No accounts anywhere, social or otherwise. He hacked into Midtown. He and Ned had figured out a route 2 years ago, and learned after some hunting that he'd never been enrolled. Peter spent the next few hours in the public records database. By the time the library closed at 10, he had confirmed that, so far as the city and state of New York were concerned, Peter Parker didn't exist. Chapter 2: The Illegal Fifth Bedroom in Fordham. Turned out finding an apartment with no proof of your existence was not easy. Peter didn't need much, cause he didn't have much, not like he had to deal with school or people or band. He'd been in band. He'd liked it, even if his asthma and the clarinet hadn't gotten along quite great, but that had cleared up, and for a few weeks band had been awesome, and then he'd stopped. But the point was, although Peter didn't have much in the way of obligations, or much in the way of needs, he still required a roof. And food, and somewhere to store the food, even if he felt like he could eat, just constantly. The first couple of nights he stayed at home. May's apartment. He and Happy hadn't been able to face clearing it out yet. He'd grabbed some clothes, his textbooks, after the condo fire after May, before heading to the new place, Happy's rental, which he'd just wrecked and fled. But home wasn't a permanent option, because Happy would show up sometime, find the kid who tore doors apart with his bare hands, and Peter couldn't bear the thought of Happy not knowing him either, and so Peter was reduced to roommate hunting on Craigslist. There was a fire, he said for the 5th time in 2 days, to a 5th group of people who clearly weren't buying it. These ones had introduced themselves. At least, the big one, Kai, who was in charge, introduced the rest. Kai, mid-20s, 6'5", 240 pounds, mostly tattoos and muscle, Polynesian or Southeast Asian, not a threat. Jakov, same age, 5'9" and reedy, 140 pounds maybe, Balkan pale, not a threat. Dan, same age again, 5'7", 190, milquetoast USA, not a threat. If the threat analysis could stop, Peter would appreciate it. Right, said Kai, who didn't bother not sounding doubtful. A fire, and you. All my ID, I'm getting it reprinted and stuff, Peter lied. I just need a place for a while. The condo fire, Liberty Island night. Kai's eyebrow twitched in interest. You lived there. Peter said and kicked himself, but Kai didn't seem to catch the slip. Yeah. Happy had lived there. Peter and May were hiding there because of what? Because there was something missing. May had died there because of Peter. Kid. Yeah. Kai shook his head. Okay, let's pretend. You take the room here, how you gonna pay for it? Peter had an answer prepared. He just hadn't got this far with any of the other 4 apartments. You got a job? Yeah, no, I mean no, but I'm looking and I have cash. I can do cash, up front for 2 weeks. Cash, said Dan, which was the first thing he'd said since he said hi. Yeah. Kai frowned. All your ID burned up and you've got, what, a duffel bag filled with bills that made it out. Peter tried a smile. It came out wobbly. You want to give us a minute, Peter, Kai said. Sure, okay, I can wait in the hallway. The other places just said, no ID, no room. This was new too. This room wasn't even that good. Actually, this room was technically illegal under New York tenant law. There was a reason it had been his 5th choice. The ceiling was low and the window was both a lot line window and too small. Peter figured the room had been divided off of another room for the extra rent, but it wasn't like he was in any position to complain, and it was furnished. And the location wasn't worse than most others, fair, and he could deal with the walk up to the 5th floor, and it wasn't like he was entitled to, like, a penthouse. Wasn't entitled to anything, not after May. And the rest, there'd been something, once where he'd almost managed to do something. He'd had hold of something and he'd let go, and that had been the start of everything going wrong. He could hear the conversation in the kitchen behind him, even though the door was closed. He tried not to listen, he really did. Tried to just lurk in the hallway, focus his attention on Valeria in the telenovela playing 2 floors down, but this was his life. No kid has a bag of cash legit, Dan said. Either he stole it or he's dealing. No, Peter thought, pushing up in self-defense, half-durning, no, it was mine and May's and mine, and I can't prove that. He sagged back down. We talking about the same kid? Kai asked. Cause that one has their, I dunno, street game of a golden retriever, a dumb one. If that's a criminal mastermind, I'm Tony Stark. Dan huffed. Too soon, dude. A snort, white kid living in one of those condos goes missing on Liberty Island night, there'd be a whole thing. Kidnapped by Spider-Man or his villains or whatever, bugled be all over it. I haven't seen anything, you. A pause for a second, maybe Dan had shaken his head. Bet you 5 he's a runaway, Kai continued. You want to send that kid to a shelter, least this way we get paid. Quiet for a while, then Kai said, Jakov, any thoughts? A deep bass rumble that didn't fit Peter's mental image of Jakov at all, and it took him a moment to identify the words, said in a heavy Slavic accent that lent them more gravitas than they possessed. Broken people. There was a long pause. It seemed like that was as much as Jakov had to say. After a minute, Kai said, Kid didn't flinch, yeah. Scrawny little jerk like that, and he's looking me in the fucking eye. Feel like he's seen some shit. "Es your call," Dan said eventually. Kai sighed, fuck it. Footsteps. Peter did his best to look like he wasn't expecting the door to open. Come on in, kid, said Dan. Peter told his back. Okay, said Kai. This is my place, right? My name on the lease, none of the rest of them. So me and Milady call the shots, okay? Peter blinked. It's her name, kid, Kai said. That a problem? No, I just... Milady, down in Boca, moved after the incident, Dan told him. Landlady. So I'm in charge, Kai finished. 2 weeks up front tomorrow and you can move in. After that, 2 weeks up front every 2 weeks. You miss a payment, you're out. Any trouble? Kai looked over at Dan. Any problems, you're out. Work for you. Peter nearly said yes, sir, which he would have regretted. He said instead. This is, but like I eat a lot. So I was thinking if I could cook, then maybe if the rent, if I was cooking for everybody we could. Kai was shaking his head. We don't eat together, kid, this ain't a slumber party, he grunted. Rent is rent, you miss one, you're out. Dan raised an eyebrow at him. You messed this place up too, Kai continued, or whatever. I reserve the right to ask you to leave at any time. I won't, Peter promised, thinking of the hole he'd torn in Happy's door and wondering if he'd be able to keep his word. You cook, you do dishes, Dan said. Nobody's doing M for you. I absolutely, of course, always. There's Colin, too, you didn't meet. He's on a second shift. Label your SH stuff in the fridge. Laundry down the street is decent. I leave for work at 5:30. Jakov works from home. I thank you, really. I promise I'll get everything. Yeah, sure, you got stuff to move in. Peter opened his mouth. No, right, sorry, fire. Well, bring cash tomorrow and the room is yours. As Peter went for the door, stammering out his thanks, Kai said, Kid, there's a place nearby, Delgado's. Sometimes he needs admin help. You could look there. Delgado didn't need admin help, but he wasn't willing to turn down someone who'd take payment under the table and didn't complain after a trial shift. No idea where you keep it all, kid, he laughed that first day. You're like a twig, yeah. Peter shrugged. I run. Yeah, said Delgado, whatever. Oh, he lounged by the safe when anyone else was around, not trusting the lock as much as his own presence. 16, 52, 39 and at least 4,000 in there at any time, but it was okay. Peter could save up, get his GED, 4,000 wouldn't go that far anyway, not to be worth. He could handle rent, and the only other thing was food, and he'd find a way to maybe community college. What if he claimed he had been homeless? Maybe that would. Roommates wasn't going too badly either. There was something a little bit off about Colin that twitched at the back of Peter's neck, but he seemed nice enough overall. Dan was helpful, Kai was resentful but kind, and Jakov was silent. Kai hadn't asked him for ID again, and Peter had stopped lying about its estimated timeline. Hey, Dan said to Peter one evening, don't know if you're interested, or drink, or whatever. I'm not old enough to drink, Peter said automatically. Dan laughed quietly. Yeah, that's my point. I know a guy, friend of a friend, who does decent ones, if you're interested, so you could, drink. Peter looked at him carefully. Corrupting a minor, right? Dan grinned. Not that you're a minor, but you can't drink. I'm 20, Peter said. Dan nodded, right. Dan's friend let him pick the address. He picked May's. Chapter 3, The Risks of a Lentil-Focused Diet. It was not going to be a good Christmas. To be fair, Christmas had never been a big deal. May ended up taking shifts on the day more often than not. It was double overtime and got her a whole floor of grateful colleagues. Being Jewish and lapsed Jewish on top of that, they didn't have church to deal with, or presents, or a tree. Peter had gone to mass with Ned's family a couple years and awkwardly bobbed his head, following along, feeling vaguely disrespectful the whole time. But Christmas was for friends, and then he and May had Chinese food between Christmas and New Year's. But some years they'd go down to Rockefeller Center and look at the lights, get hot chocolate, walk in the snow. That would never happen again. And it wasn't just Peter. It felt like the entire city was on edge as December rolled along. Spider-Man usually got showier around this time of year. Last year, Spider-Man had even shown up at the Macy's parade, swinging from float to float and delivering presents from Santa's sleigh to random children in the crowd. No one was totally sure whether Macy's had arranged for his presence or just decided to reap the benefits, but their commemorative Spidey plushie, $10 at the register, $1 to charity, was the single best-selling toy of the year in the tri-state area. This year, though, Thanksgiving came and went at the end of November with not a sign of the web-slinger. Macy's was still selling the plushies but seemed uncomfortable about it. Early in November, Spider-Man had broadcast what amounted to a dare from Liberty Island, practically begging the people who'd torn up Happy's building, who'd killed May, to come and fight him, and they clearly had, and then. It seemed to the people of New York that Spider-Man was missing. Crime had gone down, oddly and probably temporarily, as people tried to figure out if they were supposed to mourn another local hero. Happy had been looking, on behalf of Stark Industries, and unofficially on behalf of the Avengers, but hadn't made any progress before Peter had left. Almost 2 months now, and the friendly neighborhood Not an Avenger Next Avenger was nowhere to be seen. He hardly ever missed patrol, and hadn't been gone this long since the blip. Peter felt like he was maybe obsessing over Spider-Man a little too much, but really he didn't have anything else to spend his time on. The GED was childishly easy, which made Peter feel bad. He wasn't a snob, he'd just been lucky and his parents had emphasized education, and May and Ben had worked hard to get him to Midtown and... Anyway, studying didn't take much time. He picked up shifts from Delgado whenever he could, but for all the man wasn't a genius, he'd start asking questions if Peter needed no recovery time at all. Scrawny as a stick, he'd said, and Scrawny doesn't load trucks for hours without running down. Peter had caught Delgado looking, more and more often, a little sideways glance. He'd probably expected Peter to beg off after the first couple of shifts. Probably by now he'd drawn some conclusions. Peter was drawing conclusions too, and they worried him. The chances that he wasn't enhanced seemed to decrease every day, but being enhanced and not knowing it. If he was strong, resilient, he seemed to be. If his hearing was awesome and his asthma was gone, and he hardly ever got tired anymore, then why couldn't he save May? He remembered sort of he'd been there, she'd been there, been blood he'd hurt, but like it was a dream without context. All he knew for sure was that it had been his fault. Regardless, Peter spent his days shifting between Delgado's, the apartment, and the library, where he tried not to look homeless. And honestly, the kitchen. Peter's I am enhanced theory included an accelerated metabolism sidebar, given that he was easily consuming upwards of 4,000 calories a day, mostly in lentils and off-brand peanut butter, and was still hungry. Peter had learned that he did not really like lentils. Maybe he was just cooking them wrong. He was starting another pot, to use as a base for the next few meals, when he heard voices from the hallway. "Come on," Dan was saying, key in the lock. "You know I can't comment on my job," Colin replied, opening the door. "Oh, hi, Peter." Peter smiled awkwardly from the stove. Dan shook his head, stomping off his boots. "You weren't lying, were you, Pete?" "Ugh, you ever stop eating?" "Well," Colin said, hanging up his jacket, "he's still growing." Colin's voice was flat. Colin hadn't been there when they'd interviewed him for the room, and Peter was glad of that, because Colin might have managed to talk Kai out of his kindness. Colin, for reasons that weren't completely clear to Peter, seemed to be firmly against Peter's presence in the apartment. It was obvious he wasn't fooled by Peter's sob story or his claim to be 20, but there was some kind of underlying resentment that Peter couldn't quite fathom. "I don't know," Peter told Dan and lied. "I like lentils." "Sure," Dan grinned. "Anyway, wanna gang up on Colin here with me?" "I what?" "He won't say if he knows anything about Spidey," Dan explained. "Ugh. Damn Dan, I work for Stark, right, not the Avengers." "Yeah, but second shift security at Stark Tower, dude. You gotta seen Spidey when Stark, you know." "I didn't blip," Colin said shortly. "I was 17 when Tony Stark and Spider-Man were both alive." Peter flinched. "So you do think Spidey's dead?" "Dan, fuck, I can't talk about my job. I won't, okay?" Dan rolled his eyes. You were way more fun before the promotion, dude. Colin grunted. Peter's lentils reached a boil and he turned down the heat. He heard Dan and Colin moving behind him, clearly as though he could see it. Dan setting aside his gloves, Colin slinging his gym bag down the hall towards his room, coming forwards into the kitchen area. Behind you, Peter, Colin said gruffly. Peter nodded. Colin was the only one of his new roommates who only called him Peter. Kai and Dan were just as likely to say kid. Well, Jakov didn't really talk. Promotion, Peter asked, being friendly. There's a training program at SI, Dan said, still over by the door, boys moving up the ladder. Dan, come on dude, it's cool. Protection detail for execs is like 10 times cooler than the door at the loading dock. No assignments been given out yet, Colin told him, tone tired. There's a lot between the dock and that kind of thing. Still cool, Dan hefted his own gym bag higher on his shoulder and continued, I'm gonna hit the shower quick. Enjoy your lentils, Pete. Yeah, Peter said, sure. Dan waved over his shoulder as he headed down the hall. So, Colin said, how things going? His voice didn't rise at the end. Peter said, turned away looking at the stove. I'm studying is going okay. The GID, right? Yeah. You dropped out, Colin wasn't giving him time. Why? Peter had not thought this far ahead. You're clearly smart, but you dropped out what? Well, you're 20, aren't you, so you dropped out at least 3 years ago. Mid-blip, that's weird, isn't it? Not a good time to be. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on, Colin said. You look like you're 10 and on the run, you pay cash and eat like you got a tapeworm, you. Okay, Peter said as something in him snapped. Why do you get to know any of that? Like legitimately, what difference does it make to you if I do anything? You don't know me. You don't need to, you don't even run this place. As long as Kai doesn't have a problem with it and I clean up after myself, why do you think you get a say? He ran down, winded by the emotion. Colin was staring at him. What? Peter asked. Peter, Colin said carefully, the tone for talking people back from the ledge, and nodded at Peter's hand. Oh, thought Peter, following Colin's gaze, that was what snapped. He had been holding the metal handle of the lentil pot when Colin started in. He was still holding the handle, but the handle had shorn apart midway. It hadn't broken at the weld join either, which would be easier to blame on material failure. His hand had simply broken a bar of stainless steel. Slowly, Peter relaxed his grip. He'd left finger marks in the metal. Peter, Colin said again. It's an old pot. No, it's not. Peter met his eyes. He could feel panic surging, felt his eyes wide, his throat swallowing convulsively. Peter, Colin said, still gentle, are you enhanced? Peter couldn't breathe. Peter. Hardly any air, just enough to rasp. I don't know. Colin's eyes narrowed. Chapter 4, Practical by Nature. Colin Delancey had always been a good kid, growing up. Dad an accountant, Mom's a nurse, Dad politely estranged from his big sprawling Bronx family and moved out to Long Island. Colin was the fourth of 5 children, all good kids. Colin ran track, got BS and B+, more practical than academic by nature, but he put in the work, kept up with school and track and his job at Dunkin' Donuts, and was a lifeguard in the summer. And then in senior year, the blip. Random was a hard word. It hit hard, unpredictably, and for no reason. It hadn't been their fault. Dad's gone. Mom's gone. Maya, Liz, Jackson, Nate. Gone. Around 60% of Dad's big sprawling Bronx family. Mom's, Dad and Auntie Clara. Roughly half of the school and the track team. Gone. No one, miraculously, from the Dunkin', but there wasn't enough traffic left in the neighborhood to keep that franchise going. Colin had moved up to the Bronx, to Cousin Jamie's now empty room. He'd officially graduated in Belmont instead of at St. Mary's. One of the Bronx teachers organized a running club, but it wasn't like there were any competitions left that year. He'd taken a handful of jobs after that, college on hold while the world tried to pull its shit together. After a few months, after the Avengers announced that Tony Stark was alive, after they said he was injured, after he retreated to an undisclosed location in the woods, After Romanoff's press conference, the one that shook what was left of the world, there is no going back, she'd said, we have not given up, but the force that was unleashed upon the universe is not, cannot at this point be reversed. Colin had joined Stark Industries then. Benefits, order, opportunity, and even if Stark himself was pulling a St. Jerome, the company was getting along without him. They said he was still inventing too, and then they said that he and Pepper Potts were having a kid and Colin kinda got why they were running away. Even before everything changed, that kid would have grown up famous, but now he or she was. There were any number of culty groups hailing the kid, before it was even born, as some kind of second coming, Hail Mary Messiah. And there were posters, the inspirational campaigns that SI's legal department kept slapping down, in vain, Stark's face in blue and red, and the really actually offensive slogan Life Goes On. Colin couldn't blame the guy for running away. He'd seen the Starks once, 2 years ago, entering through the tower's loading dock in sunglasses and hats, a trip to the big city for Morgan, who'd been all of 3. Colin had been speechless, starstruck, and Ms. Potts and Mr. Stark breezed past with all attention on their little girl, by that point snuggled in her dad's arms. They hadn't left before Colin's shift was over. He didn't see them again. And then last fall, the blip unblipped itself, and everyone returned, and Tony Stark didn't. Dad and Moms had got the house back and easily found jobs. Nate was going into junior year at St. Mary. Alyssa had got her med school blip deferment through and was in Boston. Maya was back in marketing. Jackson was in junior year at CUNY, and Colin went over for dinner sometimes. He didn't know how to. They didn't know how to talk to him either. They asked if he wanted to move back. The apartment was fine. Kai was a decent de facto landlord, kept up the most important of the housekeeping shit. Dad wouldn't approve, but Colin had long since decided that Dad and Moms would never see the place anyway. Dan was a decent gym buddy. Jakov was like living with a tidy, quiet ghost. And most of the guys they'd found for the little room had been temporary, passing through a couple weeks at a time, figuring out where they fit in Post-Blip, New York. And now there was Peter. Whatever Dan was thinking, the training program wasn't that cool. Colin wasn't turning into a spy or shit, but he wasn't an idiot, and the things they were warned about. If it doesn't sound right, it is. People will come after you. People will try to use your position to their advantage. They will ask for information. They will ask for access. Some of them will be obvious. Some of them will be subtle. Some of them will threaten. Some of them will offer. Some of them will play on your sympathies. Nobody said some of them will be a child who jumps at small noises, eats constantly, and can't lie to save his life, but there were also tests. Colin knew. Peter could be a test. The condo fire, Director Hogan had actually lost his home there. It was the kind of detail that SI would put into the training exercises as a trigger, something they'd be supposed to catch. Peter could be a really elaborate test. And Colin thought that, right up until Peter crushed steel without noticing, and said he didn't know if he was enhanced. I don't know, Peter said, and Colin's eyes narrowed. He hadn't meant to say it out loud. He hadn't wanted to. Stupid. What if Colin? He couldn't. Peter couldn't. There wasn't enough air. Peter, Colin said, still in that careful voice, distant. Peter, I need you to breathe, okay? Why were there so many things missing? Okay, Peter, it's gonna be okay. Breathe in for me, all right. In and out, just like that. There was air again. That's good, you're doing good, okay. Okay. Colin jerked his head at the table. You wanna sit? I'll set the timer, you sit. Peter sat and realized that the handle of the lentil pot was still in his hand. He placed it carefully on the table, out in front of him, like a talisman, stared at it. Colin set a timer for the lentils and got down some mugs. Tea bags, Jakov's box. I'll pay him back, Colin said. Water in the mugs, mug 1 in the microwave, mug 2. You want sugar? Peter, staring at the handle, shook his head. Okay, here you go. Colin put the mug down next to the handle, and Peter included it in his staring. You hear, Pete? Colin asked, sitting down across the table, his own mug in his hands. Peter. Okay, Peter, you hear? He called me Pete. He didn't even have to look up, he could hear. Gross. He could hear the muscles in Colin's jaw shifting as he wondered whether to ask. Who? Peter shook his head. I don't know. He heard Colin swallow. Okay. Colin sipped his tea. It was a couple minutes before Peter could reach forward and pick up his own mug. Colin stayed quiet. The tea was foreign, spicy. Peter probably should have taken sugar. He wasn't paying for it, and the calories would. There are lots of things I don't remember, he said. I'm probably enhanced, I think, but I don't know. I have dreams and I don't remember them. I don't know if he swallowed. I don't know whether I blipped. Colin muttered, Jesus, on a breath, probably far too quiet for normal hearing, but as loud as normal speech to Peter. There are holes, and deep breath, people don't remember me, so maybe the things that I think I do remember aren't even real. There was a long minute of silence, and then Colin said, okay, just gonna ask for due diligence and shit. Is this a test? Peter blinked. What? Cause if this is a test, yous all are insane. I'm not. No, okay, Colin put down his mug. Okay, so, this is way beyond my pay grade, literally. This is like a director Hogan kind of shit, what you want to. No, Peter shouted it. No, please, you can't. Happy wouldn't remember and it would be the worst thing. Colin had stopped, mouth open, face drained a few shades lighter. Peter couldn't tell what he was thinking. Okay, Colin said slowly, SI's not an option. No, Peter said, please no. Okay. He picked up his mug again and took a gulp. We need someone though. I'm okay, I'm doing fine, I can. Peter, Colin was back to his gentle voice. Whoever, he stopped and took a breath. If somebody did this to you, maybe they're doing it to other kids. Hey. He hadn't even thought, oh God, how was he so stupid? How could he not have thought about? Other people, Colin amended. And if we can't go to SI, you gotta talk to someone, Peter. If you're saying we can't talk to Director Hogan, then How did May and Happy meet? Why was it just that May and Happy had been dating? Had Happy known that Peter was? Had Happy been? Peter had thought he was just missing the things in the holes, that what he remembered was real, just incomplete. But, if the other things weren't true? I don't know, Peter said. That was the only thing he was sure of anymore. Peter, Colin said, there might be someone I can call. Not he started and caught himself and said, who? Colin's eyes tracked the slip-up, but he didn't ask about Happy, which was good, because Peter wasn't sure what he would say. Colin said, if there's something happening with people being enhanced then. I don't know who you could. Not anybody from SI, there's someone he's did some stuff before the blip, he's kind of, fighting for the little guy, he's got word of mouth and shit. What? It's a law firm, they might take this on contingency. If you don't got another giant bag of cash, I'll call on speaker, okay? Law firm, Peter could, that might be okay, that could. Hey, Dan said from the hallway, you guys stealing Jakov's tea. Behind him, Jakov said, my tea. The timer for the lentils rang. Chapter 5, so much for professional courtesy. Peter was used to traveling by himself. The trek from Fordham into Hell's Kitchen was only 45 minutes, and he really didn't need. He had, despite himself, an honor guard. Colin, to his credit, told Dan to leave the theft of Jakov's tea to Jakov, and told Jakov he'd pay for the next box. But then he asked, is it, you cool if these assholes know Peter? Dan's dad is a lawyer. Dan frowned at him, in Ohio, dude. Peter could have said no. He thought maybe he should say no, but maybe it'd be okay if he stopped having to be alone. He said, not knowing where to start. Peter's enhanced, Colin said for him, and doesn't remember anything since. He looked to Peter. I don't know, Peter said. It's there's bits and pieces. Dan and Jakov didn't say anything. Peter felt like an insect, pinned under their joined assessing gaze. He turned away, took the lentil pot off the heat, let his attention drift away, the building's ambient noise. Ms. Garrido's telenovela as always, footsteps in the hall. Well, that sounds bad, said Dan eventually. So what you calling, Shield or the cops or? Why the fuck we calling the cops, said Kai, pushing his way out of the hallway behind them. Kai's tone was not a question and clearly meant, no one here is calling the cops with a sidebar of you woke me up, you'd better have a reason. Kids enhanced, said Jakov. No cops, said Colin. No SI, no whatever, we gonna call the kid a lawyer. Not my dad, dude, Dan said. Pete, said Kai over the end of Dan's sentence. What's going on? Colin coughed Peter, and Peter felt grateful. And so Peter was sandwiched between Jakov and Colin on the D train, Kai standing in front like a guard. Dan had wished them well but had to work. Colin had put the lawyer on speakerphone, as promised. Sounded fancy to Peter. There was a receptionist and a name with AT law in it and... The receptionist, Lanny, confirmed that Nelson and Murdock could do a half-hour consultation without charge. She asked the topic. Colin declined. She asked again. The lawyers would be better able to assist you in that half-hour if they have at least an idea of your needs. Colin declined again and then thought better of it and said, it's about Frank Castle. The receptionist put him on hold. Lanny, the receptionist, came back and said, the lawyers can make time at 7:30 tonight. They stood in front of the law firm. Well, they stood in front of the building. The receptionist had said the law firm was in. It was a butcher. Over here, said Colin, pointing to a brass sign by a stairwell beside Nelson's Meats. Nelson, Murdock and Page, investigations and attorneys at law. Top floor, I guess. The four of them trooped up the stairs, and Kai pushed open the door at the top. The waiting area was small, cramped with plastic chairs. A play area boasted a big wire bead maze and a bin of teeth-softened books. A woman sat behind a counter near the door. She stood up as they entered. She was really pretty. Are you Mr. Nelson's 7:30? She asked, sharp. Yeah, Colin said. You're not Frank Castle, you know him. No. Her eyes narrowed. You always bring your whole crew to your lawyers. Are you Lanny? No, she said. Lanny, gone home, I'm Karen Page. Both Nelson and Murdock were waiting, stone-faced, in the office Ms. Page directed them to. Nelson's office, based on its door, but Ms. Page seemed to be in charge. There were no pleasantries, no coffee or water, just sitting in Nelson's threadbare chairs. He was seated at the desk. Murdock leaned against the wall, sunglasses on inside at night like a jerk. Ms. Page said, this is the 7:30 consultation. There's four of them, Matt. And Peter thought that was unnecessary snark. Obviously there were four of them. He and Colin had taken the chairs. Kai and Jakov were standing by the wall just inside the door. Actually, they did kinda feel like a gang, Peter thought. Not that he really knew what that felt like, but... All right, said Mr. Nelson, who was softer than Peter's mental image of a lawyer. You guys need help. What is it? Some kind of Punisher fan club got you all in trouble? Peter blinked. You're not allowed to talk about this, right? Colin said. That's why we came to you. Right, Mr. Nelson said. Primer on privilege. Clients have attorney-client privilege, meaning that, in general, your lawyer, not allowed to tell other people what you tell them. Other people includes the cops and the courts. If communications are privileged, nobody can make us talk. Not client, said Jakov. No, Mr. Nelson nodded. Not yet. For now, this part is confidential but not privileged, meaning we won't tell anybody unless we have no other choice. Karen's not a lawyer also, so her communications with you would only be confidential. If we decide to move forward together, make sure Matt or me are involved in any conversation. He nodded at Karen. She could help you with remembering. He shrugged. The point of privilege is so we can help you, so we can know the whole story, right? So if you come on as clients, we'll need everything. No secrets, no lies, okay? Colin nodded tightly and said, somebody's experimenting on kids. Nelson didn't respond. None of them did. Colin asked, did you hear me? Yeah, Nelson said slowly, and he was suddenly less soft than he had been. How do you mean? Colin said, we know a kid who's he's enhanced, super strength and shit. Metabolism, we think maybe they're trying to make another super soldier. It was the first Peter'd heard him voice that exact theory, but maybe, yeah, he could remember Cap's shield, the weight of it. Who? The other one, Murdock the jerk said, and Peter turned and... Something in Murdock's posture, Peter recoiled hard. Threat. It felt like Happy's apartment, alarms blaring, Peter alone and lost in sensation. Run, 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 run. Peter, a voice said. Peter's head snapped towards the voice without his control. Peter, said Colin, you want to let go the chair there, it's squeaking. He hadn't broken the arm off, but nearly. So, said Murdock carefully, what was that about? Who are you? Peter asked. Murdock moved towards Mr. Nelson's desk. I take it you're the kid in question. A cane dangled from his left hand, a white and red cane, folded, and Peter realized who in this room was the jerk. Threat echoing down Peter's spine. What are you? Peter tried, and everybody except Murdock froze. The thing about attorney-client privilege, Murdock said into the silence, is that it only goes one way, so if you don't mind, let's focus on you. Are you enhanced? Mr. Nelson asked Peter after a moment kindly. Colin scowled. Can you tell us how it happened? Peter looked at them and said, no. Murdock took a breath, face hard behind his glasses. Okay, in that case, Mr. Parker, I wish you good luck with whatever this is, and I hope you find some measure of closure. Thank you for coming by, gentlemen. Feel free to show yourselves out. Peter's blood was cold. How do you know my name? Murdock blinked with his whole body like a stutter. What? You called him Parker, Matt, muttered Mr. Nelson. Did I? Peter couldn't breathe. How do you know my name? Peter was on his feet. Peter was moving. Peter had his forearm in the blind lawyer's throat, pinning the man to the wall. Colin was yelling something. Kai and Mr. Nelson were trying to pull Peter off. Peter collapsed, coughing, reeling from the lawyer's hard fist in his stomach. The lawyer slipped down the few inches of wall, struggling for breath. Peter had been holding him up. Peter retched into Mr. Nelson's wastebasket. I'm sorry, he said, through the sick and the tears. I'm so sorry, I don't know why this is. I don't know what's happening to me. I don't know. Chapter 6, Tea and Sympathy. Peter. The voice was quiet and calm. Peter. Peter looked up, gasping down another shameful sob. Murdock was crouched across the room, blocking neither the door nor the windows. Careful, Peter thought, kind, and then had a moment where the panic reasserted itself, because why was that something he noticed? Why did he notice exit routes without consciously looking for them? Peter. The rest of the room was empty. They've gone into my office, Murdock said. His voice was a little hoarse. A bruise was already blooming across his neck. His glasses had been knocked off, his cloudy eyes visible. I thought this would be. I don't want to hurt anybody, Peter interrupted. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Another sob caught him. I believe you, Murdock said, and then nothing. He waited again for Peter to regain a little bit of control. When Peter had his breath back, he asked, How do you know my name? Murdock, it wasn't that he looked at Peter. His eyes weren't focused. But Peter could feel his attention in an indefinable way, like all the hair on Peter's body was standing on end, and like Murdock could tell. I don't know you, Murdock said. I have never met you before you walked in here tonight. You knew my name, Peter shuddered. No one knows my name. What do you mean by that? Murdock asked. Answer the question, snapped Peter, surprising himself with the intensity. Tell me how you know my name. I'm trying to, said Murdock, still intensely patient. I'm telling you that I don't know. What? So you guessed. You just guessed a name and it was the right one. I don't believe you. I don't think so. I didn't mean to say it. Peter squinted at him. Murdock sounded, unsure of himself and annoyed about it. What? Peter said. It was instinct, Murdock said. I knew your name, but I have no memory of knowing you, or meeting you, or even seeing a picture. He shook his head, frustrated. Would you prefer I call you Peter, or Mr. Parker, or something else? Peter squeezed his eyes shut tight. Peter, he said. Okay, Peter, I think it's obvious that you have enhancements, said Murdock. I have something similar, and I'd be very interested in how you knew about it enough to ask, but for the moment I think we should focus on general fact-gathering. That is, to be clear, if you want, you're now my client. It would very much help me to get your basic information. Anything you can remember about what may have happened to you, contact details. I can't, Peter said. Peter, something pretty obviously happened here. You don't have to work with us, but I think I'd be in a good position to help you. I'm a minor, said Peter. Murdock's jaw clicked shut. Okay, he said. I'm assuming that there's no legal guardian in the picture. I had one, Peter couldn't bring himself to say it. And then I was getting emancipated, Peter tried. There were problems with the trust fund. Oh no, Peter thought. Now he'll think there's money in this. Do you remember if the emancipation went through? Murdock asked, not picking at the trust fund, yet. It didn't, it's gone. The case was struck, or put on hold. Why don't we make a list of things to look into? We'll take a crack at the court records. There are no court records, Peter said, angry again. A pause, how do you mean? Peter sighed, I don't exist. Murdock got him off the floor and asked Mr. Nelson to bring in a glass of water. Mr. Nelson was too nice, Peter decided. He'd seen Peter lose control and attack his blind law friend, even if Peter knew Murdock was more than he appeared. And yet Mr. Nelson put the water on the desk, giving Peter space, and said, You doing okay, kid? Peter nodded. Matty, Mr. Nelson asked. Yeah, Murdock said. We're good, we might need some. We're probably gonna need Karen in on this and Peter's friends, and I don't know who else, Brett, Jessica. I don't want, Peter started, and they turned to him. But that's for later, said Murdock, as in if things come up. Okay. For now, Murdock said, just Karen and your what, team? Roommates, said Peter automatically. We're not, they're just my roommates, this was all just. 5 hours ago, his plan for the day was more lentils. They're pretty freaked out, said Mr. Nelson kindly. Can I bring them in? Any trouble, Kai had said when Peter applied, begged for the room. Any problems, you're out. He had ID now, thanks to Dan's friend. But he definitely didn't have a deposit, and he probably wasn't getting anything back, and he couldn't do it all again. Peter nodded. Colin came in first, then Jakov and Kai, then Ms. Page. Ms. Page's expression was easiest to deal with. She looked like she was used to things like this was just kind of everyday. But Jakov and Colin were both tense, watching him and Kai. Peter remembered that first day, Kai saying he was surprised that Peter wasn't scared of him. Peter saw why other people might be now. Kai wasn't angry, but he was hard. He might have been sympathetic before, but now Peter was violent and unpredictable, and... Peter looked away. All right, said Mr. Nelson. I think the place to start is with what you each know. Don't know anything, said Kai firmly. No, Murdock said. I'm afraid that's not going to work. I think it's unquestionable at this stage that something happened to Peter here. You three might not have been involved in that. Wait, what? Said Peter. They're not. But, continued Murdock, you are now. Okay, said Kai. Try this, I don't want to be. I don't have to stay here, ain't none of us do. Colin shifted but didn't say anything. Kai turned to Peter. Kid, he said, I'm sorry about this, but I don't think that this is a good. Would it help you to know, Murdock interrupted, that Peter exhibits extraordinary control? Peter blinked and turned to Murdock, as did everyone else. Matt, Karen said. She didn't need to say more, they could all see the bruising, had all seen Peter hurt him. My dad was a boxer, Murdock said, rubbing a thumb over his chin. I'm good at understanding people's movements. Jakov coughed, because obviously there was something more than that to him. That'll do for now, Murdock continued. Point is, I can tell when someone's holding back. I don't think Peter was using anything like his full strength there, and I think he's been under immense pressure and had a bad scare, if you're worried about safety around him. Colin said he crushed steel without noticing it. Murdock coughed. Yeah, exactly, Peter. Peter looked at him. You're more in control than you know, all right, and you're not alone, regardless of what your friends decide. Shit, said Kai after a minute. Come this far. Thanks, Peter said to his shoulder. Kai nodded without looking back. Miss Page stepped in then, asking if they wanted any tea. Colin accepted on behalf of the group, and Miss Page shuttled them all back out into the waiting room. She unearthed a teapot and an electric kettle, and popped the lid off a plastic container. Okay, she said, we've got Earl Grey English breakfast, something called rainbow lychee, chamomile, ginger lemon and mint. Anybody have strong preferences? They did not. Ginger lemon it is then, if you'll excuse me while this boils. She went back into Mr. Nelson's office and closed the door. Kai, Jakov, and Colin were all watching Peter again. I punched a door, Peter said as an offering, remembering Happy's apartment. The door exploded. Jakov blinked his heavy eyes. I didn't mean, Peter started, but Miss Page's voice caught his attention. Matt, she was saying in the office. Peter shouldn't be listening. Matt, what was that? Why is he, how did you know him? I don't know him, I don't know why I did. Something going on here that I don't like. He says he has no one to sign for him, and he mentioned a trust fund. Oh no, no. No, Peter didn't have any money. If they wanted to get money from him, if they were planning to use him, look at this place, it wasn't like they couldn't use the money. With half his attention, Peter realized he was backing towards the door. Trust funds don't vanish, Matty, said Mr. Nelson. He had been so nice. This wasn't fair. Trust fund kids don't vanish. Peter, Colin asked quietly. He's powerful, said Murdock. Powerful and terrified and lost, and, he added in the same tone, he's listening. Peter jerked to a halt, eyes shot wide. He's what? Miss Page asked. He can hear us in here, said Murdock. Can't you, Peter? I know you can because I can hear you listening to me, trying to run. Peter was having trouble breathing. "Matty," said Mr. Nelson. "Peter," said Kai, cautious. "Peter," Murdock continued, "I'm on your side here. We're not interested in money. Look around. We share a building with Foggy's family's butcher." A soft "hey" from Mr. Nelson. Murdock went on, "I want to find out what's happened to you, and why I know your name but nothing else about you. We can help you, but you have to let us. If someone is coming for you, Peter, we can help keep you safe." He paused and said with emphasis, "I can." Peter didn't understand how it was possible, because Mr. Murdock was very definitely blind, but... "I'm Daredevil, Peter," said Mr. Murdock, confirming Peter's half-formed thoughts, over Ms. Page's scandalized, "Matt." Mr. Murdock continued, "Do you know who that is?" Peter nodded and said as quietly as he could, "Yeah." "Yeah," Colin said, "yeah what?" "I've got you, Peter," said Mr. Murdock. "Let me help you, let's figure this out." Peter took a deep breath. "Okay." Chapter 7, Bovine Spongiform Encephalopathy. "You don't need to say anything you're not ready for," Ms. Page told him. "And if there's anyone you don't want to be here, or something that would make you more comfortable, let us know, all right?" Peter nodded. They had tea in mismatched mugs. Colin was seated next to Peter, across the desk from the lawyers. Everybody had chairs now. There was a long, awkward silence. "Why don't we start from the beginning again?" Mr. Nelson said. He clapped his hands together. "Gentlemen, what brings you here?" Colin started. "Right, well, you know it's Peter, but..." "Even before that," said Mr. Murdock, "we'll let the elephant in the room sit for a little while. Let's do names and relationships, and why, specifically, you chose this firm." Kai grunted, pointing. "Colin Delancey, Peter Parker, Jack of Bashich, Mordecai Akana." Colin coughed. "Mordecai," he said in an undertone. "My mom," Kai said shortly, "from Quebec, had a thing for Mordecai Richler." "What's that?" "Author, it doesn't matter." "Yeah, no," Colin said. "Sorry." "Okay," said Mr. Nelson, "and you four know each other?" "We share an apartment," said Colin. "I sublet to M," said Kai. Peter didn't want to get Kai in trouble at all. The tenancy regulations had been weird post-Blip anyway, and there'd been so much change, so many people looking for places to stay. It wasn't like the room was that bad. Kai probably didn't even know it was illegal, and if they hadn't agreed to let him in. Peter shifted. Mr. Murdock tracked the motion, inclining his head but didn't bring it up. "Okay," Mr. Murdock said, "and you've come to us because..." "Peter," Colin asked. Peter, tired of other people saying it for him, said, "I'm missing a lot of my memories, but I think I'm enhanced." "I'm not sure that we need to say think there," Ms. Page commented dryly. Peter said, "I could be a mutant." Ms. Page conceded the point with a nod. Peter continued, "I don't think I am though. I remember being a kid pretty clearly, I think. And it was different, I was, that part's clear. But ever since high school started, I don't know, things get weird." Mr. Nelson muttered, "Being a kid." "Okay," said Mr. Murdock. "Important question then, starting high school. Are we talking mid-blip or pre-blip? Either presents its own problems. None of the three of us were here, we all blipped. So if you're talking about a change that happened then, we might need a lot of detail to place events. If whatever happened was before the blip though, records might be hard to find. Things got a little messy there." Peter cringed. He said, embarrassed, "I don't know." A long silence. "Want to try that again?" Mr. Nelson asked. Peter stammered, "I don't remember if I blipped or not. I guess I must have. Because I had to go to school again after, but maybe I was born later than I thought I was." "Okay," Ms. Page cut him off, stopping what was turning into a spiral. "Do you have any memories from those years at all, when everyone else was blipped? Any memory of anybody being gone?" Peter shook his head. "Everybody's gone," he said. "I don't know when. I remember people being gone, all the time, there's just holes." After a pause, Mr. Murdock asked, "Who's everybody?" and nodded to Ms. Page, who was typing notes into a laptop. She smiled encouragingly at Peter. My parents died when I was 4, he asked, like anyone here would know the answer to correct him. "And then Uncle Ben and Aunt May," his voice caught. "Uncle Ben died, and Aunt May, she died more recently, she died." Peter resolutely didn't meet anyone's eyes. The list was long and incomplete. He was leaving someone out, but he didn't know who. And Aunt May's, well, not her boyfriend because they broke up before she, but he was her boyfriend, so her ex I guess, and he, well, I guess, he was taking care of me until the emancipation, but then it was like, everybody forgot about me. Mr. Nelson muttered, Jesus, kid. Peter twitched, please don't. Peter, said Mr. Murdock. I remember, said Peter, he used to call me that. A pause, your last guardian. Peter shook his head. No, maybe, I don't know. Okay, said Mr. Murdock. Okay, what I'm hearing, we can look into all of those family details and try to spot anything, see if we can't at least figure out whether you blipped or not. And I'm hearing right now that you do have a legal guardian and he, abandoned you. What? No. Peter, if someone's legally responsible here, if he shouldn't be, if he wasn't safe and you ran away from him or something, we can deal with that. But we need to know his name, okay? If there's someone, still alive who can help clear up. Maybe he did this to me, Peter said, not meaning for it to come out as a question. We can find that out then, Daredevil continued, and alright, yeah, he probably could. Names though, we've got to start from there. Peter looked to Colin, half apologetic, and looked away. He mumbled, looking at his knees, Happy Hogan. Colin said, wait, what? Mr. Murdock's eyes widened. Do you mean Harold Hogan? He asked. Said Peter. Wait, you know my boss, Colin interrupted. Jakov turned to Mr. Murdock and demanded, how do you know the man? Jakov talking at all was a rare enough occurrence that everybody paused. Mr. Murdock's head was jerking back and forth, like he was trying to dislodge something. We didn't represent him. Matt, Mr. Nelson asked. We didn't write Foggy. No, his partner replied. At least I didn't, and I don't remember you mentioning. But I know him, Mr. Murdock grumbled, squinting. We crossed paths. Well, Ms. Page shrugged. You meet weird people, Matt. How's this guy your boss, Mr. Delancey? Asked Mr. Nelson, going back. Colin, still frowning at Peter, said, I work at Stark, with an air of abstraction. Stark Industries, Mr. Nelson clarified. Security, Colin nodded. Director Hogan was a boxer or something. Matt, Ms. Page hissed, excited. That how you know him, Matty? Asked Mr. Nelson, but Mr. Murdock still looked disgruntled. Anyway, Colin said slowly, well, that's where the name Happy came from, supposedly. Okay, said Mr. Murdock, that's something for the list then, court records, Happy Hogan. Don't, Peter said. If Peter wasn't sure himself, whether he meant if he forgets me or if he did this, on a stray thought, he wondered if maybe he meant both. I'd like to put that on the list, Peter, Mr. Murdock said, implacable. And you're not going to like this part, but I'd also like to add, he stopped. All right, you're really not going to like this part, but I think it'd be good for you to have a checkup. Peter stiffened, as did Colin and Kai and everyone actually, Mr. Nelson and Ms. Page and all. I have connections who can be discreet. Mr. Nelson said, Matt. I'm not, Mr. Murdock started but stopped himself. Can you hear lies? He asked instead. Peter blinked at him, can I what? Okay, maybe that's something to work on, but for now. Wait, can you? I was going to say I'm not interested in whatever enhancements you've got going on, but that's only at best a partial truth, and I imagine you've had quite enough of things like that. I asked you to trust me, right, Peter? You hear lies, Jakov repeated Peter's question. I hear lots of things, thank you, said Mr. Murdock briskly. I am interested in the enhancements, Peter, but all I'm talking about in this instance is the memory loss. I'd feel more comfortable if you got a neurological checkup to rule out, concussion, traumatic brain injury, that sort of thing. He held up his hands. I'll get one myself, all right. Ms. Page coughed. Point, Karen. If you're trying to rule out head trauma, Matt. He focused at her. Yeah, mocked the blind man. This is pretty specific for my usual concussions, though. I mean, I'm apparently missing a couple of things here too, and it seems pretty narrow in scope. Basic health checks not unreasonable under the circumstances. Miss Page blinked limpidly at him. Who are you and what have you done with Matt? Mr. Murdock ignored her. So, he said, turning back to Peter, that an option? Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, Peter said. What? Mad cow, asked Mr. Nelson. If I have it, Peter said, cause it's like, it had been in his biology textbook in 10th grade, there been a whole inset page about prion diseases. They're not worms, they're like viruses, but they eat your brain. in little trails until it's like a sponge. The lawyers looked mildly revolted. Said Mr. Murdock. I'm not sure that's the most likely scenario here, but it haunted Peter. But we can see about something like an MRI. Would that be enough to start? Peter didn't say that only way to be sure if someone had Creutzfeldt-Jakob was a brain biopsy, most commonly after death. That didn't seem like it would be helpful. He said instead. I guess I don't want anybody taking my blood, or DNA or anything, but a brain scan might be fine. Okay, Mr. Murdock nodded. Okay, that's 3 things on our list. Colin had not been prepared for any of this. The lawyers, he'd been sort of vaguely familiar with their names, that was all. Had a fuzzy memory of them messed up in the Wilson Fisk thing, years ago, and then Frank Castle's murder spree. He was just starting high school back when Fisk was. Was he the same age as Peter then, he wondered. Before the blip, could they have known each other? Maybe they'd been in school together, although Peter's memory seemed to be basically Swiss cheese. Colin had not known how Mad Cow worked. He did not enjoy his new knowledge. Peter, the one lawyer said Murdock. Murdock who Peter had, well, assaulted and who seemed really weirdly okay with that. Earlier, going back a bit, about the courts and so on. He paused and seemed to be carefully weighing his words. You said you didn't exist. Peter curled his shoulders in. Bambi thought Colin, not able to hold both Peters in his head, this one and the one who lifted a full-grown man off his feet without a twitch, with control if Murdock was to be believed, and he was Director Hogan's. Well, he'd run away from Director Hogan and didn't want to go back. Peter said. I exist. But nothing else does, nothing about me does. I went and looked in the court records already, so you shouldn't feel like you need to. We might have some access that you don't, Peter. Nelson smiled, but Peter didn't return it, and Nelson said slowly, when you say you looked in the records. I used one of the computers at the library. He finished in a mumble. I'm good with computers and in math and things. Nelson asked carefully, Peter, did you hack the unified court system? Peter shrugged, visibly uncomfortable, and given that he was still recovering from some kind of panic attack/breakdown, the level of discomfort that it took to rise above his baseline was extreme. What's hacking, really? He asked. If they leave loopholes and open doors everywhere, isn't that an invitation? I'd never do anything, he stressed. It's just fun to see if we, said Murdock, but Peter shook his head. We used to, he said. Me and Ned, it was like a race. Karen Page made a note. Who's Ned? Murdock asked. Damn kid, said Kai, and corrected himself at Peter's flinch. Sorry, Peter, you used to hack things. What were you, some kind of baby genius? My friend, said Peter. Ned's we were, he trailed off. You code, Jakov said, half a question. Ned does, I just like computers, and science, chemistry and bio and things. So you're smart, Colin said after a moment, just in case Peter knowing shit about Mad Cow hadn't made that clear. Peter looked at him. He frowned hard, his whole face screwed up in thought, and Colin wondered how he'd ever thought this child was some kind of a spy. I remember, Peter said slowly. Ned, he's really good. I remember he was doing something once. It was really cool and really hard, and his eyes flicked up enormous, and he said in a rush, not a good idea and maybe illegal, and we were in DC in a hotel on the bed, and it was really good and, damn it. He grabbed his head in both hands. I don't know, he said, quiet, as though just to himself. You and this Ned, you were friends? Asked Nelson, before Colin could make another unhelpful observation. Peter nodded. How old is Ned, Peter? Nelson continued, gently, and oh shit, in a hotel on the bed and maybe illegal. He's exactly 3 months younger than me, said Peter, bright easy, not noticing at all how everyone else in the room had tightened at Nelson's question, or how everyone now relaxed. August 10, November 10, so he always got school birthdays and I never did, which was okay, cause school birthdays were never, he shrugged and said almost as an afterthought, he doesn't remember me. He picked up his mug of tea, turned it in his hands. They forgot me, he mumbled. Like I didn't even exist, like I don't, like maybe. He stopped again and then said, even quieter, what if I did? What if I'm wrong, if I just made Peter Parker up or somebody made him up for me and made me think I'm. Murdock sighed. I knew your name, Peter. I don't have any idea why, but I can. If somebody got to you, they must have got to me as well, and why they'd even try to is. Well, said Peter, you're. He looked at Colin instead of Murdock and didn't finish the thought. Still, said Murdock, so yeah, Peter must know what Murdock's thing was somehow. Still, I think it's a stretch. Karen Page tapped her keyboard firmly. Peter, she started, Did you look at paper files? Peter blinked at her. Okay, she smiled, taking that as a no. Why don't we start there tomorrow, since you've already done a lot of electronic research, let's say. But digital files are easy to delete, Peter. Paper files hide things, added Murdock. Nelson snorted very softly, and if Murdock hadn't been blind, Colin would have said he glared. Not, I don't mean from me, Foggy. I mean that people make copies and put things in the wrong folder, and if you're trying to delete every trace of someone, you'll probably miss a few pieces of paper here and there. He turned back to Peter. It's a start, okay? For the first time, Peter looked hopeful. Chapter 8, You and Your Curiosity. Ned Leeds knew he was smart, not just school smart. There'd been aliens in the sky when he was 11. You didn't get very far in today's New York without having an ear to the ground, an eye on the hood, a nose to the wind. Okay, yeah, pretty much entirely just school smart. But he still knew how things were supposed to go. In senior year, you kept your head down, did your work, got into college, and then kept your grades up so you didn't get kicked out of college before you even got to go. And Ned was going to MIT, so he didn't really have time for things outside of school. He had decathlon and exams, and he and MJ hung out at her job the rest of the time, and maybe it was just this month, or something, this past couple of months maybe, but Ned was bored. He couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing something, like part of his life had been more interesting than learning the donut of the week at Peter Pan like he'd used to do something important. That was silly, MJ would say that was silly, so it was so. MJ was always right about that sort of thing and would probably quote Proust at him. She wasn't very far into Proust yet, despite all the quoting, and if it was anyone but MJ, Ned might have wondered if they were looking up quotes without reading the book. But Ned's wondering was silly and childish, and the sort of thing all young adults convinced themselves of, was it though? It wasn't exactly that he imagined life was better when he had less responsibility. The opposite, really. He'd had more, and things had mattered. But MJ was always right about these things. Sometimes Ned wondered why they were friends. Not that he didn't like MJ, he loved MJ. Not loved like because that would be weird and they weren't like that and she was. But he wondered from time to time why they hung out so much. It wasn't like they had much in common. They were both sort of the odd ones out, weird nerds in their different ways, but Midtown was a STEM school. Everybody was a weird nerd. Even the few kids who pretended not to be were and just hadn't fully embraced themselves yet. Ned's weird nerdishness didn't fit that well with MJ. It had fit much more naturally. He put the finishing touches on his doodle, a puffin if you squinted. If you squinted hard, MJ would say, and didn't notice that he'd lost his train of thought. Ned, Mr. Dell said on Monday, pulling Ned's attention away from Chapter 11, Section 4.6, Problem 4. There's someone to see you in Principal Morita's office. Really, he had no idea who it could be. Mr. Dell shrugged. What the man said. Ned got up, accompanied by a perfunctory and half-hearted ooh from Flash, which he ignored. MJ wasn't in this class. If she had been, she'd have said something about unthinking compliance to authority and Mr. Dell would have sputtered, which would have been her goal. Ned did like MJ. The secretary waved Ned on. The office door was open. Ned, Principal Morita said, standing behind his desk. Sorry to bring you out of class, but... There was a blonde lady in the left guest chair. She smiled at Ned. He sat down in the right guest chair, feeling very adult. This is Karen Page, Principal Morita said, sitting. She had some questions about someone she thought was a student here, but there seems to have been a mix-up. Ned blinked at him. Hi Ned, said Ms. Page. I'm looking for a boy around your age. I'm a professional investigator, actually, and she clearly saw Ned's eyes widen because she clearly bit down a laugh and he felt both grateful and embarrassed. He's not in any trouble, she said. I work with a law firm sometimes, and this boy was mentioned in a will, but we're having trouble finding him. After the blip, you know, she added. Ned said I blipped and felt dumb. Ms. Page kept smiling. Well, he's about your age, maybe. We're not sure if he blipped. But one of the relatives remembered his friend Ned Leeds and thought maybe you'd gone to school together here. Only it wasn't here, interjected Principal Morita, his voice tight. Ned looked at him quickly and saw a hard-to-name expression on his face. Like maybe he didn't totally trust Ms. Page, which maybe was this weird, an investigator asking a high school senior about another kid. But maybe you were at school together before here, Ms. Page said smoothly. I'm just checking. We'd like to get in touch with him and I thought you maybe would know how. Maybe even an old Instagram connection or something. Ned said, And of course it's no problem if you don't know, she smiled. This is a bit of a last-ditch effort, or I wouldn't be here. She said it looking at Ned, but she directed it over her shoulder at Principal Morita, who didn't soften. Anyway, she continued without a pause, watching Ned intently. The boy's name is Peter Parker. Ned flinched and wasn't sure why. He said. I don't know, it's not. I think I went to middle school with Peter. I don't know what his last name was. Ms. Page's eyes were still fixed on Ned's face. Okay, she said, still smiling. Anything else? The hallway, the parking lot, the Death Star, Mr. Harrington's classroom and the tech lab and the trip to Images flashed through Ned's mind, but they didn't make sense. Gym class and after school and the rooftop of the Ned had never been on the school's roof. What was that? But that name, Peter, it wasn't middle school, it was here, but he'd never known a Peter, had he? Didn't know one well, at least. Not well enough to be remembered by someone else's relatives. Ned squinched up his eyes against his sudden headache. I don't know, he said. Miss Page looked at him measuringly, like she hadn't expected more, and stood. Thank you, Ned, she said. I know that was a strange question. Can I? She pulled out a little wallet. Can I give you a business card, and you can give me a call or an email or something if you remember anything else? Ned stuck out his hand and felt awkward. She gave a little laugh, but it reached her eyes and was a nice laugh, and placed a card in his upturned palm. Thank you, Mr. Morita, she said. Thank you, Ned. Principal Morita stood up too. Why don't I have Andy show you out, he said flatly, and dialed an extension on his phone. Of course, Ms. Page said. She left with Andy, Ned still sitting, still awkward in Principal Morita's guest chair. I'm going to send your mother an email, all right, Ned, Principal Morita said, just to make sure that everybody's on the same page here. Ned looked down at the card. What do I do with business cards? Is there like a place to put it where it won't get lost or? No, not really, said Principal Morita. Just don't lose it, or maybe do. Ned looked up. Principal Morita still had a weird expression on his face. Was that, I don't know how investigators normally find people. No, Principal Morita said. Coming to a high school, I looked up the law firm before I spoke to her, and it's real, it has a good reputation, but, he frowned. Don't talk with her alone, Ned, all right, if you do remember anything about a Peter Piker. Parker, Ned said instinctively. Principal Morita blinked. Parker, if you remember anything, I know you're almost out of here, he smiled, but still. I think it's a good idea to make sure your parents or a teacher, or me, is there if you get in touch with Miss Page again. Ned nodded. That was a good idea. Oh, and Ned, said Principal Morita, as Ned stood up. I know you and your curiosity, and I know you're not worried about the Regents, but this is all a little bit strange, okay? Don't start looking into this Peter Parker by yourself. Ned gave him a big smile. I won't, he said. Chapter 9, Causes, and Krispy Kreme. It took just over an hour on Monday morning to get from Nelson's Meats to the Queens County Courthouse in Jamaica. For Peter, of course, it took another 45 minutes to get to Nelson, in the first place, and he'd spent a full half hour the night before trying to convince Kai and Team to let him make the trip alone. Team, Peter was thinking of them as a team, and that wasn't fair. They hadn't meant to get involved in all of this. He was only partially successful. Kai and Jakov, at least, had work on Monday mornings. Colin was free, but reluctantly agreed that Peter could handle himself. Dan didn't have anything Monday until a call with his thesis advisor, who was in Montana for some other grad student's field study, and then a shift at the bar. And Dan, well, he hadn't been there Friday night. It had been 11 p.m. when they'd left the lawyers. Dan been waiting up when they got in, flush with tips and loosely pulling at a beer. He hadn't believed the part about the... Well, he didn't really think that Peter could protect himself, that was clear. It was sweet, kinda, but... More persuasively, Dan had to go into Nelson, Murdock and Page at some point, to sign papers anyway. They would all be joint clients, Mr. Murdock had explained carefully, and Ms. Page had given them all a handout from the New York bar about what that meant. Just for security's sake, for the privilege thing, since they all knew Peter's secret. Mr. Murdock also said, and so did the papers they'd signed, once Mr. Nelson wrote in Peter's name, that in the event that anyone's interests conflicted or appeared to conflict with Peter, Nelson, Murdock and Page would happily recommend them another firm. That, to be very clear, Nelson and Murdock were Peter's lawyers first. Peter had watched as Jakov and Colin, and even Kai signed, and felt something swelling in his chest that he hadn't thought he'd feel again, that he couldn't remember feeling with this much certainty for a long time. That people cared about him. I don't think I need to warn you, Mr. Murdock said, but I will anyway. Something is happening here, and it may be something very large. Do not talk to anyone about this, except your You said your other roommate knows about Peter's enhancements. Colin jerked his head in a nod. Dan's good people, he said. He won't. I don't doubt that, Mr. Murdock replied. I'd like to talk to him, though, and bring him on as a fifth here. Kai had asked, before signing, how we paying for this, which Peter had forgotten to worry about in all the conversation. Trust fund, he thought, snapping back to Wary, and Mr. Murdock angled his head and laughed in his throat, like he couldn't just hear lies but also read minds. Peter, he said, we're pretty settled on the accounting side of things as this goes, all right, we run on a shoestring here. We take a big case with a big payout every few months so that we can spend most of our time running around where we can be useful. Mr. Nelson chuckled at that and looked away. Let's say, Mr. Murdock continued, if there's a trust fund waiting and we get you back to it, we get. He and Mr. Nelson exchanged looks. 75 an hour, capped at 3,750, Mr. Nelson finished for him. Obviously, if it takes us longer than that, we won't drop you. We'll just try to get you answers quickly, okay? Colin coughed. Peter was unsure. What if, he said, if there isn't a trust fund, or anything, or anxiety started snaking its way up his throat again, memories of Aunt May at feast, saying it was all right to take charity, that it was okay to need help, that after the blip, Aunt May blipped, Peter said suddenly in the rush of certainty. Okay, that's great, Ms. Page said, making a note. But it was important to Peter that they understood, Mr. Nelson and Mr. Murdock and Ms. Page, if they spent a lot of time on this, and it kept them from other, paying things, and it was Peter's fault. If you can't find anything, he said, or there isn't anything to find. Well, said Mr. Murdock, we can deal with that if it comes to it, but maybe you'd be happy to pay us back, monthly installments based on income. Okay, Peter said, because that could work, and because he didn't want to think about the thought he'd just had, Delgado's old safe, at least 4,000 in there at any time, 16, 52, 39. He wouldn't have to. He'd be okay. There was still another problem. And Mr. Murdock added, anticipating the objection, maybe he could read minds. I know you said you're a minor, Peter, but given how close you are to 18 and that you were apparently mid-emancipation process and that your apparent legal guardian has, for whatever reason, or appears to have abdicated the role, I think we can make a temporary exception or two, besides which, he put his head to one side. Karen, did you look at Peter's ID when he came in? Ms. Page shook her head. Mr. Nelson, eyeing their audience, said, she shook her head, Matty. Did you say it, Foggy? Nope, Mr. Nelson said, and you know I'm bad at spotting fakes. Peter, trying to follow along, awkwardly got his driver's license out of his pants pocket, the one Dan's friend had made, the one that said his name was Peter Parker and that he lived at Maze in Forest Hills, and that he was. Mr. Nelson took it and said, according to this, Peter Parker's 21. Well, said Mr. Murdock, with respect, Peter, given that you don't even know if you blipped, and given that you're currently unsure of your year of birth. He waited and Peter nodded, and Mr. Nelson said performatively, he nodded, Matty. Mr. Murdock smiled broadly. Then I'm inclined to provisionally trust the government documentation that my esteemed colleague has reviewed. Should we uncover any other reliable evidence, we can address it at that time. Which meant basically that Peter got to sign his own version of the papers, with special inclusions. He got the feeling that Nelson and Murdock were doing all this simply for the paperwork's sake, that at this point, whether he was their client or not didn't matter. For Murdock at least, for Daredevil, Peter had the feeling that he wasn't just a case, he was a cause. Anyway, they'd all managed to agree on the things they were signing, and Kai said he'd talk to Dan and strongly suggest he sign up too, and Mr. Nelson explained waiving privilege and why they shouldn't. Colin said that they'd be careful, and Dan would be okay. Mr. Murdock said he'd make an appointment at the Surrogates Court in Queens, for Monday morning if he could, and get in touch with a medical friend of his who could get some time on an MRI. Ms. Page just smiled. The explanation they'd given Dan had been admittedly fairly vague, and he'd been firm in his contention that he was gonna get involved, cause it was cool, dude, can you really squish steel? Which led Colin to toss the broken pot handle at his chest. Dan laughed. And then appointed himself Peter's bodyguard. The five of them spent the weekend in the apartment, except when people had to work. Peter felt self-conscious about going out to the library or anywhere else, so he mostly sat on his bed and studied, and he finished the GED prep book by Sunday afternoon. He was fueled by more than lentils, for once. They weren't talking about it, but Saturday night Kai made a giant Hawaiian beef stew, in an enormous pot that Peter had never even seen in the kitchen, because so plainly that Peter couldn't even figure out how to thank him for it. Kai'd gone and bought the pot that day. He called them for dinner like they were friends instead of people who shared an apartment, and just shrugged when Peter looked at him, said week and a half to Christmas. Jakov left a full box of Krispy Kreme donuts on the kitchen table Sunday morning. Dan said diet. Colin said too sweet for me. Kai said those vegan. After eating 2 helpings of beef stew the night before, for God's sake, and everyone pretended not to notice when the box disappeared into Peter's room. Peter cried more than he had since the night of May's death. Cassie, the therapist, when she had remembered him, had said that traumatic events shock could make it hard to recall detail. Why he didn't remember the details, just the flames, the hurting, the laughing. Why he didn't remember the details of Uncle Ben's death either, Cassie had said, just the sound of the gun and the knowledge that it had been his fault. Both of them had been his fault. Cassie had said that trauma could do that too. Survivor's guilt, she said, but he wasn't to blame. And when Peter was talking to Cassie, when she'd remembered him, he'd almost believed her, but that was before. Mr. Murdock said something was happening, something centered on Peter. And Peter knew his probability. Whatever it was logical that everything was tied together, that there was a single cause of all the bad things in Peter's life, that it wasn't just that much bad luck, that it was all centered on him. That it was him. That it was his fault. That he was the cause. Chapter 10, Sutphin and Jamaica. Mr. Murdock met Peter and Dan in his office. Dan took the papers and read them over thoroughly, nodding as he went. At the last page he looked up and said, 3,750. Mr. Murdock's expression didn't change. That a problem? Dan's expression didn't change. Peter looked at him from the corner of his eye. Dan, he asked. Dan shook his head and signed. Mr. Murdock nodded. And from there the E to Jamaica. Don't want to use up your funds, Mr. Murdock said with a smile. Besides, this is the way you came into school most days, right, Peter? Peter nodded, yeah. So maybe it'll trigger something. It didn't. At least he remembered taking buses and trains, and like he remembered Queens. It hadn't been that long, only 5 weeks if you were going by the calendar since Cassie, Ned and MJ Happy's alarm system. It just seemed like it had been like everything before had happened to a different Peter. But he remembered sitting on the bus, going home, swinging out the doors, the dumpsters by the e-waste recycling depot near Greenpoint, Delmers. He couldn't, how do you explain that to someone when it was never special, just every day? So he was quiet on the train. He and Dan were standing by Mr. Murdock, who obviously got one of the handicapped seats. Peter looked at him, wondered what it must be like to have abilities and have to hide them constantly behind a mask of inadequacy. But Mr. Murdock was a lawyer, he knew how to dress and how to talk to people, and inadequate wasn't the right word, but it was something like that, and the word different wasn't enough. Peter wondered what it must be like, to know the world would never see you for who you were. For what you could do. Dan gave Mr. Murdock his arm when they were walking. It happened while they were crossing the intersection at Sutphin and Jamaica Ave, with the pointy corner and the angled crosswalk, and what seemed like a bank in every building. Peter was trailing behind Dan and Mr. Murdock, trying to force any sort of useful memory to pop into his head. And then something rushed over Peter's skin, like someone blew cold air on the back of his neck. Like a voice in the corner of a dark room when you didn't know anyone else was there. Like the knowledge that something is in the shadows, waiting, that drives you to suddenly run. He looked around, desperate. The last time he'd felt this was because of Mr. Murdock, and maybe he hadn't quite been right, but still, Daredevil. If this was some sort of heightened alertness, maybe there was something. Mr. Murdock had gone tense too. Dan, so obviously Ohioan, paused solicitously in the middle of the road, despite the fact that Mr. Murdock hadn't stopped. But now, because he had to pretend to be blind, he had to stop too, and there was a car out of control in the Sutphin bus lane, careening straight for them. Mr. Murdock was blind, and if it had only been Dan, or even if it had been nighttime. But it was 10:30 in the morning on a Monday. It was sunny, it was public, it was cold, but cold didn't stop New York, just slowed it down a bit. Daredevil couldn't get out of this. Dan looked over his shoulder, and Peter could hear his small inhalation as Dan saw the old sedan for the first time. Someone yelled, "Get out of!" Someone screamed. Peter landed on the sidewalk before the scream finished, coming down hard on his knees, but his torso cushioned a little by Dan, who let out a heavy oof as Peter shoved him into the sand-brown slush at the corner. Mr. Murdock, of course, didn't make a noise, just twisted as he went down, landing on his shoulder. He only just stopped himself from using the momentum of the fall to roll back up, Peter's hand still in the small of his back. He didn't even drop his cane. Behind them, the sedan tore across the intersection and promptly collided with a concrete planter down the block. The planter's burlap-wrapped shrub stuck up above the car's crumpled hood. Dan struggled to catch his breath. Mr. Murdock faster said, "Peter, that was quite a..." "You were 4 feet behind us, man," Dan said, "and you pushed us, what, another 5? Peter looked back. "Wasn't that far," he mumbled. Mr. Murdock grunted. "Mr. Murdock," Dan said on a gasp, "are you all right?" "Thanks to Peter, yes, You's all right," a new voice broke in. A man in a worn jersey and no coat despite the cold, a couple feet from their landing site. He was common like that, one hell of a jump, kid. Yeah, Dan got out, winded. He moved, trying to get his legs under him, a scrape on his cheek. "We should," Peter said, looking over his shoulder at the car, now ringed by curious onlookers. "We should help them." From the west, he could hear the start of a siren. "Peter," Mr. Murdock said softly, "you can let go now." Peter blinked at him. Mr. Murdock moved his head, indicating Peter's hand on his back, his other hand still on Dan's shoulder, and he hadn't relaxed. At all. His hands hadn't moved, he meant, like they were glued down where they'd landed. "Yeah, thanks, man," said Dan. "Like, wow, thanks, I'm good now, but thanks." "Adrenaline can do strange things, Peter," said Mr. Murdock, "but you can let go." Peter looked at him and felt the lack of eye contact strongly. He hadn't realized how much he relied on people's eyes to understand them. "Kid," Jersey guy asked, "you okay there? Didn't clip you, did he?" Peter inhaled, focused, relaxed, took his hands back. "Thanks, Peter," said Dan. They stood up, Peter slowly, a little logy, almost like he'd hit his head. He hadn't, but all of this felt familiar. An ambulance arrived by the crashed sedan. A squad car pulled up, kept the crowds back. One of the cops pointed their way, approached from down the block. As minor excitement drifted into commonplace, the audience dispersed, too cold to stand around for nothing more than an ordinary New York spectacle. The paramedics got the driver out, loaded him up, took off with lights flashing. Mr. Murdock talked to the cop in that he said they were fine and had nothing else to say, and here was his card, and why did he want to know anyone else's name? They were fine and had nothing else to say, and the cop could contact Mr. Murdock at his office if he needed anything else. The guy in the jersey, who was still hanging around and clearly didn't care about the cold, said, "Damn," approvingly. The cop looked taken aback. The cop suggested they get checked out if there were any injuries, and retreated with the card and his pile of nothing else. Dan blinked at Mr. Murdock. Mr. Murdock said, "You good?" Gesturing at, no, it was a broad gesture. It wasn't necessarily at the scrape on Dan's face. It could be interpreted as, "Yeah," said Dan, "just my cheek a little. You good, Peter?" Peter nodded. "He nodded," said Dan. "Good," said Mr. Murdock. "Okay, there's probably a CVS around here somewhere and we've got 20 minutes before the appointment. Let's get some antiseptic or something." Intruded Jersey guy. I don't know, but..." "Yeah," Mr. Murdock turned, adjusting his glasses. Can I just in case, man, can I get that card too?" Chapter 11, The Admin Burden of Apocalypse. The courthouse, when they finally got there, was almost anticlimactic. There was a tiny CVS on the way, and even with stopping in there, they weren't late. The court building was the sort of gorgeous you stopped noticing after a while. Big pillars and evenly spaced windows and big fronting stairs that were like, super inaccessible. But the wheelchair ramp was awkward and Mr. Murdock shook his head, so Dan helped him navigate the stairs and Peter went a couple paces behind. For appearances, of course, he didn't actually believe that Daredevil would fall. Peter knew the building because he knew Queens like the back of his. He blinked. What had that thought been? He knew Queens he used to explore, but it seemed like more than that, like he knew the buildings instinctively, innately. It was weird. The interior of the courthouse felt much less familiar than outside, thank goodness. Peter had no concrete memory of being here, not that he still considered his own memory an accurate guide to his past. But as alarming as the holes in his mind were, the flashes, whispers, shadows that he could feel moving inside them were worse. He couldn't remember whether he'd blipped, but he dreamed last night, vivid, a landscape suffused with orange, hands holding him, pain, failure, his fault, all his fault, and the pain like drifting into pieces, like crumbling. Nobody remembered the blip who'd blipped. There had been studies. There had been all kinds of interviews. Nobody could say what it had been like. And the sky had been, that was wild for a sky, in the dream or end-of-the-world sky, and one thing people said about the blip was how it just came out of the blue. A perfectly normal day, minus the aliens in New York and Iron Man leaving with them for stars unknown. It was just a dream. Mr. Murdock could at least navigate bureaucracy without having to pretend to be incapable. They had an appointment with one of the librarians or an archive clerk, or Peter wasn't sure exactly, with a box at least. As they made their way towards the probate archives counter, Dan slipped away to apply his antiseptic wipes and Peter took Mr. Murdock's arm instead. At the counter, Mr. Murdock smiled charmingly and said, "Hi, Matt Murdock, I have an appointment with Katie Gnome." The clerk was appropriately charmed, and Peter was envious. He wondered if being good with people was part of Mr. Murdock's enhancements, or if he'd been smooth before he'd been Daredevil. Katie Gnome was very much Peter's image of a librarian, with short brown hair and big colourfully framed glasses. She was no nonsense, she didn't say shush, but she had the kind of customer service matter-of-factness you get from interacting with members of the public in a courthouse for years. She was also, Peter was pleased to see, not overly helpful to Mr. Murdock, didn't talk over him or act like he was dumb. Which was really, really good for her, Peter figured, because Mr. Murdock didn't seem like the sort of person who'd let that sort of thing pass by. They did get a special room, though. There was a general area in front of the counter with some tables and chairs, one older man with a lined notebook, but Ms. Gnome led them off to the side. "Mostly genealogy?" Mr. Murdock asked, indicating the older man. "It varies," said Ms. Gnome. "Genealogy research, amateur historians, and professionals too, of course. And of course the bar for whatever might be needed. Through here, please." It was a little study room, 4 chairs and a table. "Peter?" Mr. Murdock asked, and Peter said, "Oh, sorry." He'd moved on his own, forgetting to help. "We try to keep a minimum of conversation in the main space," Ms. Gnome said as Peter directed Mr. Murdock to a chair. And obviously in this case, that wouldn't be effective. "No," Mr. Murdock agreed. "Well," she said, "still, we don't have many records that were originally in Braille, and digitizing is complicated." He finished her sentence again. "And expensive," she said with a laugh. "We're working on it. For now I can assist or—" "Peter will help," Mr. Murdock said. Ms. Gnome smiled without hesitation as Peter sat down at the corner of the table, 90 degrees from Mr. Murdock. "It was, the names were Richard and Mary Parker, correct?" she asked. "To start," said Mr. Murdock, "and any other records of the Parker family from the area. We're also looking for records related to Richard's brother, Ben. His death wasn't that long ago, and his, our widow, was even more recent, but well," he shrugged. "The blip," Ms. Gnome nodded, picking up something Mr. Murdock hadn't exactly put down. But if it distracted her, kept her from noticing how Peter couldn't stop drumming his knee. "Would not believe how much we've had to work through after that," Ms. Gnome said. "Well, maybe you would, but my goodness, first, the sheer administrative burden of half the world disappearing, most of whom were intestate, not to mention that even the ones who had wills, half their heirs were gone too. There's only so much a legislature can direct at that point, not designed to cope." She shook her head, and as though that wasn't enough, just as things were getting settled, everyone came back. Mr. Murdock had an eyebrow raised, somehow both good-humoured and fantastically quelling. Peter figured lying witnesses and evil supervillains alike probably fell to that look. It said really, as clearly as if Mr. Murdock had said it aloud. Well, supervillains would, except they never saw it. One of Daredevil's things was the cowl over his forehead, over his eyes. Peter and Ned had talked about it once. Peter remembered how Daredevil must have found some way to armor fabric without sacrificing translucency, and why had they been discussing that so intently? It had seemed particularly important at the time. Regardless, Daredevil could probably make his supervillains hear his raised eyebrow, just by standing there with it up, and make them shake in fear. And Ms. Gnome wasn't a supervillain and had a perfect view of the eyebrow of shame. She let out a breath and said, "Obviously, I'm glad that everyone, really, honestly, just would have made my job a lot easier if it hadn't happened, but I am." "Of course," smiled Mr. Murdock, bland. Ms. Gnome's eyes slipped between from him to Peter. Her gaze turned briefly pitying. Blip refugee, she must think, but all she said was, "I do mean that, I am glad," quiet but with emphasis. Peter nodded quickly and realized he was biting his lip. "Anyway," she said moment over, heading for the door, "you're settled in. We have a few files on the Parkers that I've pulled together and I'll look for those other names. Why don't you start there and we'll see where things take you. Also," she added, "for reference, what you guys working on?" Mr. Murdock opened his mouth, but Peter beat him there. Internship project, he said. She put her head to the side slightly, and then seemed to decide she didn't really care. Right, okay, I'll get you that box. Thank you, said Mr. Murdock. Ms. Gnome smiled, although she didn't know he could see it. Anyway, box, but also. She turned to Peter with her hand up in front of her, an awkward, encouraging fist, sort of like squeezing his shoulder from across the room, or saying buck up like a half-hearted Rosie the Riveter. And then she seemed to realize it was awkward and smiled weakly and dropped her hand, but said anyway, welcome home, Peter. Chapter 12, Signs and Symptoms. Peter, Mr. Murdock said, after the door closed behind Ms. Gnome after a moment, you all right? He would be, he wasn't, he hadn't been. I wasn't displaced, he said. In the blip, I mean after it, I know that, I had May. Did you remember where you were? May had her story, coming back to existence in their apartment without warning, being chased out of the kitchen by Mrs. Angelotti with a dish towel and Mama Angelotti with a salt shaker, Mama Angelotti yelling in Italian about ghosts. May loved that story, she told it all the time at feast, and they'd been over a few times since she and Peter, eaten Mama Angelotti's agnolotti and the thing with the lamb and the carrots that time. The Angelottis were wonderful now, or had been. He remembered that. Ned had come back in his bedroom, MJ at her kitchen table. Flash had been skateboarding, according to Flash, which probably meant watching videos in bed, but it was so much cooler to talk about disintegrating in midair and coming back in midair and landing the jump. It had been MJ who pointed out that the skateboard wouldn't have blipped with him, making landing the jump unlikely at best. Flash went red and said, but clothes, and they'd let him have it. Peter, there was a hole. He shook his head. No, said Mr. Murdock, at school maybe, at home, out at a part-time job. Oh, something flashed through Peter's memory at that. Mr. Murdock must have caught his reaction. Maybe an after-school activity, he continued. Were you with anyone? Was there somebody there with you who left? Maybe you saw them again when they came back, your aunt, or a friend maybe. Orange and not enough breath to scream, and... I'm sorry. Peter, Mr. Murdock's voice. I didn't, Peter began, and of all the things he only half knew, this was the worst. The blip, I couldn't stop it from happening. Mr. Murdock took off his glasses. Peter, he said, were you supposed to? It was kind and indulgent, the way you point out a sign error someone should have caught, or a spot where they multiplied 3 and 2 and put down 5. A silly mistake, Mr. Murdock was saying. Not an unfixable error, just a basic flaw in the analysis underlying everything else. Once that's fixed, everything else would fall into place. Not your fault, Mr. Murdock was saying, and that was nice of him. And of course it hadn't been Peter's fault. The blip was a magic alien thing, and even the Avengers hadn't stopped it. What could Peter have done anyway, even if he'd been there? Hit the magic alien with a borrowed lentil pot. But, you know where I was? Mr. Murdock asked, deftly reorienting. If anything, it was more my problem than yours, and Peter, I was on my cooch. I had case files on my lap and an ice pack on my ankle, and I was doing nothing at all to save the universe. And then 5 years later, I came back, and you know the really annoying thing. What? My ankle was still sprained. He smiled. You don't have to remember, Peter, and I don't want you to push yourself, all right? You're more likely to remember on your own, and I really don't want you to. To convince myself of things that I want to be true. Peter nodded. Okay. Okay, just if you remember anything, let me know, but don't try to force it, okay? Yeah, he started. What? What happened to your leg? Mr. Murdock blinked, and that was kind of funny. It wasn't like his eyes needed to focus exactly. What? He asked. When the blip. Mr. Murdock cleared his throat. I fell, he added with a wince, down a fire escape, and my foot got stuck between the railings and anyway, he said. I was distracted. Which probably meant, like, fighting 9 guys at once or something. But, Peter started. A lazy smile crossed the lawyer's face. Ask it, he said. Peter swallowed. Are you really blind? Mr. Murdock mouthed the words as Peter said them, and nodded. Yeah, he said, since I was a kid. I can sense things other ways. Can you read minds? The lawyer laughed. What? Well, if you can hear lies and things. No mind reading. The lies, people sweat more when they're lying mostly. Heart rates increase, adrenaline spikes, it smells sweet. Peter reflexively wrinkled his nose. Once I have a baseline, there are patterns, that plus some deduction. Peter asked, is that it? Before he realized that it sounded a bit dismissive, and this was Daredevil. It's not cool, Peter hastened to explain. It's you're really cool, it's just like you know people say you're like a demon, Mr. Murdock grinned. Or something, Peter mumbled. Sorry, but you don't even have, healing or anything. The lawyer nodded like he was used to this conversation. What I wouldn't do for super healing, he said. What Foggy wouldn't do for me to have super healing. He smiled warmly at Peter. That's something you've got. Peter said. I had asthma. And glasses. I don't now, I don't know if that's like super healing. I don't know if it would work on, not just chronic. Mr. Murdock continued nodding, absorbing and considering. Right, he said. Keep an eye on that, but that's also not something to force. He shifted and asked, so what can you do? Peter bit his lip belatedly. I don't. No cameras in here, Peter, promise. I would hear them. That was both really cool and really creepy. Okay, Peter said. Okay, right, I'm strong. Really strong. And I can jump and I don't get tired and I can hear and see really well and no, I do get tired. But only because if I'm hungry. Mr. Murdock kindly let the difference between because and if pass without comment. And Peter continued, sometimes I think I know things, but they don't make sense. And I think that's just my memories being, you don't think I have mad cow, right? No, Peter, the kind smile again. But I still remember things, and they don't make sense and I can't tell if they're real. Like what? I held Captain America's shield once, it was really heavy. Mr. Murdock blinked. And there was, I don't know, I tried to do something and it didn't work and people got hurt. Lots of people. Mr. Murdock frowned. Any details on that one? Orange. Not really, Peter said. Okay, said Mr. Murdock. Again, don't push it, he frowned. About your hearing, is it always on? I try not to. I try to only listen to, when I could hear, but it's hard. I sort of squish it. Because when I don't squish it, there's just too much. Sometimes I can, sort of point it at things I want to hear, but sometimes it's just everything. Mr. Murdock nodded. What's your range? You don't have to try here. He stopped talking abruptly and inclined his head, and Peter figured that Mr. Murdock was hearing something that Peter'd closed himself off to. He was proved right. Ms. Gnome pushed open the door after knocking on it gently. She came in with a box, and Dan. Chapter 13, Festive Avengers Baked Goods. It was a week and a half to Christmas, the last Monday before the holiday week, which meant that the donut shop was busy 50 minutes of the hour. Lots of last-minute office parties and first holidays back from the blip. Of course, last year had really been the first, but people hadn't really trusted it last year. Hadn't settled in either. Peter Pan Bakery offered an assortment of Christmas donuts and decorated cookies, a handful of what were, according to Craig, Kwanzaa baked goods, a genuinely awful eggnog drink that MJ knew was mostly powdered, and celebratory Spidey Christmas cupcakes that were bestsellers. The cupcakes were green and red, instead of Spidey's normal blue and red palette, but otherwise not really festive at all. Regardless, no one had seen Spidey in months and Craig was far too deep in capitalism to miss an opportunity to profit. Something about it bugged MJ. She wasn't sure why, maybe just the loyalty people felt to a rescuer, a superhero version of the Florence Nightingale effect. After all, Spidey'd saved her team in DC years ago, saved New York a couple of times at least, saved MJ and Ned specifically when they'd been out on Liberty Island night. That of course bugged her a little bit too, it was Ned after all. Ned was great, but they weren't exactly adventurers, and you'd think something like that would stick out, right? Deciding to go out on a school night you'd think you'd remember anyway. You'd think Ned would mention it. Ned couldn't be stopped, most of the time, from mentioning whatever came into his head. Anyway, Spidey cupcakes. And Craig was thrilled by their popularity, and would probably take the learnings. Craig watched business videos on YouTube, and do Festive Avengers baked goods for every significant holiday from now on. But he didn't make her kick Ned out, even during rush, even when Ned ordered one hot chocolate and one cinnamon sprinkled donut, and lingered at the counter for hours. MJ thought Craig maybe didn't mind Ned's chatter either. Except Ned wasn't chattering right now. Actually, he hadn't chattered since he'd come in. He'd ordered his hot chocolate and, surprisingly, a cupcake, and assumed his normal seat at the counter, and then been quiet for almost 45 minutes, she realized. It had been the middle of rush when he arrived, though, so maybe he was just exercising discretion for once in his life. But now, most people had cleared out in the pre-dinner lull, and Ned was still just sitting, not even doing homework. Just the sitting. Hey loser, MJ said, approaching. Want more hot chocolate? It'd make Craig happy at least. Ned looked up, his expression oddly something, thoughtful. He looked back down at his mug, which still held the dregs of his first cup, without speaking. He'd only picked at the cupcake too. MJ frowned. She couldn't just ask. Well, Ned wouldn't care. It wasn't like she had to be soft about it either. But... MJ, Ned said, interrupting her internal dialogue. Do you think, he made a face, do you remember Liberty Island? MJ sucked in a breath. What? She stalled. Cause I don't remember. Ned said, and that like was that big. If we were there, I mean. He laughed a little. I mean, why were we both there? Why did we go? He laughed again. You're not secretly Spider-Man, right? MJ stared at him and laughed herself. What? Cause that be a good disguise. But as your best friend, can I just say that I'm a little offended that you've never asked me for my assistance. You know I'd be the best guy in the chair you've ever had. Ned, MJ cut him off. I'm not. Wait, what chair? Well, he said, and then he was off again. You know how there's a guy with a headset telling the other guy where to go. Or girl, I guess, but also Spider-Man would be a really good name for you if you were hiding, cause, you know, you're not one, not that I'm saying you have to be tied to a binary gender identity or that Spidey is, but there is the word man in the name, so. Ned, MJ yelled. A woman 2 booths down frowned at her. She bared her teeth, customer service with her smile, and the woman, cowed, looked away. Ned, MJ repeated. I'm not Spider-Man. Then, he asked again, why were we there? Because I mean, I'd know if I was, pretty sure. MJ was visited by the brief and traitorous image of Ned, shoved into the Spider-Man suit, flying between buildings on a web, screaming at the top of his lungs, and did not permit herself to laugh. Yes, she managed, with a gesture at the people in the booths. I'm pretty sure we'd all know if you were. Ned made a little O with his mouth and then instantly relaxed, shooting her a quick broad grin before settling into something a bit more sober. Yeah, well, he said, I don't know why we were there. His voice went up at the end. I feel like I'm missing something is all. I don't know, he looked at her searching. I don't know what, but I think it mattered. MJ frowned. You don't remember, do you? Ned asked. Cause I could really use, if you know you. No, MJ said. He blinked. No, what, you won't? No, I don't know why we were there that night. They stared at each other. Do you want to? Ned started, at the same time as MJ said. Should we? MJ shook her head. You first. Well, Ned said, in the hesitant tone he'd used for opening their letters from MIT, do you want to? Because I was thinking that sometimes if you forget something and then you go back where you thought of it, like how they say to study how you're going to do the test and all of that kinda. So I was thinking maybe that if we went back to there, then we could maybe, you know, trigger something. MJ said, yeah. They must have cleaned up, I mean, you know, but still, I think it might be. Yeah. So we could go, I mean, I don't think, cause there's the chem history S, and then I've got physics, but maybe tomorrow night we could. Yeah. Ned said, do you think, because there was a lady at school and she asked me questions and... What? And then Principal Morita told me that I shouldn't look into it by myself, and it's not that but it kinda, cause I think I kinda remember, but I'm not sure, but I told you. So do you think we should tell anybody else? After a second, MJ shook her head. We don't have anything to tell, we'll just have a study meeting tomorrow. We're not going to be doing anything that anybody else needs to know about. Ned nodded seriously, and before he could get too far off track she asked, who was at the school? A lady, Karen Page, he said, and MJ's eyes probably bulged a little in hero worship. Ned, missing the significance, still lowered his voice to say, she gave me a business card. Karen Page, MJ asked. You met Karen Page and you didn't tell me. Ned frowned. You were in class. MJ found herself, to her own surprise, at a loss for words. You have a card that Karen Page gave you, and you're not. Not what? What did she want? MJ begged, strangled. Ned said. Something about a will and a kid I went to school with, Peter Parker, middle school, I think. MJ looked at him. Ned shrugged. I thought it was weird too, but Principal Morita was there. Okay, MJ said, pushing aside her jealousy. Ned had met Karen Page and hadn't even asked her about the Union Allied investigation. Okay, cool, Peter whatever, something felt off about that. Peter Parker, cool, Peter Parker's not the point. Point is let's just go and look around tomorrow, just to see, and you know, if there is anything then maybe we should tell somebody. Karen Page, she thought we could uncover a conspiracy and... Right, Ned said. Tomorrow night, that's MJ. His tone was serious. I'm really glad it's not just me. MJ nodded jerkily and said, yeah, and debated saying me too because she meant it, but there were things that were hard to say and Ned smiled at her because he didn't need her to say them out loud. Chapter 14, Visitor Badges and Sharks in Disguise. Oggy Nelson knew places like this. Okay, not exactly like this. He wasn't entirely in his element. He'd been at Landman and Zack, been at Hogarth, Ko and Benovitz. He knew how to get along. He could imitate a shark, sure. But there was being a shark, and there was zealous, effective advocacy, and the two didn't always overlap, and Foggy'd made his choice. If it meant, sometimes, he had to figure out how to report his income in the fair market barter dollar value of 4 freezer lasagnas and a ficus. Better that than money he couldn't look in the face. Although the heirloom fox stole, complete with head, had been a little too much face, even for him. But it went to say he liked Hell's Kitchen. He was good at it, its rhythms and habits, and he was used to how it breathed. How he and Matt and Karen worked off each other, built each other up. That hadn't changed in the blip, and neither really had Hell's Kitchen, just they got more weird cases now. Wills and estates, tenancies, New York state courts had declared a blip amnesty for commercial contracts. Nobody'd have to make back payments for the time they were disintegrated, but still. No one, anywhere, not even the most paranoid lawyer on the planet, had the death of half the universe in their force majeure clauses 6 years ago. Everybody had it now. Whatever, Foggy was glad from the stories that he hadn't been trying to practice during it. And now. He liked his weird cases, he liked helping people pick up the pieces, he liked the little guy. He did not like Stark Tower. The security office was only on the 4th floor, that is, the public access security office was on the 4th floor. Foggy smiled winsomely at the security desk, affixed his giant visitor badge to his lapel, navigated the very shiny lobby and the uncomfortably low-tech elevators, like he wasn't expecting to have to push buttons. He figured there were probably fancy automatic elevators for the people who actually belonged here. Tony Stark probably hadn't pushed a button himself for years. They divided to conquer. Matt had some kind of twitch about Hogan, and until he could articulate it, they figured it was better if he stayed away, just in case it was a night job sort of thing. And Karen was running down other trails, not that they had too many. Peter's life seemed to be one dead end after another, Foggy winced, one dead relative after another. But all in all, Foggy, the zealous advocate dressed up as an imitation shark, and further masquerading as a pushover, was the best choice for the awkward tiptoe around Harold Hogan. Around maybe abandoned a teenager, maybe knows something about the experiments, maybe caused all of Peter's problems. Hogan's assistant showed him into the director's office. The woman, dressed in a severe charcoal pantsuit, was blonde and the kind of 30-something blonde woman whom you'd easily underestimate, if you didn't know Karen Page, or if you were inclined to underestimate people for being pretty. Foggy really wasn't inclined that way. Director Hogan, she said, Franklin Nelson, you're 3 o'clock. Director Hogan was stocky but tall. Foggy had looked him up and found no more than the kids had reported. He couldn't help but think of them as kids, even though only Peter was really that young. Harold Happy, Hogan was recruited out of the boxing ring to work as a driver/bodyguard for Tony Stark at the height of his wild child days. He'd been one of the very few people Stark had trusted, possibly ever, and was one of only 3 people who'd been close to Stark before Afghanistan and still been there right through the blip. Now he headed security for Stark Industries, ran interference with various government bodies, had some kind of advisory role with the Avengers, and was clearly visibly burning out. Foggy didn't know him well, obviously, but he didn't look healthy. His skin was a sort of chalky pale, dark circles under his eyes. He had a goatee, sure, but it hadn't been trimmed in far too long, and the stubble growing in around it didn't look intentional. He also had the look of someone who'd recently lost more weight than planned, like he was under unfathomable stress. Hogan half rose behind his desk, not really looking at his visitor. Mr. Nelson, he said, Vilma, you cleared this with legal. Foggy took the proffered hand, saying, no, actually, I'm not here in that capacity. Well, I am, but I'm here to talk to Harold Hogan. Harold Hogan blinked, focusing in on Foggy's face for the first time, and Foggy was honestly concerned for him. He had a sudden flash of memory, himself, waiting for Matt to not be dead, to make it home or to the office or to wherever Matt was supposed to be and wasn't. A flash of himself after Midland Circle. Something was eating at Director Hogan, badly. Foggy grimaced, too much a butcher's son to forget Peter's worries about Mad Cow. Yeah, Hogan said, speaking. but obviously the first place that lawyers go in this building is. My apologies, Mr. Hogan, Foggy said, carefully not using the man's title. I meant, I'm not here for anything related to Stark Industries. I'd like to speak with you in your personal capacity, if you have some time. Hogan looked at him through narrowed eyes, and Foggy reminded himself again that he was not the kind of person who underestimated people. This man had stood next to Iron Man for years, through everything. Through the early betrayals, the corporate backstabbing and posturing and the political schemes, through New York and Sokovia and the Accords and the Snap, through aliens and wizards apparently and everything that came with it all. So what if he looked like a deflated cooch and was a bit slow on the uptake? Foggy used people's lowered expectations too, when he could get them. But Hogan, his abstraction, illness, whatever it was, didn't seem like just an outward persona, like an act to make Foggy overconfident. This seemed real. Don't know if you know, Hogan said after a minute, but I don't have very much of a personal capacity at this point. Foggy gave his most disarming smile. I'm sure, he said. I don't think this will take long, really. It's just some due diligence, and I should say, I'm very appreciative of your time. Hogan just looked at him, flatly, and Foggy wondered if the name Happy had been Tony Stark's doing himself. It seemed like the kind of ironic humor that Stark would have reveled in. But after all, if Peter was right, and not in the grip of a very detailed hallucination, Hogan wasn't having the easiest time lately. If I may, Foggy asked, gesturing to the chair. Hogan jerked his head without speaking, which seemed to indicate what the hell, so Foggy sat. He shot Vilma a friendly, your boss is safe with me, smile. She frowned at him and waited for another head jerk. Only after she got one did she turn towards the door. I'd like to ask some questions if I can, Foggy started, about May Parker's family. Hogan's reaction wasn't sudden. His rage built slowly like a thunderhead, a flush up his neck, his shoulders tensed, his chest expanded. Foggy had adapted somewhat to the ever-present threat of physical violence that came with being Daredevil's oldest friend, and in fairness to Matt, it wasn't all him. Foggy wasn't exactly tough, but Hell's Kitchen wasn't suburbia either, but even still he was suddenly, profoundly aware that Hogan outclassed him. Get out, Hogan said, as Vilma turned back. Get out. Sir, said Vilma firmly to Foggy. I will call security, whoever you are. Mr. Hogan, Foggy tried, not sure how it had gone this wrong this quickly. You dare to. Mr. Hogan, I'm not sure, Peter is. Vilma, Hogan was on his feet. Foggy still seated, fight, flight or freeze fully activated and pinning him down, had his hands up. Jesus, Foggy thought, this guy in the ring in his prime could have given Matt's dad a run for his money, like a steam engine. Mr. Nelson, Vilma hissed. No, Director Hogan said, the word at odds with the incandescent rage still on his face. What the fuck is this? Okay, officially, the Happy Hogan is a good guy. Theory was taking a bit of a beating here. You come in here, Hogan said. You've got credentials, whatever, I've got time. And you're dragging up somebody Mr. Hogan, Foggy asked, do you know Peter? Hogan stared at him. Who the fuck is Peter? Vilma shifted on the balls of her feet and Foggy tried not to look her way. Sir, she began, cautious now and not currently trying to throw Foggy out. No, said Hogan, a grunt in his throat. I may was. He shoved the heel of his hand against his temple and grimaced. What do you want, money? Foggy had clearly messed up and wasn't sure how to recover. He said, striking out for solid ground. No, we. Look, Hogan said, this has not been shit. He sighed heavily. And then his phone rang. I have to take this, he said, walking to the door. Yeah, he said, answering. Any change yet? Is he? The door to the office closed behind him. Foggy turned in silence to Vilma, who inhaled and straightened her shoulders. They waited. After a few minutes, Hogan returned. Whatever the call had been, it looked like it had helped. He seemed a little calmer, although he also seemed like he'd been crying. A little, red-rimmed eyes. Foggy looked away. I'm sorry, Hogan said. I was waiting for that call. Of course, said Foggy. Good news. Hogan walked back around his desk. Yes, actually, very surprisingly. We weren't expecting to. Well, who would? He shrugged and didn't explain further. You have very bad timing, let's say that, Mr. Nelson. I should not have lost my temper like that, running hot. He paused. Did you know May? Foggy shook his head. I didn't know. She was something special. We were friends, I guess, by the time she passed, and yes, she was at my place, but if someone's come to you with a promise of a lawsuit. Mr. Hogan. Director, if you wouldn't mind, I worked for that. He nodded firmly, but he still didn't seem completely focused on Foggy, mind maybe still on the phone call. His mouth twitched, like he couldn't quite force down the smile. Valiant effort, though. You're not the first lawyer coming to me about this, he said, shaking off the smile. You're late, actually. I already have an agreement with the condo, and SI will be continuing its sponsorship of Feast. There's nothing left. May didn't have family. Foggy blinked and coughed. Then, reassembling his competent but soft performance face, he said, We believe there was a nephew. No, Hogan said immediately. May didn't have siblings. Foggy tried, her husband. If some asshole is telling you they're May Parker's only living relative, they're lying. If you're here for money, you won't get it. If you're another of Jameson's hacks, which would be a come-down for one of Hell's Kitchen's defenders. What? I said I knew your credentials anyway. If you're here trying to somehow trap me into admitting that Spider-Man killed May Parker, I will throw you out. Otherwise, you can leave under your own power. Foggy stared at him. So, Hogan asked, what'll it be? He didn't even blink. Ben Parker, Foggy said, tabling the Spider-Man thing for the moment. Thought your guy's name was Peter. Ben Parker, May's husband, who was murdered. Across the room, Vilma shifted. Hogan frowned slightly but didn't reply, and Foggy took that as his cue to keep going. Ben Parker had a brother. The brother's name was Richard. Richard was married to Mary. Hogan nodded. Richard and Mary had a son. The son is named Peter. Hogan shook his head. Never happened. Why do people think Spider-Man killed May Parker? Foggy stabbed, not letting it go. He was there, Hogan said. May died in the condo fire on Liberty Island night. Spidey he was working. Hogan shrugged. It was cleared. Foggy looked at him, said, I didn't hear that. As far as he'd heard, the NYPD were still treating the Liberty night condo damage as an open case. Hogan breathed out a laugh, and, he asked, You don't deserve this, especially if you are here for Jameson's muckraking, but it was cleared. He paused, frowning. Avengers got a full report from Spider-Man, he said, a furrow between his brows, and it was cleared. His phone rang again. He looked down and said, I should. Sorry, Director Hogan. Are you sure you've never heard the name Peter Parker before? Hogan looked up and met his eyes. He started, squinting. I really should take this one. Of course, I'm just trying to establish. I need to take this, and then I need to go check on. Director, said Vilma. I don't. Foggy, gripped by the kind of intuitive certainty that he'd always wanted to bottle, asked, Director Hogan, have you been having problems with your memory? Hogan stared at him, and his phone stopped ringing. Chapter 15, Alternate due to illness. Late Tuesday, they met at the law firm. 4:30 p.m., like legitimate folks with legitimate legal interests. Mr. Murdock had suggested that they describe it as a rental matter, if called upon to explain why 5 young men suddenly needed a lawyer. But also, he said, and preferably, they should describe it as none of your business and make a note of who was asking. Afternoon, Mr. Murdock greeted them. You're our last scheduled today, so we can dig in. Everybody'd come, even Jakov escaping the 9 to 5. He, said PTO, and Peter also had the feeling that Jakov's job was conventional enough that going to my lawyers actually wouldn't raise too many eyebrows, if Peter were to say that to Delgado ever. Tea? Asked Mr. Nelson. He returned a few awkward minutes later with a pot of rainbow lychee. The name, he said, grinning, as Ms. Page sighed. Ms. Page was right. It turned out not even Mr. Nelson liked the taste. They moved chairs from the waiting room into Mr. Nelson's office. Kai especially looked uncomfortable and out of place, dwarfing his vinyl-padded plastic seat. Dan wasn't sitting, which Peter thought was a little bit rude, but maybe was just how Dan was. Whichever, Dan was leaning against the wall, arms folded over his chest, a little bit judgy maybe. Peter was sandwiched between Colin and Kai, Jakov on Colin's other side. Facing them, left to right, were Ms. Page, seated, Mr. Murdock, seated, Mr. Nelson, hovering at his partner's shoulder. Seriously, Foggy, Mr. Murdock said. I told you what was in those tea bags. He hadn't even done the polite thing and pretended not to grimace at it. He hadn't even sipped. Yes, but, Mr. Nelson said, almost whined, it was a gift. It was not a gift, Mr. Murdock told him. It was part payment and we undercharged. Miss Page and Mr. Nelson both scoffed at that, evidently for different reasons. With a roll of her eyes, Miss Page said, when don't we? While Mr. Nelson asked, what were we supposed to do? Mr. Murdock snorted, in response to both of them. Peter knew what Mr. Murdock was doing, what all three of them were doing. They were trying to get him to relax, trying to put everyone at ease. It was working for Colin, Peter thought, and maybe for Kai, but it seemed to have the opposite effect on Dan. Peter could hear him shifting against the wall without even looking, heard tendons pop as he cracked his neck. Peter wondered what was causing that. Dan had seemed comfortable enough when it was just him and Peter and Mr. Murdock, so this was new. And new was, in Peter's experience, not good. Right, Dan drawled, this powwow gunner. Jakov coughed, "Fensive," he said. Dan grimaced, this meeting gonna get underway, or are we gonna keep racking up those billables? A ghost of a smile crossed Mr. Murdock's face. Of course, he said, I'll go first. He shifted, crossing his legs at the knee. There are gaps in the record. Mr. Nelson started to say, how do you mean? But Mr. Murdock spoke over him. Richard and Mary Parker have a paper trail, he continued. Ben and May Parker likewise, but all of them have blank spaces. Richard and Mary's wills, updated shortly before their deaths, appoint Ben their executor and appoint him guardian of their dependent/dependents. There is literally a blank space after the word dependent etc. Now, we don't draft wills on a regular basis, but typically if there are no dependents, we don't put in guardianship. So, said Colin, half a question. Benjamin Parker's will was the same. May Parker's predated the blip and appeared to appoint a guardian, but again, the name was blank, for both the guardian and the dependent or dependents in that case. Hang on, Kai said. What, somebody broke into the courthouse with a eraser or some kind of... I doubt it, said Mr. Murdock. Wait, Colin broke back in. How could you tell? Again, if Mr. Murdock hadn't been blind, Peter would have said that he looked at that. As it was, Colin was also treated to the eyebrow of shame. Nice man, Dan said. I was there too, and Peter. Yeah, Colin winced. Sorry, he told the lawyers, and Mr. Murdock nodded graciously. Strange wastes of paper, essentially. Mr. Murdock moved on. I'm hesitant to identify a single cause at this point, without more information, but I think at least we can establish. My letter, Peter said without meaning to, drawing everyone's attention. He'd remembered that suddenly, if nothing else. What? My rejection letter, from MIT. Kai coughed. Dan against the wall said, Jude. What? Peter said. I mean, I didn't get in, that's not. Most people don't apply, Peter, Colin muttered. What was important about the letter? Asked Mr. Nelson, friendly-like. Said Peter. I mean, I left it when, but it didn't have a reason. They don't have to have a reason, right? I mean, of course I wouldn't, but there was, a lot of space there too. Like there was a reason, and somebody took it away. Mr. Murdock, head cocked, said, He took a slow breath, like he was counting, meditating, Peter thought, and said, Karen, anything to share? Peter squinted. He felt like he'd known someone named Karen once, but it definitely hadn't been Ms. Page. I did some digging, Ms. Page said, and he couldn't focus on the hazy memory of other Karen's voice. Did she have a face? Of course she had a face, Peter's brain. Why would you wonder if someone had a face? I talked to a few people in Queens, Ms. Page said, at a bodega in Forest Hills, at Feast, in a few other places. People remember May Parker and speak very highly of her. She was a dedicated member of the community. She was, Ms. Page smiled quickly at Peter, she was loved. Peter felt himself smile back. They don't remember you, Ms. Page continued, voice serious, and though Peter had expected it, his smile dropped regardless. And there aren't any school records, and the principal at Midtown Science and Tech swears up and down that he's never heard your name. Knowing it was coming didn't make it easier. And the friend you mentioned, Ned. Peter swallowed. Ned remembers going to middle school with a Peter, no last name. Peter nodded and then said, Wait, asked Mr. Murdock. MJ didn't go to middle school with us, he said. Who's MJ? Asked Kai. She's a kiss on a bridge after disaster. Kai teasingly said, Ooh, and that was perfect, that was what he needed, and Peter could breathe again. MJ's a friend, Peter said firmly, but I mean Ned, when I talked to him before he asked MJ if she remembered me, but if he only knew me from middle school, why would he ask her? We didn't go to middle school together. Ms. Page was looking at him funny. What? She shook her head. You're dealing with all of this very calmly. That's not a bad thing, Peter, said Mr. Murdock. Unusual, maybe. He said, I have panic attacks sometimes. No, Ms. Page smiled. That's not what I mean, just, it's almost like you've dealt with something like this before. Peter frowned at her. I think I'd remember, he started and stopped himself. Nobody laughed. Mr. Murdock, like he was diagnosing something, said, interesting. Do you think Ned remembered you and MJ are together? Or in school together at least previously? Peter shrugged, he didn't know. Maybe, Mr. Murdock said, that means this is progressive. Mad cow, Peter thought, and told himself to stop it. If it's getting worse with time, Mr. Murdock said, and then stopped, with an expression that looked sort of contrite. Miss Page said sharply, then we should figure it out sooner rather than later. Anyway, the point is, on my way out of Midtown, I found something. Mr. Murdock turned his head, attention narrowed. She passed her phone to Mr. Nelson. He said, ooh, hard. Satisfaction, that sounded like. Mr. Nelson held the phone out to Peter. Audio description for the visually impaired, asked Mr. Murdock. We passed the academic decathlon display, Ms. Page said. I stopped and looked. At the Do you see it, Peter? At the bottom left is the school newspaper from 7 years ago, when Midtown's decathlon team went to nationals in Washington and nearly died. What? Colin demanded. Don't worry, they didn't, Ms. Page said, waving it off. Everyone was fine, just shaken up. No injuries on the trip at all, except for, if you look in the caption on the picture, Peter. Flash Thompson alternate replacing. Peter breathed, replacing Peter Parker due to illness. He looked up. I was sick. Ms. Page smiled. Do you remember that? I remember I couldn't make it to the... He trailed off. Don't force it, Peter, Mr. Murdock reminded him. But this helps. This helps a lot, this corroborates. I'm not, that's real, Peter asked and Miss Page nodded. He flapped her phone at Colin, who was closest. That's real, there's something real. Colin grinned at him. Cool, he said, told ya. I'm real, said Peter. Chapter 16, Sufficiently Advanced Technology, and a Very Big Dragon. Peter was real and Colin was relieved. The kid's joy was infectious. Even Murdock, who could only hear it, was smiling warmly. And Peter looked like, hold on, Colin thought. You nearly died on a school trip, Colin asked. Peter blinked at him. No, to DC, you said. You said before there was a hotel in DC with your friend Ned. Peter's eyes were a little bit glassy, and his voice was fuzzy when he said, there was a hotel. Ned had a laptop and we weren't supposed to. Someone was, he surfaced, shaking his head in frustration. I put a tracker on a lamp. Mr. Nelson made a noise but said nothing. The lamp moved, Jakov asked. Peter squinted and then, no, the tracker was on me, I don't know anything else. It was Ms. Page who picked that up, after a long quiet moment. There was a tracker on you, gentle. Peter took a deep breath, eyes closed, and his hands slowly lifted. Left hand close into his chest, loosely closed, and right hand stretching out and up. He murmured something and Murdock inhaled. Peter's eyes shot open. Happy Hogan put a tracker on you, Murdock said, and the room went tense. Peter nodded, staring at Murdock's face. Care to share, Matt? Nelson muttered. You were a little quiet there, Peter. All right, Happy, said Murdock in a quoting voice. Enjoy tracking this lamp. Nelson scowled and Ms. Page frowned. That's not going to be easy to prove, she said, and Peter interrupted. I'm not making it up, he exclaimed. No, Peter, it's just... I don't get it, Nelson broke in. He's not. You talked with him, Foggy, said Murdock. Yeah, Nelson shrugged. I would not bet on him stalking teenagers, let's say. How? Peter started and cut himself off. Peter. Is he okay? Peter asked. Does he remember me? Colin winced a little bit at Peter's tone, hopeful and tense and like he was braced for a... No, Peter, I'm sorry, said Nelson. Hopeful, Colin thought, but he was tracking him. Peter inhaled, nodded, shrugged. But Nelson continued, he's having memory problems, fairly wide-ranging too, so. He's part of this, Murdock said with certainty, whatever it is. Ms. Page said, I want to talk to him next time. But Mr. Nelson said, and her eyes narrowed. Actually, Mr. Nelson continued, and then, I want tea. Kai coughed, what? Tea, the lawyer repeated sunnily. Rainbow lychee not doing the trick. You guys mind picking one out for us, since Matty here doesn't trust my taste? It was excruciatingly transparent, as a way to get them out of the room. 5 people to make tea, Colin asked. Mr. Murdock's face was blank, as though he was used to this kind of really, really bad subterfuge. If you wouldn't mind, said Mr. Nelson. Colin looked at the others, made eye contact with Kai and then with Jakov. Dan was glaring, eyes trying to burn a hole in Murdock's glasses maybe, and Peter had bitten his lip and gotten up. Kai shrugged a shoulder. Murdock said, just a moment to talk strategy, if you don't mind. Kai said, okay, speaking for Colin and Jakov too, and they headed for the front room, following Peter. Dan didn't move. Colin caught his eye on the way out, and Dan just nodded at him. Mr. Shifton, Colin heard Murdock say as the door closed behind him, you have comments. It was obvious to Peter that Mr. Nelson wanted him and the others out of the room, and since they knew, it was also obvious that Mr. Nelson didn't want him listening, but really, they couldn't expect that he wouldn't, if Happy was hurt or something, if knowing Peter or being close to him had left Happy with neurological damage or progressive brain worms, or if this too was Peter's fault. A poisonous voice in the back of Peter's head whispered, if you were good enough, maybe. Maybe what? Colin was fumbling at the tea box. Okay, still got mint, Earl Grey, our English. Jakov, you know tea, what's the difference between that one and this one? Peter tuned them out and picked up the conversation from the office. Yeah, I fucking have comments, Dan was saying. Starters, who the fuck does all this shit for less than 5k? Shit, my dad charges $300 an hour and he's in fucking Akron, Ohio. You're talking like hours on hours of Avengers level shit in Manhattan is. We've seen weirder, said Ms. Page. We like the little guy. Weirder, Dan repeated. Hard as it is to believe, yes, Mr. Murdock told him. This is not a trap, Mr. Shifton. He's shit, you saw him looking at those wills. Oh, fuck shit, sorry. Mr. Murdock made a noise like it's all right, and Dan went on. You didn't, okay, so none of you saw him cause, but if you had, he's just a kid. Peter ground his jaw a little. He wasn't, he'd done okay. He'd like to see Dan, my dad's a lawyer, Dan, do better. Peter had a job, kinda, and an apartment, and Daredevil on his side. I should mention, Mr. Murdock said, that Peter can hear through walls and is probably listening to our discussion. Dan yelped, what? Perils of superpowers, Mr. Nelson said. Hi, Peter, he added, jovial. Peter muttered hi back, under his breath, even though Mr. Nelson couldn't hear him. Dan started. Okay, look, you are all just too good to be true is the thing, you get that, this is. We have enough high-profile clients and enough reputation that we can do this, Mr. Shifton, Mr. Nelson told him. Your defense of Peter is noted, but we're not going behind your backs. You kicked us out to talk, strategy, so. Peter can hear, said Ms. Page. Mr. Nelson added, and it, might intersect with previous clients. We owe them confidentiality, just like we owe you. Dan grunted, he's fuck kid, you mind. I want to say nice things about you and it's weird if you're hearing them so. Peter looked back at Colin and Jakov, who'd got the kettle going. Colin held up a couple packets of tea. Mint, he said. About 20 seconds later, Dan emerged from the office. He nodded awkwardly in Peter's direction and went over to stand next to Kai. You good? Kai asked. Dan grunted, and Peter couldn't tell if that meant yes or if it meant no. This anything, Matty, Mr. Nelson said as Peter tuned back in. It's not the hand, said Mr. Murdock. Ms. Page, you're sure? Extremely, their Midland circle was the last gasp. It'll be centuries before we have to worry about the hand again, Karen. We, Mr. Nelson scoffed. Okay, fine, not us, said Mr. Murdock, putting extra weight on the us. We won't be around then, obviously. It was pretty final, that's all, if they're coming back, he paused. It was a very heavy building, a very big dragon, and some very sharp swords. Ms. Page hummed. Peter wondered if, maybe, hearing things through walls was playing with his hearing, because he was pretty sure Mr. Murdock just said dragon, and somehow he didn't think he meant Komodo and... Remind me to tell you that story sometime, Peter, Mr. Murdock said. Foggy, is it all right if he listens in? Something happening at Stark, Foggy said. Peter, I trust to keep a secret, but I got the feeling they're keeping it as locked down as possible and... What do you mean, something happening? Right, picture this, you're head of security for a multinational. You make time in your day to talk to a lawyer on less than 2 business days' notice. He's asking weird questions about your recently violently dead ex-girlfriend and her family. Sorry, Peter, and you're furious. Like foaming at the mouth, charging bull, get the fuck out of my office furious. Jesus, Foggy, Ms. Page breathed. Middle of that, some asshole in your office insinuating, trying to get at money, you think, and you walk out in the middle of that for a phone call. And you come back 5 minutes later, clearly having been crying a bit, except now you're calmer and, well, sorry, happy. He walked out, asked Mr. Murdock. Yeah, wasn't just him either. There were people running around looking. Mr. Nelson trailed off. Something weird is happening, something big. He went to deal with it right after he met with me, just left in the middle of the day. He is head of security for... Trust me, Karen, it wasn't normal. He said good news, but I swear to God he had been crying, and something weird is going on. Mr. Murdock said, Mr. Nelson added, almost as an afterthought, people think Spider-Man killed May Parker. Peter sucked in a breath. Kid, said Dan. Shit, Peter, breathe, all right. Peter, said Jakov, Peter is... a fire and bad dreams. May her eyes open, firm, imploring, begging him to understand, to believe. Understand what? And there was blood on his hands, there was her blood, he was holding her in the gunshots. Condo fire, he breathed out. May died in the condo fire, I was there. Someone near him swore. Spider-Man was there, it was Liberty Island night, Peter added. The cops were shooting at Spider-Man. Peter, can you hear me? Kai. They came too late, and they just tried to shoot Spider-Man when they showed up. They didn't. Peter. Yeah, Kai, he said. I can hear you, May was, he was crying. If you were good enough, maybe she would still be alive. Jesus, Peter, said Colin, and Peter realized he'd said that out loud. Hey, wasn't your fault. The kettle clicked, boiling complete, and Peter looked at it from where he'd wound up on the floor. Okay, Colin said. I didn't blip, right? I get the guilt, but I don't think that your aunt was any more your fault than like the blip was, okay? But he'd had it in his hands. Maybe if you were good enough. Had what? Asked Jakov, pouring the steaming water into Mr. Murdock's chipped ceramic teapot. What? Peter asked, swiping at the tears. What was in your hands, Peter? Said Kai. Peter shook his head. He must have said that out loud too. Don't know, he said. Nothing, maybe. Kai hummed in his throat. Ms. Page opened the office door and blinked a couple times to see Peter on the ground. Dan crouched near him and Colin, and Kai arrayed protectively between him and the doors. She didn't comment, however, just said, ready to come back in, like they'd asked for the delay. Jakov hefted the teapot in reply. All right, said Mr. Murdock, once everyone was resettled and had a mug. Peter hadn't touched his mug yet, it was sitting on the floor by his feet. All right, Mr. Murdock said again. We've been discussing possibilities. We're looking at altered records, altered memories with no connections between the individuals other than you, Peter, and a series of connections to Stark Industries and the Avengers, including Mr. Harold Hogan and at least Captain America's shield. He sighed. 8 years ago, I would consider all of this to be evidence of either a conspiracy or a prank. However, his head turned and his attention flicked over Mr. Nelson and Ms. Page. Suffice it to say that, after the blip and after certain other events, I am unwilling to dismiss magic as a cause. Sufficiently advanced technology, Peter said. Magic or sufficiently advanced technology, yes, said Mr. Murdock. I don't know magic. Peter was feeling weird and defensive. I also think, said Mr. Murdock, in addition to a neuro checkup, does next Monday work for you for that, Peter? We should try to see if there is a magic equivalent, a mystic checkup, or... It's not magic, Peter said firmly and instinctively, like he'd had this conversation 100 times before. It's hierarchical processes that provide access to multidimensional energy, which, coming into contact with the spacetime of our dimension, can be manipulated in repeatable and predictable ways to produce specific effects on. He caught up with himself and stopped hard. Mr. Murdock's eyebrows had both gone up. Peter said, I don't know how I know that. Mystic checkup, Mr. Nelson nodded. Good call, Matty. Dan, by the wall again, but drinking tea this time and more relaxed, said, You can set that up. Nelson shrugged. We know people who know people, that kind of thing. In the meantime, said Miss Page, I'll work on finding anything more about you, Peter, or your aunt or friends. Or... Sometimes, Mr. Murdock said, with a gentle gesture towards his own eyes, Sometimes, when something traumatic happens, the human mind tries to forget. On Liberty Island night, Peter. You think I did this? Peter asked. When I, may, and with great responsibility, you think I somehow magically erased myself as a way to, because I couldn't? I don't know, Peter, the lawyer said. I'd like to rule it out if we can. I'm also going to make some inquiries around Liberty Island night and Mr. Hogan's condo, and if we can, I'd like to learn how the Avengers are treating Spider-Man's involvement in those events. Wait, Spidey, said Dan. Spidey's gone. Indeed, said Mr. Murdock, his focus heavy on Peter's skin. Peter reached down for his mug to get away from it. Captain America, Jakov said. Why him? Not him, said Mr. Murdock, but his shield. Peter reflexively spat out the peppermint tea. There were several yells, and he felt himself flush. I am so sorry, Ms. Page and Mr. Nelson, and... Burn your mouth, Mr. Nelson asked. No, Peter frowned. It was like tingly. Can you be allergic to mint? Colin said, yes, do you need an EpiPen or... Why didn't that? Peter cut him off. Everything else got fixed. Mr. Murdock had his head slightly tilted to one side. I think I'm okay, Peter told Colin. I guess I just don't like peppermint. Maybe it's just a really mild allergy. Mr. Murdock frowned. Chapter 17, Dimensional Nodal Inversion. Ned went to MJ's, MJ went to Ned's. So far as their parents were concerned, at least, they were both accounted for. It was a little bit weird, actually, because Ned's Lola was normally embarrassingly attuned to even the slightest hint of Ned spending time with a girl, but somehow MJ was exempt from that, and always had been. Instead, when he'd made to leave, Lola had said only, "You come back." She didn't mean stop, or right now, or even how long will you be gone. She just meant it all. It was weird getting used to Lola again. She hadn't blipped, and the Lola Ned remembered was younger. Well, of course she was, but when you got old, being suddenly 5 years older was she. Used to be sharp but quick to laugh, and then everyone had blipped around her, and now the sharpness was harder and the laughter was sadder, and she was old in a way Ned didn't understand. And when he went out at night to study at MJ's, she told him seriously to come back. Like he could have managed it the last time if he'd tried to. This time he'd nodded and said, of course, and felt the guilt hang on his heart like a weight. The Avengers, what was left of them at least, had said it was over. They said it wouldn't happen again. Couldn't, said that the battle had been decisive, that Tony Stark had done so much more than just die, just sacrifice himself, just bring them all back, that there had been a change at the level of reality and no one could make it happen again. But it's not like they were saying, really, how it had happened in the first place, or how they knew it was safe now, and it's not like they'd told anyone it was coming to begin with. So maybe it was a little bit harder to believe in the Avengers now. Liberty Island was, Ned realized, an island. It was not easy to get to, they couldn't just walk up. On Liberty Island night with all the capital letters, he and MJ had been on an island and he'd been asking the questions, he guessed, but he hadn't been asking all the questions yet. It wasn't just why were they there, but also how had they got there and how had they got back and why didn't he know? Had they taken the ferry? But the last ferries left at 3. And wasn't there supposed to be a guide on the ferries? And then wasn't the island supposed to be closed while they built the shield? It was a national monument, even if it had been under construction at the time. Shouldn't there have been fences and... Ned worried at these questions, biting his lip, while he waited for MJ and the jet ski rental man to finish their negotiations. To the man's credit, he did his best to dissuade 2 teenagers from heading out into the East River at 5:45 in December, although Ned could have done without the man's pitying glance. MJ consented to flares and a radio and thermal wetsuits, and Ned could have done without that too, because it did not fit well over his clothes, but he wasn't going to wear a rental suit without pants on underneath. And MJ managed to convince the guy that they were 22 and could sign their own waivers and weren't planning to do anything dumb. And hey, traffic was slow tonight, so... MJ joined Ned by the door. Come on, loser, she said, pushing past him, and the jet ski man opened his mouth like he was going to come to Ned's defense. Ned smiled at him, though, and hastily followed MJ out. As hastily as he could, at least, in the lumpy, clingy rubber suit. You have done this before, right? He checked again. Yep, MJ said, and that was MJ, not good yep. Ned said, because I don't know if I told you. But I haven't done this, and I also haven't told you that, and I don't really like water. I mean, I don't not like water, but I don't like drowning and... I went with my dad a couple of times. I can get us there, just hold on. MJ was terse, meaning she needed him to stop commenting on the probability of dying, but... Is this a good idea? Ned asked. I mean, he looked out over the water towards Lady Liberty and her patched-up scaffolding. I mean at all, not the jet ski. MJ exhaled. What if it's something bad? Ned went on. I've been trying to figure it out, and do you remember how we got back? I want to know, said MJ. You don't have to come, but I'd rather know. Ned nodded slowly. MJ, none of this makes sense, right? You know, I heard that magicians can teleport, MJ said, but her eyes were tight and it didn't look like a non sequitur. You think? Sometimes, she cut him off, and then took a deep breath in and smiled, big and unconvincing and unnecessary from MJ, and said, we should go though before we waste any more time. They didn't die. Ned didn't even fall off, but he was still shamefully grateful for the awful thermal wetsuit by the time they made it to the end of the Battery Park quay. There was a ladder built into the edge of the quay, for the construction workers, and there were signs and fencing, and Ned thought with horror, and for the first time about guards. MJ, he hissed into her ear, teeth chattering. Even with the wetsuit it was cold, and he would say that was why if she asked. Yeah, she said back, quiet and clipped. He said, what are we looking for? She shifted in front of him and he could hear the look on her face when she said, whatever we find. Now grab the ladder, I don't want to sit here all night. MJ, he said again and added, guards, and guns and badges, and we lied about our age. We would be 22, she said, if we hadn't blipped. Yeah, but we did. Ned. He grabbed for the ladder and made it up over the edge, landing heavily and gratefully on top of the quay like a big tuna or a sloth or a walrus or something, he thought to himself. Something not very graceful anyway. MJ pulled herself up beside him in a kind of crouch not like a walrus. There weren't any guards, at least not immediately, and they didn't get shot. Lady Liberty, wrapped in her scaffolds, rose in front of them, stabbing the air. I guess we go forward, Ned whispered, and MJ nudged him and pointed. There were lights moving on Lady Liberty's far side. There were the guards. They ducked out of the way. Didn't they see the jet ski? Ned whispered. Guess not, MJ asked, but her voice was doubtful. Ned wished things would start making sense. The lights were moving in a regular pattern, and the guards weren't that diligent. Well, yeah, Ned thought, it's a closed-off island in December on a Tuesday at dinner-time and nobody else is insane. And within a few minutes, MJ nudged him again and they started creeping forward. Without discussing it, they headed for the scaffolding and started climbing inside, and Ned went back to cursing the wetsuit. When they got up to the platform around Liberty's raised hand, still holding her torch, they hadn't managed to hoist the New Hope shield up again yet. Ned took a deep breath. MJ, he whispered, feeling somehow as though speaking too loud would break a spell. Yeah, she whispered back. I think, Ned began, I think I remember. As in a dream, he stepped out onto the platform under the sky. Whirls of orange sparked across his vision, and the sky pulled apart, purple gashes like claw marks. A man, arms upraised, blood and strain on his face, red cloak streaming in a wind that wasn't there. Doctor Strange, Ned thought, as though he was watching it all from a great distance. MJ, bloody too, eyes filled with fear, and then determination, and then panic again, and then Ned almost sobbed in sympathy, then with grief. But no, that was Ned's own grief, and Ned slammed into his body. He had been here, this had been real, he had been mourning. Who had they lost? Spider-Man below them on the fallen shield and bleeding, and then Doesn. Another man, older and dressed in green, not a man Ned knew, but he raised a hand in sorrow, and then he too turned to dust. Had there been another blip, had that taken Spider-Man, was that? Spider-Man, brown hair and a red suit, and dust. Was that what the Avengers had been trying to hide? That the blip wasn't as final as they'd said, that it wouldn't ever end? Purple and orange, wheeling behind his eyes like stars through the desert. Spider-Man's face, white, brown hair, blood and bruises, and a smile. And a web, and he was gone. Ned, oh my God, Ned. Someone was muttering, saying his name over and over, and that was. Ned closed the eyes of his mind, and opened the eyes in his head. MJ, he asked, voice hoarse, like he hadn't used it in a while. Oh my God, Ned, she said, and she was almost crying, and she was MJ, she wasn't supposed to cry, and when had he lain down? Come on, there's people coming, oh my God, we're going to lose the deposit on the jet ski. What? It's been almost half an hour, Ned, I was this close to calling for help, I would have if it had been. No, wait, how? Come on, if we get over here before they make it up this far, we'll be out of sight unless... She was dragging at his arm and he went sluggishly, half crawling, half stumbling. Ned, she said, still in the same intense hush, huddled on the far side of the torch. What the hell? Eyes, he began again. Magic. Wells, yeah. No, I mean before too. There was, I remembered that, and I remember, he tried to hold it but it was already slipping away. Spider-Man, he said. He was here with us, and there was magic and then he died. Or blipped MJ, he blipped, they just... She was staring at him in horror. But the blip is over, she said like a question. They were here and then they weren't, and... Footsteps on the scaffold, closer now, cut him off. The people who appeared were wearing suits and had the vaguely pinched look Ned associated with grad student. One of them had blue hair, which gleamed in the light of the safety lamps bolted to the scaffold. Blue hair stepped onto the platform and the other one hung back, half in shadow. Jesus, the other one said. Like man, this is, he trailed off. I know, Blue hair said, but we just need to, if there is some trace here still. Yes, the other one muttered. Pass me the scanner. Statue of Liberty, Jude, Blue hair's partner said as he handed over a small brick-like device. Thicker than a phone, smaller than a tablet, and with red light on the top. Ned was at the wrong angle to see if it had a screen, and didn't want to shift any further around the torch to try to. Stealth, after all, was not his strong point. Blue hair placed the scanner brick on top of a flat black board and said, They're paired. Cool, the other one nodded. Now we wait. Now we wait. It was only about 5 minutes in total, but they passed like eternities for Ned. He was a fidgeter, not a hider on national monuments. He wanted to, drum his fingers on the platform in front of him, or whistle, or click his tongue like a horse, and the only thing that stopped him was MJ next to him, who would not be impressed. And also the people in suits with weird machines, who could also maybe have guns, and who the guards presumably had let in. But mostly MJ. He was saved from trying to figure out which he feared more by Blue hair, letting out a low whistle. Yeah. Blue hair started. Nico, there's clear evidence of a dimensional nodal inversion. Or... A what? Nico asked, echoing Ned's thoughts. No, literally, what does that mean? Okay, no, I just made it up, but the point is... How can there be clear evidence of something you made up? Look at it, Nico, said Blue hair, shoving the device and shiny board in Nico's direction. There was a pause, then Nico said, Wow. Exactly. There was another, longer pause. Then Nico asked, You think it took Spidey? Switched them. Maybe. Huh. Yeah. Another pause. That suck, Blue hair said after a minute. Not getting him is, but Spidey was Spidey, you know. It's Blue hair trailed off. Nico, in a quoting voice, said, But at what cost? Blue hair sighed and they fell silent again. The scanner blinked red and then blue. They lingered, luckily not moving closer, but still trapping Ned and MJ behind the torch. Every so often, Blue hair would wave the board towards Nico and Nico would make a noise in his throat, like he was impressed. Maury readings, Ned figured. It was really, really boring. If even half of what Ned had seen in his lost time was real. He hadn't been this bored the last time he was at the Statue of Liberty. No purple sparks this time, or orange fire, or people disintegrating in a wash of light. No faces marked with blood and soot and exhaustion. No grief this time, but at the thought of it, Ned felt it again and jerked and, oh God, made a noise. His foot kicking out connected with the railing around the platform edge, and in case that wasn't enough, an unexpected sob escaped his throat. MJ grabbed his arm, but the damage was done. Blue hair whirled, hand reaching for a holster, and Nico took a step out towards the platform. Who's there? Blue hair snapped. Come out now. This area is sealed by the Department of Damage Control, acting under the authority of the Defense Council for ongoing salvage and evaluation. You are not authorized to be here. A radio crackled and Nico reached down. What is it? He asked, but the voice on the other end didn't wait for him to finish. Theta 5, it said. Intruders on the island. Ninja caught on camera heading your way. We are following, but it was a couple of minutes ago. They took out 3 patrols. Nico and Blue hair looked at each other, dumbfounded, and then back towards where Ned and MJ hid. Ned and MJ, behind the torch, were sharing a similar expression. Ninja, Nico said, and then a foot hit him in the side of the head. Ned gasped as Daredevil landed next to Nico's prone body. Daredevil had dropped down from the scaffolding and was looking at Nico with an almost sheepish grimace. "Twitchy," Daredevil said, by way of explanation. Bluehair said, "What?" Daredevil merely asked, "What's a dimensional nodal inversion?" Bluehair spluttered, cradling the scanner and the shiny board tightly. I made it up. It's residue of a major dimensional, Nodal inversion, Daredevil nodded. Said Bluehair. It's like when there was the big, wormhole, the incident. There was a wormhole, Daredevil asked, still blandly curious. No, it's far larger than the incident, which doesn't make sense, Ned knew that tone. It meant someone's scientific curiosity was overwhelming their good sense. He'd used it a lot, to be honest. Peter used it all the time, Mr. Harrington and Ms. Warren, even sometimes. Ned inhaled sharply, getting another elbow from MJ and disrupting Bluehair's flow. Peter, Ned had thought. Peter Parker. A quick glance back, but Bluehair soon refocused on the more immediate threat. Daredevil, 5 feet away, and standing with the kind of relaxed posture that said he was completely in control of this situation and knew it. The point is, Bluehair continued, jittery, there was a massive release of dimensional energy here, and we can still see the tail end. But an event like that would have been noticed, and it wasn't. Daredevil hummed and said, or maybe it was forgotten. Bluehair said, You're from Damage Control, asked Daredevil. No on contract through them, this is their site, but... Stark, then. Confusingly, Bluehair spluttered again at that and asked, who? Even MJ snorted. Oh, said Bluehair, more collected. Oh, yeah, we're SITEX, Nico and me, Stark Industries. Daredevil angled his head like he was laughing. Theta 5, came the voice from Nico's radio. Theta 5. And then, Theta 5 not answering, the same voice came from Bluehair's hip. Theta 4. Daredevil nodded and Bluehair reached down. Theta 4, Bluehair said, the ninja was, false alarm. Daredevil smiled. Theta 4, the guard's voice asked, verify. Right, Bluehair said, voice like a wince. This is the passphrase. The voice cleared its throat. Passphrase confirmed. What was the ninja? Dimensional nodal inversion, said Bluehair. Oh, said the radio, right, and went silent. After a moment, Daredevil asked, the passphrase is the passphrase. Well, it won't be after this, Bluehair said, but I figured, you're usually on the side of helping people, and getting arrested would probably make that harder, and I don't know who's behind there, but somebody is, and you're probably here to fight them, and I'm standing in your way, and Daredevil's foot connected with the side of Bluehair's head. Bluehair crumpled gently, and MJ tensed next to Ned. It's all right, Daredevil said like he could see them through the torch, talking softly, the way you talk to a cat on a fire escape when you wanted to pet it. They'll both be fine, no concussions, no long-term damage. Just easier to put them out of play for a minute or two, get you out of here. Ned shifted and eyed the platform on the other side of MJ. They made eye contact and MJ nodded. They'd draw Daredevil around towards Ned, and once he was close, they'd make a run for it around the torch the other way and down the scaffold and away, and he'd absolutely catch up long before they made it to the jet ski, but they would at least have tried. Ned shifted his weight in the wrong direction, the come-this-way direction, and rearranged his legs underneath himself, to spring up when the moment came. Well, it'd be like Han and Leia, without the being together bit, obviously, and Ned would acknowledge that Han hadn't been caught because he was worse at running than Leia was, because that would be embarrassing, but Han had sacrificed himself nobly, and there were worse people to be arrested by than Daredevil. Ned let out an involuntary whimper, and almost like Daredevil wanted to play into their hands, the vigilante came around the torch on Ned's side. MJ was half up, and Ned was bracing himself. One more step, that'd be far enough, just one more to be all the way. But Daredevil didn't take the step, just stood, head to side surveying them, mouth in a hard line. Ned was frozen in place, pinned by the vigilante's gaze. And then Daredevil asked, "Are you Ned?" Ned blinked and opened his mouth, and said no. His voice cracked in the middle of the word. Daredevil's mouth twitched. "And if you're Ned," he said, completely ignoring Ned's denial, "then you're MJ." She glared at him over Ned's shoulder and said nothing. Because if you are MJ, Daredevil went on, and if you're Ned. Ned shifted mulishly. Daredevil smiled like he'd won and finished, then I know someone who'd like to speak to you. Chapter 18, Follow the Money. Dan was waiting for Peter in the kitchen on Wednesday morning. Things had wrapped up pretty neatly at the lawyer's Tuesday. If Peter remembered anything, he was supposed to pass it on if it seemed urgent or hold on to it for their next meeting Friday, if not. Mr. Murdock had frowned at him while Miss Page said that, and followed her with, "Actually, Peter, just let us know about anything you remember, whether you think it's important or not." Peter nodded. Friday, they would regroup. Mr. Murdock was going to follow up with whoever he knew who could do neurology checks and mystical checks and do some further investigating, and Miss Page was going to do more research, and Mr. Nelson was going to, well, Peter wasn't completely sure, but it would be something helpful. The trip back up to the Bronx had been weird and long, Peter reeling between I'm really real and magic, and did I do this, and everyone else just sort of being there. It was nice, kinda, having them just there. Although it was a little, Pete'd made their lives complicated and he hadn't wanted to be a burden and… Dan nodded at him in the kitchen Wednesday morning, got potatoes and eggs, and I'm out after lunch today, and I think Jakov's probably the only one around for dinner. I'm on third shift, said Peter, so me and him, I could… He stopped, distracted by the way his mouth started watering. Fried potato slices with pepper and garlic and cumin maybe and… Dan snorted, pushing a plate towards him. Eat, he said, and jerked his head at the table. Peter sat and for a few minutes, focused on nothing but the scrambled eggs and the potatoes and the warm in his belly. When he looked up, Dan was watching him. Peter said, that was, thank you, and that was really rude of me to just… I wanted to say sorry, Dan said. If you so, Murdock said you were listening yesterday. Yeah, said Peter, wincing, and that, I mean, that's also really rude and I don't really have a good reason, I just… He stopped because Dan was making a face. Nah kid, sorry Peter, it's habit, you're good, and it's not that I don't trust them exactly, I just… He grimaced. Look Peter, do you know what lawyers normally charge? Peter blinked at him. He thought that $75 an hour sounded about right, seeing as he made 8, and he didn't have overhead and education, and are they asking too much? Dan snorted, no that's not the no, he looked at the ceiling. So… My dad is very much that you should go into law because I did. What do you mean you want to do paleontology? You're going to New York for that, you know. Peter nodded. And I've looked things up so, they're undercharging Peter by a lot. Between all three of them, they must have spent at least 12 hours on this already, and that's… What's that, MIT? Peter blinked, it's 900, but I didn't get in. Dan snorted again. The place Nelson used to work, they charge that for some files, per hour. Peter wasn't following. And yeah, okay, Underdog and the little guy and we just… Dan looked around like he was looking for someone to chime in, but no one else was around. We kinda pushed you into this, is the thing, Colin and me. Peter shook his head, but you didn't, I wanted to find out. Yeah, Dan shrugged. Anyway, if they were I'd feel bad is the thing, and Murdock is. Peter squinted. He's kinda weird Peter, said Dan. Like at the courthouse, and on the way, he's just no shit, I'm not trying to be I'm not saying. You mean he's weird because he's blind? No, Dan winced again. I mean he is a weird, blind guy, separate things like he walks weird. Peter blanked, thinking Daredevil, and hopping it didn't show on his face. Does he? Peter said, and hoped Dan wasn't paying attention. Didn't work, Dan shot him a look. Yeah, sometimes he walks like he's remembering he's blind. He shook his head. Whatever, I don't know, just a weird feeling. Peter nodded, yeah, I guess. Anyway, I guess, you let us know if you need anything that isn't on the table. Peter reflexively looked at the kitchen table, and Dan snorted. Sorry, Peter said. Dan shook his head. Nah, he said. Anyway, I want to hit the gym before things today, so I'll see ya around, okay? If I don't see you before Friday, you let us know, right? Colin or Kai especially, or Jakov if you catch him. Peter realized with a bit of a shock that his roommates must have had that conversation on their own, must have thought about him when he wasn't there. He wasn't used to people looking out for him. He said, thank you, but he could tell that Dan didn't understand how much he meant it. Delgado's loading docks and office were off Burnside, between the self-storage building and the billboard that read, Are you prepared to meet Jesus? Peter was not, although he idly reasoned whenever he saw the sign, maybe Jesus would be able to tell him what was going on. That would be nice. Peter had his work hoodie, a now shapeless thing that was nearly worn through at the elbows, all the turning and bending and pivots, and he'd been sternly advised by one of the guys early on to find some better shoes if he could, cause you can only drop a crate on your sneakers so many times, and that is once. He scrounged some steel toes at the Displacer's thrift shop. They didn't really fit, but they were better than explaining super strength or super healing or whatever, else he wouldn't have crushed feet. That had been the longest interaction he'd had with any of the guys, actually. Peter called them the guys because they were interchangeable and he never knew their names. Nearly the same story for all of them, probably, at least so far as he'd heard, displaced by the blip as people moved on, or they moved on during it but then the blip came back, willing to work for Delgado for a handful of bills and no taxes for a shift or two, or a week or two. Tired, didn't meet anyone's eyes, didn't chat. A few weeks in, and Peter was already one of Delgado's veterans. Wasn't worth making friends. Wasn't like any of them planned to stay. And it wasn't actually like Delgado was a bad place to work. There was the smoke, of course, and the wages thing, but if you were okay with those, and Peter wasn't, exactly, because cancer, and because income taxes were a vital part of the foundation of public service, and helped to fund libraries and schools But pragmatism. He needed lentils, after all. And aside from the wages stuff, Delgado wasn't bad. They were a waypoint for lots of trucks heading onto I-80, moving out of New York and mostly heading into the Midwest. The guys and Peter loaded, unloaded, reloaded, emptied small vans and filled cubes. There was always work. Third shift wasn't always the busiest, but tonight wasn't bad. And carefully and diligently, Delgado avoided anything that stank too badly of crime. Nothing illegal if he could avoid it. The IRS was enough. Avoiding crime also meant that the workplace was relatively safe, as long as you wore the right shoes. Delgado kept his head down, bushy eyebrows and all, and moved cargo that was signed off for properly and when he said it would be. Very few irate customers, no vigilantes, no cops, no drugs, no guns, no excitement. Which is why Peter was surprised by the sound of gunshots coming from the door. Out, 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 a voice was yelling, getting louder. Peter looked towards the end of the truck he was standing in and made eye contact with the guy closer to the doors. The guy shrugged and shuffled into the open. Peter followed. It was still well before dawn, before nautical twilight even. 4:30 in the morning, which Peter supposed was a good time to crime if you were crimming. He, at least, was bleary and chilled. Most of the other guys on third shift looked about like he felt, where they knelt in the open area in front of Delgado's desk. And Delgado himself, who was habitually around at weird and unpredictable times, was standing behind his desk, positioned belligerently in front of his safe, facing off against. Guy looked familiar, Peter thought. One of the guys from early on, closer to when Peter had started. Lou, maybe. Peter would call him Lou. Cash, probably, Lou snarled, brandishing his gun. Delgado glared. You think I'm gonna? Gimme the effing cash now, or I'll shoot more than your roof. Delgado just squared his jaw. Come on, fucktard, yelled one of the guys. One Peter didn't recognize too well. Give him the goddamn cash, I ain't dying for you. Lou swung round, his gun waving across them all, and Peter tensed. You heard him, Lou said, swinging back to Delgado. Your money or your life. He laughed hard, and Peter realized he was high. Get out of here, Delgado sneered, which was predictable but stupid. I don't open that safe for anyone. 16:52:39. Yeah, Lou drawled, sidling forward. You sure you want to try this with me, old man? Delgado just took a deep breath, and Peter thought he really would trade his life for 4,000 and change. Well, Peter probably would, in fairness, if it came down to it, but Peter was a teenager and supposed to be stupid. And Delgado had money. He had candies and cigarettes all the time he wanted them. He wasn't clipping coupons for the discount peanut butter, and he was going to die before 5 in the morning, just a handful of days before Christmas. Peter yelled stop before he realized what he'd done, and both Lou and Delgado turned. Yeah, Lou asked. I can get the safe open, Peter said, and Delgado drew himself up. I know the combination. From the look in Delgado's eyes, Peter was out of a job, but better that than dead or shot or anyone else being. Peter would make do. Really, kid, said Lou, and you're still here. Old man's just that good to you that you never thought about going into. I know the combination, Peter repeated. Lou drifted for a moment or two, lost in the haze of whatever he'd taken. Peter wondered if he could end this if he went forward fast enough, got the gun. But too early. Lou was back. "Okay," he said, "stalling me all good, let's try it." He grinned at Peter, gesturing with the gun. Peter got up and moved forward, trying to give Lou a wide berth and to avoid Delgado's furious gaze. And that he managed, but as he passed by, Delgado lunged and... Well, Lou didn't shoot anyone, and that was nice. But Lou was staring at him, up at him, and so was Delgado, and so was everyone else, and Peter was staring down, and... Oh my God! Peter was on the ceiling. He jumped somehow, and was hanging on to the ceiling with his fingertips, and... He dropped instinctively, on top of Lou, knocking the man out cold and flinging the gun into the corner of the dock. And then he looked around. "Kid," Delgado asked, careful, and then tone quieter, gentler, "Spidey." Peter ran. Chapter 19, At Least Leopold Loves You. Peter ran and didn't tell anyone. He wasn't going to tell anyone. How was he supposed to? What could he possibly? Mr. Murdock would be kind about it, but... Spidey was an adult, he had to be, there was no... Spidey was gone, he'd vanished on Liberty Island night. Someone yelled, "Move it," and Peter dodged, normally. Slowly. Like a human. The city was cold and his gloves weren't thick and super healing. If he had it, didn't seem to be enough to keep him warm, but Peter hardly noticed. No one was coming after him, he knew that, and that was settled. He sort of lost track for a while. He came back to himself in the botanical garden. The river was still, gleaming in the sun, snow encroaching in drifts at the edges of the water. Ice there, Peter guessed, where it was shallower. Peter was crouched in the snow a little way up the bank, a little ways off the trail. His hands were cold and the second-hand steel toes weren't winter-rated. He'd have to get in somewhere warm soon. The sun helped a bit though. How long had he been out? Okay, so he'd jumped, much higher than he should have been able to. He'd held stuck to the ceiling. He hadn't planned for it. He had super strength and eyesight and extraordinary hearing, and... Something had happened on Liberty Island night. But it didn't mean... Spider-Man was an Avenger. Spider-Man was in space. Peter would know. Maybe he just had a lot of the same powers. That could happen, right? Look at Captain America and Jessica Jones, or anybody else with super strength. Lots of people had super strength. And Mr. Murdock had his hearing and his other senses, and that didn't make him Spider-Man. Maybe Peter was doing that, what did they call it, projection, displacement or something, maybe when May. Maybe he had abilities, maybe, and when May died and Spider-Man was there, maybe Peter had gotten confused. No, Peter told himself firmly, scrubbing at his face, because that plotline usually ended up with the person doing the displacement having killed the person they displaced, and he knew he had not killed Spidey. He hadn't killed May, Spidey hadn't killed May, Peter hadn't. He shied away from the thought hadn't killed anyone though, and he didn't know why. Oh God! If you were good enough. And then something hit him from behind, and he toppled face first into the snow. Big and loud and heavy, moving. "Leopold," a voice shouted. "Oh my God, Leopold, what the hell, get off him." Pulling at the weight, and the weight was fighting back. Dog, Peter realized, still breathing snowbank. "I am so sorry, he's never done that off-leash before, I get up you." The weight, the worm, retreated. Peter rolled over, a little dazed, and pushed himself up on his elbows. A middle-aged woman, mocha skin and flyaway curls touched with grey, looked worriedly down at him. A huge dog, a St. Bernard maybe. Dog breeds were Peter's thing, panted happily by her side, looking back and forth between them with love shining in his eyes and drool dangling from his mouth. "I'm so sorry," she said again. "Leopold he's never done that before to anybody. We walk through here a ton. Are you hurt?" Peter blinked. "He's just a dog, ma'am," he said, and then she was looking at him strangely. And hang on, he was a big dog, wasn't he? And maybe like the force of a whole person had just launched itself at Peter's back and he'd brushed it off, and was there anything, ever, that would be normal ever again? "You sure?" she asked seriously. She looked around and Peter could see her thinking. Out for an early morning walk in mid-December, bad clothes for the weather, didn't notice an oncoming St. Bernard, frozen tear tracks on his face. "You need any help?" she asked. "At all, I mean. I've got an extra hat down one of these pockets, I could get you a coffee or..." Peter reached out and scratched Leopold behind the ear. The dog gave him a look of uncomplicated devotion, and Peter squeezed his gloved fingers into the thick warm fur. Peter made it back to the apartment around mid-morning. He had a new friend in Leopold, a beanie with the logo of the Bronx County Medical Society, and a latte in his belly, warming him from the inside out. Aisha had insisted. She wanted to do more than buy him coffee, and she'd made him take her number in case he had any issues, and he'd only gotten away by promising that he wasn't feeling woozy. The angle I was on, see, and then all the snow. And Leopold had loved him, and that had helped. Did dogs like spiders? If Peter was wrong, somehow unnatural, wouldn't Leopold have known, or smelled, or something? But if Leopold loved him then... Jakov looked up, slow confusion passing over his face, as Peter entered the kitchen. The kettle behind him was starting to whistle for his mid-morning tea, but Jakov didn't comment on Peter's more than usually disheveled appearance or his sodden hoodie, just said, "Cold." Peter nodded. Jakov poured the just-boiled water into his mug, and pointedly got out another tea bag. He dropped it into another mug, refilled the kettle, nodded firmly at Peter in return, and vanished back to his room. Chapter 20, Friendship, Foreboding, and a Possibility. They all assembled at Nelson, Murdock and Page on Friday night as planned. Dan had taken the night off, and Colin had agreed to a Christmas shift next week to get Jerry to give up his evening. Kai was yawning all the way down to Hell's Kitchen, but nobody commented. Peter was stiff, jumpy, and no one commented on that either. Colin had thought Peter was doing better since Tuesday, since getting that little bit of proof, but then again, if it was Colin's life, he'd probably be jumpy too. What Peter looked honestly was cold, and Colin frowned. Kid had a ratty hoodie and a thrifted cotton jacket. Maybe if they grouped together, they could get him some halfway decent coat, one where the elbows wouldn't be at risk every time he swung his arm. Call it a Christmas present, maybe he'd take it. Getting damn cold these days. They hadn't heard anything from the lawyers since Tuesday either, or at least Colin hadn't. That was probably a good thing. The no news is good news cliché, right? If there had been anything important, anything that couldn't wait. The neon of Hell's Kitchen cut through the winter night as they picked their way to the butcher's shop and up the stairs. The office looked the same as ever, threadbare but carefully clean, but Peter shot a strange glance at a closed door. Ms. Page's office space, Colin thought, and worried. As usual, Karen, Page and Nelson were waiting in the lobby for them, and no other clients were there. Colin wondered briefly if they even had other clients right now. They'd never seen anyone else, after all. Maybe that was what Karen Page's office was all about, late-coming unrelated clients. They were ushered into Murdock's office and he said, "Chamomile, I think, tonight, Foggy." Nelson nodded, all brisk efficiency and unusually solemn, and ducked back into the lobby for the tea things as they sat. "So," said Kai once everyone was settled, "you get anywhere or?" Murdock smiled thinly in response. "Why don't we wait," he said, "until we're all ready to chat?" And if that wasn't ominous. Dan shifted a little in his seat, getting ready for a fight, and Kai turned his head. Murdock didn't move. Why would he, after all? Wasn't like he could see it, but he tensed. Was that a thing? Was there some truth to the blind people hear better stories after all? Could he hear the way Colin's heart was pounding? Could he? Murdock turned his head and fixed his sightless gaze on Colin, and Colin recoiled on instinct. "Mr. Delancey," said Murdock, "something wrong?" Colin tried to regain his cool. "No," he stammered, "no, I..." Karen Page smiled at him, and he didn't know what to say. They sat in foreboding silence, until Nelson bustled in with a full tray. Once he was in position, half sitting on a filing cabinet behind Murdock's desk, both hands holding his tea mug in a deliberately non-threatening posture, Murdock spoke. It didn't escape Colin that Murdock knew when to start speaking, knew when his partner was settled, although Nelson said nothing. Colin wondered again what he'd gotten them all into. "Peter," Murdock began, just that, and Peter interrupted him. "Why are they here?" he asked, and Colin shot a quick look at Dan, who tensed again. "Ah," said Murdock, "so you did see that. Here, notice, I suppose." "Why are they here?" Peter repeated with more emphasis. "First of all," said Murdock, "I'll allow it under the circumstances, but please try to trust me, Peter. If I keep something from you, believe I have my reasons." He waited, and Peter nodded, and Colin wouldn't have if it had been him, so he hoped Peter knew what he was doing. "Second of all," Murdock continued, "that's our first order of business after the tea. We had unexpected visitors this evening." Karen Page picked up the story. "They're waiting in my office. It's your decision, Peter." "Who?" Kai rumbled. Murdock said Mr. Ned Leeds and Ms. Michelle Jones-Watson. MJ. Colin turned to look at Peter, who was pale and biting his lip. "Okay," said Dan, "so, Peter's question, why are they here?" Karen Page's face tightened. Nelson said, apparently, they were investigating Liberty Island on their own on Tuesday night. They got into some trouble and were rescued by Daredevil, who apparently gave them our number. He was looking straight ahead while he said it, and wouldn't meet their eyes. Daredevil, Kai repeated. Colin had known these people had connections, at least the rumors said so, but even still, the idea that. We have a working relationship, Karen Page said tightly, that's all. And honestly, that was about as much information as Colin wanted on the subject. But Peter asked, he sent them here, tonight. They're high school students, Peter, said Murdock. It was the first night they were free. Peter started, did Daredevil, and then stopped. He's not as helpful as he thinks he is, sometimes. Nelson smiled in Peter's direction, but they don't know you're here or... Dan interrupted the lawyer, why do they think they're here then? Karen Page exhaled forcefully through her nose. Think we don't know. They say they're here because Daredevil wanted them to meet someone. Peter said, Murdock straightened at the sound. You don't have to, he said, if you'd rather not deal with that, but there are a few things to discuss tonight, and getting this part out of the way might be helpful. And you, I imagine Daredevil thought you might want to. Yes, said Karen Page, because he is an excellent judge of when to reach out to old friends. He's never, for instance, mostly died and then lived in a church basement, sleeping on concrete out of guilt like a penitent, cave-dwelling monk for months, instead of telling people he survived. Has he? Colin blinked. No, said Nelson. Daredevil, he'd never do that. Murdock waved a hand in their general direction. Yeah, point taken. We're talking about Peter right now, though. So, Peter, do you want us to bring in MJ and Ned? Peter lifted his mug but didn't drink from it. Eventually he took a breath, straightened his shoulders and said, yes, please. Karen Page brought in Peter's friends, but there was no dramatic reunion. The Ned, Colin presumed, squinted at Peter hard, but with the expression of someone who was trying hard to place another. The girl, MJ, who was pretty in a high school way, looked less certain. She glanced around at everyone before settling on Peter, and she blinked as though she was trying to clear her eyes. Mr. Leeds, Murdock said, Ms. Jones-Watson, thank you for joining us. Just Jones, said MJ, just MJ. Murdock nodded. Ned said you're Peter Parker. Peter nodded. Hooray the rest of you, said MJ bluntly, and Colin decided he liked her. They're my roommates, said Peter, and then pointed them out. Kai Jakov, Dan Colin. MJ said, and looked back at Peter. What happened on Liberty Island? She demanded. Peter stammered, I'm not. Ned was still squinting. I remember your face, he said as a question. I don't know why but I sort of from there, MJ. If you wouldn't mind, Murdock's voice cut over the teenagers. What happened on Liberty Island is part of what we're hoping to reconstruct, if you two would take a seat. And Peter in the quiet said, you really don't remember me. Colin saw then why the three were friends, or maybe he saw proof of it. All three of them looked devastated by the question. And that wasn't a reaction you'd have to a stranger you didn't remember. Thank you, Peter, said Murdock, and Colin wanted to let him have it, just give them a minute, but Murdock couldn't see their faces and he didn't know. Can we start with you, your recollections of Liberty Island night? Said Peter, looking around. He took a gulp of tea. It's all jumbled up. There was a fire and May was dying. She said it was a great responsibility, and I saw her eyes and there was a man laughing, and fire. And I was crying, and I don't really know much more than that. Right, said Murdock after a pause to digest. Was Spider-Man there? Peter flinched hard. He said, a waver in his voice. Yes, I think, but I don't remember seeing him. Murdock nodded. Karen Page smiled. What we've established at this point relates to the condo incident. Happy's condo, Peter mumbled. As she continued, Mr. Hogan has been unexpectedly helpful actually answering questions. Unfortunately, his schedule has made him difficult to reach, and also unfortunately, many of the relevant records have gone missing or been damaged beyond recovery, so we don't have everything or even all that much. She paused and sipped her own tea. What we know is this. For some reason, several enhanced individuals, possibly including Spider-Man, gathered at or near the condo building. None of them were known to authorities, except for one who had destroyed part of a freeway earlier that day. He was stopped on the freeway by Spider-Man. We should also mention, put in Nelson, that none of them have been seen since. No one knows what happened. Condo building, said Karen Page, pulling them back on track. Something went wrong, maybe Spider-Man arrived, maybe. She didn't finish the sentence. Most of them fight their way out and are never seen again. One of them keeps coming back and Spider-Man is there now, they're fighting. That one who remained has a hoverboard and throws small explosives. The lobby of the condo building is demolished and after significant destruction, hoverboard flies away. She looked seriously at Peter. Aunt May, he said. May Parker was staying in the building, yes, at Harold Hogan's condo. She was in the lobby during the fight and was caught in the crossfire. She didn't make it out. But I did, that was a whisper. Harold Hogan arrived just after the destruction of the lobby and was held back by police personnel, who, it gets fuzzier here, but the belief was that Spider-Man was responsible. Peter took a shuddering breath and Kai said, that's enough. Karen Page blinked, excuse me. You're talking about his aunt, said Dan, like she's a story. There was a pause and she said, I apologize, Peter. He nodded, head down. That's all we have, said Nelson, and Colin looked over at him in disbelief. Again, Nelson said, most of it is unconfirmed or unconfirmable. Spider-Man might be the only person who knows exactly what happened in that building, or later that night. A great responsibility, she said. Peter muttered again. A great, was she talking to me or? There was silence, then Murdock said, Mr. Leeds. Ned jerked upright in his chair like he'd been shocked. Yes, Mr. Murdock. I'm told, Murdock said smoothly, that you had an experience on Tuesday. Daredevil, yelped Ned, and Murdock's eyebrow rose. A little before that, I mean, said the lawyer, surprisingly tolerant. What delayed you on the island in the first place? Oh, said the kid. He looked around and his gaze landed on Peter. So I don't know how much you know about magic, but there was a lot of magic there. Dimensional couplings and energy flows and they left these little pockets sort of drifting. Since when are you a wizard? Peter asked in shock. Ned said me. No, I can't, do magic. I'd know, I go to, well, Midtown is pretty nerdy, I guess, and I like reading about magic and... Didn't affect me, MJ said, or Daredevil, or either of the texts from Stark. Ned turned on her. What? Just saying, maybe that's why you saw it and nobody else did. I can't do magic, MJ, Ned hissed and Peter quipped. You're a wizard, Neddy. MJ let out a bark of laughter and looked startled at herself. Karen Page coughed gently. Right, said Ned, anyway, there are these dimensional remnants from a big event, and I could see inside one like a memory. And it was my memory, I remembered being there, I know I got stuck in it. There was a blip and a lot of people and a ton of magic in the air, like the fancy kind, not the TV kind, and... Whoa, said Kai. What do you mean a blip? That's not there was only one blip, ever. Said Ned, that's what it looked like. Someone was there and then he was. Lots of someones, but maybe it was. I mean there wasn't any ash, so maybe it was. Colin shivered. And Spider-Man was there, Ned said, frowning. A couple of him, and then they disappeared like the blipping, except the last one didn't. His eyes were practically screwed shut with the effort of memory. I tried to keep it, he said, but it's hard to hold on to any of it. It doesn't want me to remember. He opened his eyes and looked up at Murdock, then at Peter. I'm sorry, he added. Thank you, Ned, Murdock said. Dan said, so what does that? Murdock shifted and Dan fell silent. Murdock removed his glasses with his left hand and pressed at the bridge of his nose with his right. Peter, he said after a few moments, I'm going to suggest something to you, and I want you to consider it. You don't have to respond, I just want you to think about this as an option. Peter was tense in his chair. Peter, Murdock said, I want you to consider if you might be Spider-Man. Chapter 21, Men in Suits. Peter froze. He couldn't think. He wasn't. The thing at Delgado's yesterday had just been an accident, a coincidence he couldn't be. What, he managed to get out, hoping the look on his face would be taken for confusion. You have similar abilities, said Mr. Murdock, putting up his index finger. Speed, strength, instinct. Hearing, although to be fair, I don't have confirmation on the full range of Spider-Man's powers. Webs, Jakov said flatly. That's true, you don't have webs, unless that's something you found recently, Peter. Peter mutely shook his head. However, Mr. Murdock said, putting up another finger, Spider-Man went missing on Liberty Island night. Your problems seem to center around that date. That's when people began to forget you. Mr. Murdock nodded to Ned. We also know there was a significant magical event on Liberty Island then, so large its effects can be detected weeks later. Another finger and another. We know you have a connection to Harold Hogan, and that you have particular memories of the destruction of the condo building. You have some memories of the Avengers. He tilted his head and Peter thought Captain America's shield. You have other memories consistent with, well, an unusual high school experience. He paused to sip his tea, and Mr. Nelson took over. You're missing from lots of places where you should be, Peter. Memories, records. We've already concluded that magic must have been at least partially involved, so it's not impossible to imagine that magic was used against you. That's a lot to do to a high school senior without a good reason, yeah. And Mr. Murdock said there was the tea. Peter looked at him, but he didn't elaborate. He looked sad. Ms. Page stepped in, her voice gentle. Spiders have an aversion to mint, Peter. Peter didn't know what she was talking about, and then he realized and stiffened. But maybe people have allergies. You can't say I'm Spider-Man just because I'm allergic to tea. That's not the only reason, Mr. Murdock said, after an awkward moment. Do you need me to repeat them? But I'm a kid, Peter protested weakly. Oh, I know, said Mr. Murdock, and something dark crossed his face. I'll be looking into that too, Peter, trust me. He relaxed marginally. But, as I say, we're not certain. But there is a lot of circumstantial evidence that's piled up here, and the preponderance of it points us to a conclusion. I jumped and I stuck, and I dropped and knocked out a gunman. I know the city by instinct, even places I've never been. Wildfire Sky. I had it in my hands. We want you to consider the possibility, so that it doesn't take you by surprise if it turns out to be true. Just turn it over in your mind a while. In the meantime, we have arranged for a neuro check next week, and a contact has put us in touch with the New York, our magical group. He was interrupted by Mr. Nelson's cell phone. Mr. Nelson looked at it and blinked a couple of times, then said, I'm sorry, I should take this one. Excuse me a minute. Mr. Murdock's eyebrow rose, but he said nothing. As Mr. Nelson left, Peter looked around for the first time and everyone was staring at him. Colin looked awed and Kai looked wary, Dan confused and Jack of unreadable, and MJ and Ned. Ned was peering at Peter's jawline and muttering to himself, and MJ. MJ said, You're Spider-Man, and Peter remembered her saying those words on a bridge. There was a necklace, she said cautiously. You bought me a necklace. MJ, Peter breathed. She said, oh, softly in the same tone. I think, Ned said with great deliberation, I think it was you. Your face was bloody and you're a lot thinner than you were, are you okay? But it's fuzzy and it doesn't want to let me see, but I think. Mr. Nelson knocked on the door jamb, pulling everyone's attention to where he stood in the doorway. Matt, he said. That was he looked quickly at Peter. That was Director Hogan. Colin next to Peter tensed. Corroboration, Mr. Murdock asked. Mr. Nelson winced. Not exactly. He wants to meet you, Peter, urgently. Immediately. I can tell him no, but he's insisting and I don't think he's going to step back, so it's up to you. Peter bit his lip and looked to Mr. Murdock. For what it's worth, Peter, Mr. Nelson said. He's always seemed genuinely concerned. For a guy with magic messing up his head, he's been. Peter flinched. What was that? Mr. Murdock asked, forgetting he shouldn't have caught it. Peter saw MJ's eyes narrow, but that was a problem for a later date. Is it my fault? Peter asked. All the magic, all the people I took from. No, said Mr. Nelson quickly, and Dan said, it's magic, Peter. Even if, and Ned said, come on, dude, no it's not. But Mr. Murdock quietly said, maybe, and the room stilled. We can't say, Peter. It might be your fault, or it might be your doing, or it might just be your responsibility. And with great power. I don't think I meant to, Peter said, remembering May's voice, shaken, bleeding, firm. I think I was trying to help and I'm sorry. He took a deep breath. I've been running away, but I'll stop and I'll fix it. Mr. Murdock's mouth twitched into a smile, sort of sadly. He said, I'll be with you, Peter, like a vow. So, said Mr. Nelson, so I tell Hogan to. Mr. Murdock looked around, have him come here. Nelson hadn't been wrong about the urgently, Colin thought. Less than 20 minutes had passed in increasingly tense silence before there was a knock at the door. An older woman, her blonde hair shading to white, Nelson's mom, Colin figured, from the butcher's below, stuck her head in and said, there are men in suits, boys, lots of them, and a bus in the road. Nelson's eyebrows rose, and Karen Page said, a bus. She crossed to the window as Nelson went downstairs with his mother. Bus, Karen? Murdock asked. Tinted windows, she said, big black and a couple Escalades. 4 men outside them. Excuse me, at least one of the guards is female. There's a blonde shark in a power suit too, nice heels. It's not Marseille, is it? Murdock asked, concerned, and Karen Page rolled her eyes at him. No, she said, I would have mentioned that. She's next to the angles bad, but I think that's Hogan, built like a prizefighter. Oh, there's Foggy. Polite of them to wait outside, said Murdock. And they're coming up, said Karen Page. Nelson came into the office first, Director Hogan behind him and 2 detail, and Colin recognized Vilma, the director's right hand and Karen Page's blonde shark. Colin nodded at one of the detail. The guy had given a lecture for the training program a couple of weeks ago. His eyes narrowed in recognition, and he nodded back. But the office was not built for more than a dozen people. It had barely fit the 10 they'd had before. Colin shunted his chair backwards to give a little more space, and realized that he and Kai had unconsciously moved to shield Peter from view. Unconscious for Colin, at least. Director Hogan looked a little taken aback by the sheer number of people in the room. He surveyed everyone methodically and then turned to Murdock at the desk. Matthew Murdock, he said, it's my pleasure to meet you. I'm afraid the circumstances are a little weird. Murdock smiled lightly and said, I've seen weirder. Not giving an inch, Colin thought, and he respected the director, of course, but this was kind of fun. My apologies, Director Hogan, said Nelson. Matt likes his blind jokes. Right, said the director, not too fazed. All right, Mr. Murdock, you let me know in a couple hours if that's still true. Murdock said, what? I'd like to meet Peter Parker, Director Hogan said, and then I'd like to take him to meet someone else. A jolt went through the room at that, and Nelson said, not happening. It's not, Hogan rubbed his mouth. This other person can't really travel at the moment. They'd have come themselves if they could. It's important. Peter doesn't go alone, said Kai. Hogan turned to face him and the rest of the crew, a tight smile on his lips. I figure one of you is Peter, he said. Point is, Peter, I think you probably want to come with me, or you would want to if you knew what, he frowned. Dan said that a threat. The director shook his head, laughed. Not even a little. Nelson, come on, you all always this paranoid. Karen Page said, you're the head of security for a multi-billion-dollar company. Trillion now, Hogan interrupted. We have reason to be doubtful about your good intentions. Especially, said Mr. Nelson, as you won't tell us what they are. We have obligations to our client director. Hogan sighed and nodded to Vilma. You got a photocopier, he asked. We didn't bring enough for. His gaze caught for a moment on the kids. How old are you two? He asked. You even 18 to sign? MJ said 22, like she'd practiced. Collins smiled to himself. But the director was frowning in more than doubt. No, he said, there was. He shook his head like he was getting rid of a thought. You ever been to London? He asked instead, and if he was trying some kind of pickup. MJ just looked at him, and punched Ned in the leg when he opened his mouth. What exactly are you expecting us to sign, director? Asked Murdock, pulling Hogan's attention back. It's a standard NDA, Hogan said, as Vilma placed a stack of paper on Murdock's desk. We didn't bring a Braille copy, but we can wait while you... Absolutely not, said Murdock. Director Hogan took a deep breath. This isn't negotiable. Murdock matched his tone. You want us to come with you to an undisclosed location. I want Peter Parker to come with me, and I can disclose that to him if he signs. You come here with no notice, no warning, and you want things. You're the only one getting anything out of this, Hogan. What's the incentive for us? I can tell you that, he said, if you sign. We don't sign NDAs as a rule. We're not signing this one, and I am advising my clients not to sign either. You must understand, Vilma said, that there has to be a measure of trust. This, Murdock said, stabbing the desk with a finger. It missed the stack of paper by an inch or so, but that didn't lessen the gesture's intensity. He held the room transfixed. This is not trust. This is a threat. This is your promise to sue us for breach and our promise not to breach so we won't be sued. You want trust, offer it. Hogan started. Non-disclosure agreements work on those who fear them, Director Hogan. I have had Wilson Fisk's, Kingpin's, hands at my throat. The Punisher aimed a gun at my head and fired. Do you think for one moment that I fear a lawsuit? It's a formality, Hogan said, and he sounded like Colin felt, a little bit stunned. Murdock scoffed, then it's a waste of paper, make your choice. Hogan looked at Nelson, but his jaw was set. Things like this, we follow Matt. Hogan blinked first. He nodded to Vilma, who gathered up her papers and shook his head, and then he seemed to make a choice. I can take you anyway, he said. Executive decision. If you're willing, I can't. Honestly, I'm not sure I could explain even if you did sign so. I don't know if you remember me, Peter Parker, I'm told you might. But I've been told a lot of things lately anyway. If you remember me, I'm asking you to decide. There was a heavy pause and Nelson said, Up to you, Peter. From where he sat, half hidden behind Kai's bulk, Peter said, We all go. Hogan breathed out. The bus that Director Hogan had brought surprisingly fit them all. Very high-tech, very comfy as expected. Hogan sat at the front, behind the driver, which was a little weird. Colin had figured he'd been going in one of the Escalades. One of Hogan's detail, not one that Colin recognized, sat between the director and the aisle and stayed on high alert. Couple hours drive, the director had said. The crew had decided easily enough to follow Peter, and Murdock, Nelson, and Page didn't hesitate, but Ned had bitten his lip. Can I make a phone call first? He asked, and use the washroom. Colin hadn't laughed, no one had, but they were all fighting one back. 22, oh my god. Sure, kid, said Hogan. There's a bathroom on it, though. He blinked hard and flicked his head again. Colin hoped that the law firm's neighbors were used to this kind of thing and wouldn't make too big a deal out of the Men in Black vibes. It was a challenge to get everybody on board, seated, help Murdock up the stairs. To himself, Colin wondered if maybe Murdock was being a little less helpful than he could have been just out of spite. He got a window seat at his request, and Colin thought that might be another blind joke, but Colin wasn't gonna be the one to ask. And Peter, the center of it all, he sat by himself, hunched up into the window and looking out, but Colin thought, not seeing any more than Murdock could. Jesus. Spidey. If it was true, and Murdock had made it sound pretty reasonable, and this not exactly an abduction by Stark people was weighing down the reasonable side too, if Peter, clueless, desperate, friendless Peter was Spidey, and had been abandoned by everyone who was supposed to. If the Avengers had taken a teenager and made him a fighter, enhanced him, made him feel responsible for, and then tossed him to the street. Well, Colin and the Avengers were going to have words. After Murdock, probably, and either after or before Dan, Colin nodded at him across the bus, and he nodded back. Goddamn, Spidey'd been living with them in the little room, eating lentils and working for sketchy fucking Delgado. When had Spidey even started? It was years before the blip, it must have been. 14, Jakov said beside him, like a mind reader. Colin nodded. The bus ride was ominously silent, the whole way. Peter grew tenser and tenser the further they got from the city. It was full dark by now, they probably wouldn't arrive until, Colin checked his phone, 9 if Director Hogan's estimate was right. Colin thought, pinging the map, that they were heading away from where the battle had happened. That had been upstate too, but a clearer north line towards and past Albany, and they were definitely going northwest now. He was not as wound up as Peter, sure, but he was jumpy. They passed a sign, dark against the snow, for the big Indian wilderness, and then they turned off along a side highway, pennied in by trees. There was an installation, Colin guessed was the word, set up in a field. Lots of quick-deploying metal Quonset huts, lots of plastic sheeting and Klieg lights. Peter inhaled. Rapid response facilities, said Director Hogan, his voice scratchy from the silence. He cleared his throat. Built up around, he looked from face to face. Around the event. Been here a few weeks now, digging in. The bus and the Escalades pulled to a halt in front of the largest hut, and their strange troop clambered out. Hogan led them inside to a lobby area divided by actual walls. The director wasn't kidding about digging in. They'd practically made this place an office. There was wall art. Another guard, Colin, didn't know handed out plastic booties. Clean environment, all the snow, Hogan said. Less critical now, of course, but let's not make things harder than we need to. Colin didn't really know what he meant by now, but pulled the booties over his shoes anyway, as did the others. Karen Page helped Murdock with his pair, Murdock leaning on Dan's arm for balance. He muttered something Colin couldn't hear, but it made Dan laugh. As Hogan and Vilma led them into a wide white hallway dividing the hut, Dan fell into place next to Colin. Colin looked at him and he explained, said this won't be billable. Colin snorted. They passed people in the hallway who stared, not in awe but just, Colin thought, in confusion. He supposed they made a weird procession, Director Hogan and Vilma, a blind man in a suit walking with help from a woman who could be Vilma's twin, another suit, but that one a loose, lived-in brown, 2 teenagers with eyes wide as dinner plates, trying to seem cool, and the 5 of them with Peter in the middle, and a 4-person detail bringing up the rear. They walked nearly the length of the hut, probably, before they turned. It was hard to tell, because they'd even put in a drop ceiling so you couldn't even use the shape to navigate. They turned left, and then right, and all the hallways looked the same, except for numbers on the doors and the art on the walls. It was standard office stuff, but got nicer the deeper they went in. Colin could hear humming, too, like the hum of engines and machines. Actually, this place reminded him of nothing so much as a hospital. Director Hogan stopped. "Okay," he said. "This is what the NDAs are for. Well, you'll see, I guess, so I hope he's right. I hope," he cut off that enigmatic statement, knocked, stuck his eye in a retinal scanner, said with reluctance, "Even dead, I'm the hero," opened the door and led them in. There was an empty hospital bed, a table, a crowd of people. Colin's knees didn't buckle, but that was Bruce Banner, looming in green, and that was probably Hawkeye, and that was definitely Pepper Potts and her daughter, and oh my absolute god in a wheelchair. "Holy shit, kid," said Tony Stark. Chapter 22, What They're Calling Snapped. "Oh my god," Peter felt himself say. "You're your Tony Stark, your Dr. Tony Stark, but you died, didn't you? Your Iron Man, you." He knew he was babbling, but he couldn't stop. "Oh my god." "Jesus, Pete," Tony Stark said, and Peter thought wildly, "He knows my name," but then Kai said, "He prefers Peter." And Tony Stark turned to Kai, but Peter shook his head without planning to and said, "No, it's no, thanks, but it's fine." From the corner of his eye, Peter saw Kai looking at him, saw Colin's face, confusion flickering over deep shock, but the only person Peter could look at was. "Sorry I took so long, kiddo," Mr. Stark said. "I was unconscious for most of it, and then I had to convince all these do-gooders." He waved his hand, his good hand Peter saw with a sick, floaty feeling, and Pepper Potts intercepted it and held it tightly. Mr. Stark smiled. "Anyway, had to convince the peanut gallery that I hadn't lost my mind while dead and completely made you up. Which was not easy at all, seeing as how you dropped off the planet." "Don't do it again," he said with a grin. "My old heart can't take it." Peter stared at him and the grin faded a little. "You eating okay, Pete?" asked Tony Stark. "Peter," said Mr. Murdock. If anyone said more, Peter couldn't hear it. He whispered, maybe he didn't, maybe he only whispered in his head, "You died, you. And then it was my fault. If you were good enough, maybe Tony would still be alive." The words slammed into his brain. Tony, may the blip, all of it, if he had only been good enough, if he had been better. "Peter," it was Mr. Murdock's voice, but it couldn't reach him, like it was far away, or he was. And then Mr. Parker, sharp, clear, proud, he pulled himself up out of the fog and faced that voice's owner. "I am Spider-Man," he said, certainty ringing in the words. "Aren't I?" "Yeah, kiddo," said Mr. Stark. "Yeah, you're Spider-Man and I'm glad of it. Anybody else and I wouldn't be here to begin with, but I admit," he said, "I was hoping this would be some kind of breaks at first sight kinda curse, or that you would," he shifted in his chair with a wince, "that you'd remember me at least. Make me sure that at least somebody, that I wasn't just imagining he trailed off, a noise in his throat like a huffed laugh. Mr. Murdock, pugnacious, asked, "And just what is it you're imagining?" Like a blind bulldog. Mr. Stark looked at him, blinked, said trying to gesture, "Spider-Man, Iron Man, space. Sorry, I'm trying to wave my hand in the air, which you wouldn't see anyway, but my wife won't let go. Point is, before I died and he was snapped, Pete was my, I don't know, protege, I don't know." Peter's eyes bulged, he squawked, and he wasn't the only one in the room to do so. Mr. Stark ignored them all and went on. "But clearly, whatever happened to the rest of you happened to him too, and you had better have a solution to this, Stephen, or I swear to God, I will suborn your floaty cape into suspending you from a bridge and playing bungee." A man stepped forward and smiled thinly, but Peter didn't give him time to speak. "You died," he said again. He remembered the smells mostly, the suit's filters only able to do so much against a battle, the flashes of light and the adrenaline pounding but he remembered Mr. Stark and his eyes, staring and empty and dead. "Yes and no," Mr. Stark said, "and how was that helpful?" "Peter Parker," said the thin man, drawing out the R's, and Peter looked. And oh my god, that was Doctor Strange, and maybe Spider-Man had been cool and suave and chill with this, but Peter was so far out of his league. "Do you remember Liberty Island?" Peter blinked at him, mute. "I do," continued Doctor Strange. "I remember a dimensional event of extraordinary destructive capacity, brought about by my own error. I remember stopping it. I don't remember the cause of it or the solution, merely that it was about to occur and did not." He paused and scowled. "I do not like not knowing these things." Said Peter. The point is, said Bruce Banner, and if one more person, if Dr. Jane Foster was here, Peter would faint. Magic is, as far as we understand it, the manipulation of spacetime, in communication with one or more alternative dimensions, alternate universes. Mr. Stark nodded, and spacetime tells. He left the question open, so Peter volleyed back. Spacetime tells matter how to move, matter tells spacetime how to curve. Mr. Stark finished off and shot him a smile. Magic messes with spacetime, which is both space and time. If my theory is correct, and when are they wrong, right, you were at the center of the spell that went wrong. It not sure why, but it went through the time part of spacetime and pulled me along. I must have already snapped, which is good for all of us and means I get a super fashionable sling like the Jolly Green Rancher over here. Apparently that meant Dr. Banner, and also kindly, the magic seems to have decided that bringing me here just to let me die here would be, he shrugged one shoulder and grunted slightly, would be mean, so that or the trip itself, beefed me up a little. Magic is your best answer for how you're back, said Ms. Page. Mr. Stark shrugged. It's a working theory, Stephen's working theory. Dr. Strange made a face, but Mr. Stark kept going. If you've got another one. Will it last? Peter asked. Mr. Stark shrugged again, though Peter didn't miss the way the others in the room stiffened. Has so far, Mr. Stark said. Peter looked around then properly and said, is this real? Mr. Stark's smile twitched. Pete, he said. Shit, you still don't, Stephen, I need you to. You're alive, Peter said, and he didn't remember. He didn't, but he knew. Tony Stark, said Mr. Murdock, drawing the man's attention again, his tone now shockingly calm. Back from the dead. Mr. Stark squinted at him, as though noticing him for the first time, as though until now he hadn't really paid attention to anyone but Peter. Do we know you? He asked with vague, insulting interest. Matthew Murdock, Dr. Stark, of Nelson, Murdock and Page. Oh, said Mr. Stark, the Defenders. Mr. Nelson gave a short cough. The Defenders of Hell's Kitchen, Mr. Stark continued. The lawyers, right, kept getting in over their heads. Peter could hear the small, tight smile in Mr. Murdock's voice without looking. Something like that, the lawyer said. Well, said Mr. Stark, what can I assist with, Mr. Murdock of Nelson, Murdock and Page? I'm sure I don't have to say something about not talking to the press. Happy cleared his throat. They wouldn't sign the NDAs, he said. Mr. Stark rolled his eyes. Dr. Stark, Mr. Murdock said, tight and cool, as though he was about to bite. Peter Parker is my client and has, quite obviously, been through several significant and interrelated traumas, and it is part of my duty to my client. He's 17, Mr. Stark cut in, and you're not his guardian. He shouldn't be able to be threatening, pale and gaunt as he was, but his eyes burned. His guardian, Mr. Murdock spat, forgot he existed. Hey, Peter said weakly, because so had everybody and it hadn't been Happy's fault, it had been his, but they weren't listening. Yeah, Mr. Stark snarled, did you remember? Mr. Murdock breathed in deeply. He said, never experimented on a 14-year-old to make myself a devoted supersoldier heir. I never put a tracker on a child like a prize drone. I never would. Children, he said, barely restraining his fury. Children are off limits. Peter wondered, in vague terror, what would happen if Daredevil tried to hit Iron Man in a hospital run by Stark Industries, and filled with the Avengers. Mr. Nelson's hand gripped his partner's arm, knuckles white. But for maybe the first time in his life, and almost surely the first time in his life after death, Tony Stark was silent. He blinked, mouth hanging open, and then said, Stephen, seriously, I need you to fix whatever you, Peter. He shifted in the chair, turning away from Mr. Murdock like he was dismissing the threat entirely. Peter, how do you think you got your, you think I do all think that? He twisted his head around to survey his allies, and most didn't meet his eyes. Do you, Jesus, Nedward, help me here? Ned, who had been hiding pretty well behind Kai, who, in fairness, looked like he himself wanted to hide, choked extremely loudly. Peter Benjamin Parker, said Mr. Stark seriously, giving up on Ned and sending a shiver down Peter's spine, meeting Peter's eyes. So we're all on the same page here. You were Spider-Man before I met you. You were Spider-Man when I helped you and when I got in your way and when with the best of intentions I tried to hold you back. And then you were Spider-Man in spite of me. When I say heir, I don't mean heir to. He moved his hand again, vaguely. I mean to all of it. He nodded to himself and said, and that's not because you're Spider-Man. It's not because of what you can do, kid. It's because of, he laughed on a breath, shaking his head. Peter didn't know what to say, reached for anything. I'm 17. Mr. Stark blinked. Yeah. No, but you know that, so I must have, I blipped. Mr. Stark blinked again. I can't remember, Peter explained. Not exactly, I mean I kind of remember. I remember it hurt and it was all orange and I didn't want to. He stopped because Mr. Stark had looked up at the ceiling and carefully breathed air out through tight lips, like it was hard to do. And Mr. Stark said in a strangled voice, blipped is what they're calling snapped now, right? Happy cleared his throat. Yeah, boss, blipped is after coming back. Right, said Mr. Stark, face still turned upwards. Yeah, kid, you blipped. Don't do it again. Only so many times I can save the universe to get you home. There was a sharp inhalation. Peter didn't know from who. It might have been everybody in the room at once. Yeah, said Mr. Stark. Yeah, on that note. Although, honestly, once you remember him, you'll get it. And on that note, Stephen. Things had calmed down a little once Mr. Stark stopped, saying things that Peter. He'd backed off, hadn't really taken his eyes off Peter, and no one who'd come with Peter had been able to take their eyes off him, but the billionaire had retreated and let Dr. Strange come forward. Was he a billionaire still? Would stock options survive death? Well, Peter figured he'd probably left everything to Ms. Potts and they looked relatively calm about the whole thing, so they'd probably work it out, but the paperwork. He thought, a bit giddily, of Katie Gnome and her probate archives, and how annoyed she'd be if this mess was hers to deal with. Mr. Murdock had backed down too, still simmering but no longer seconds away from attack. Peter wondered how seriously the Avengers had taken it. A furious blind man, even a lawyer, wasn't the same kind of threat as a furious Daredevil. He wondered if he was, since he was Spider-Man, if he had some kind of obligation to warn them. Or was the greater obligation right now to Mr. Murdock? Probably was, Peter figured. Dr. Strange smiled his thin smile again, like Peter was taking up time that he'd rather be spending elsewhere. Meditating, or flying unicorns, or something. Peter wasn't really sure what modern wizards did. Other than tear his life apart, apparently. But Dr. Strange was, despite that, a doctor, and he sat Peter down and whipped shimmering lines of orange magic in front of and around him, and said, think of it as taking your temperature. And he smiled that smile again, and Peter thought maybe it was just the only one he had. And then it turned out that he really was a doctor, because he looked at his orange lines and said, you're stressed, and Peter just looked at him, and across the room, Tony Stark burst out laughing. Said Peter, yes. Dr. Strange coughed. It's inconvenient, he explained. There's already enough complexity here that I'd rather not. Will you be calmer in the morning? Peter felt his eyes bulge slightly. Stay here, he asked, and his voice didn't crack because that would be embarrassing in front of the Avengers. Dr. Strange furrowed his brow. I would assume, he said, as though it was the most obvious option. I need to pull on certain threads, let's say, but at the moment they are knotted very tightly, and pulling could damage the fabric further. Peter blinked at him, and in the background someone said, half the time, I don't know if he's actually describing something, or just making up things that sound spooky. Dr. Strange said without turning, no, Mr. Barton, you wouldn't know. Can you fix it, though? Tony Stark asked. The wizard's eyes narrowed. Likely, I need him to be rested, and I need time to. This is, multiple powerful spells have left interlocking traces here, and given the scale of Liberty Island and the reverberating nature of the focus, he subsided into a muttering frown. So, said Dr. Bruce Banner, slumber party. Chapter 23, Dental Hygiene, Rubber Sheets and Probability. It turned out that the huts were interconnected by long white corridors, more hasty plastic sheeting tacked over insulated wall panels. They didn't have to take off their booties. One of the huts had been outfitted as a sort of bare-bones hotel for visiting Avengers, doctors, Stark personnel. The rooms and hallways reminded Ned of the captain's quarters on the Enterprise, the original series, except with more chrome and less weirdly beige 60s furniture. They doubled up Peter's roommates in pairs together, MJ and Ned paired up too. Ms. Potts had balked slightly at the co-ed plan, offered MJ a room of her own, but hadn't outright stopped them. That was helped by Mr. Stark saying, Pep, it's nothing to worry about, it's Ned, which Ned thought was slightly mean. But also fair. And if Ned was alone, he might just dissolve into the shrieking puddle he wanted to. Peter had a room of his own, and Mr. Murdock had positioned himself in a chair in front of the door. Actually, the Avengers had supplied the chair. Ned thought Mr. Clint Hawkeye had been kind of impressed by Mr. Murdock yelling at Tony Stark's Olivier. Ned's brain unhelpfully screamed. It had been screaming that pretty much non-stop since they had walked into Tony Stark's hospital room, only occasionally being interrupted by Tony Stark knows your name. Adults Ms. Karen Page and Mr. Nelson got their own rooms too. Mr. Happy Hogan had stayed behind, and Dr. Strange and Dr. Bruce Banner had gotten into some kind of philosophical argument. Tony Stark had his daughter in his lap and a lot of people around him, real doctors and nurses, and he didn't object when Mr. Clint Hawkeye and Mr. Hogan's assistant led them all away. Ned didn't miss the sidelong glances that the archer shot Peter, and neither did Peter himself. Eventually, as they reached the doors to their temporary quarters, Peter snapped, "What?" Mr. Clint Hawkeye didn't look offended. "Just wondering," he said. Mr. Nelson took the opening and supplied, "Wondering what?" "I have kids," said Mr. Hawkeye unrelatedly, or at least Ned didn't follow. But Ms. Karen Page made a noise in her throat, and Mr. Hawkeye continued, "They all blipped. And I was wondering because, see, we did the funeral. We did all that, and there's only so much, and then half a year later there's a dead man in a field, and he's not dead anymore, and it's not even the field he died in, riddle me that. But I was wondering what it would be like to get my kids back, if I'd been the one to take at the compound, if it was me, and then to wake up to a world without them anyway." He shrugged, and Ned didn't breathe. "So," said Mr. Hawkeye, "he woke up asking for a kid who doesn't exist. We get the wizard and the wizard says, short version magic, and then Happy shows up and hears about the kid and says who like an owl having a coronary. Cause he met with a lawyer and anyway, it's been a fun couple of days, let's say that." Karen Page asked, "What would you do, if it had been you without your kids?" Mr. Hawkeye smiled. It wasn't a nice smile, actually. It wasn't protective the way Ned thought of the Avengers as being. It was like a predator that spotted prey. "Well," Mr. Hawkeye said, "Tony's doing better than I would." And then he helped them settle into their rooms, and he brought Mr. Murdock a chair and gave him an elbow and tried to convince him to take a bed instead. He didn't succeed, but he did get Mr. Murdock to accept a pillow for his back. Ned was vaguely confused, honestly, because Mr. Murdock, well, Ned had a suspicion that even lawyers weren't supposed to be as angry as Mr. Murdock was. Maybe it was because he was blind. Maybe he just wasn't completely sure where they were, that he was yelling at the Avengers. There was a bunk in the room, and MJ took the top. There was a sink, too, for brushing teeth, but they didn't have toothbrushes because this had. Ned stuck his head back out into the hallway. Mr. Hawkeye, who'd got himself a chair too, and settled down across the hall from the lawyer, looked up. "What?" Mr. Hawkeye asked, but Ned wasn't going to be rattled. He wanted to know. "Do you have toothpaste?" he asked, and thought he heard a defeated noise from MJ behind him. "And toothbrushes? We didn't get to bring any." He thought about asking for pajamas, but figured he'd be okay as is. Mr. Hawkeye blinked slowly at him, and then turned his head to Mr. Murdock as though asking for clarification, but Mr. Murdock was blind, and so he missed the look. "Toothpaste," said the archer, like it was a word he'd never heard. "Yeah," said Ned hopefully, "'cause I can't go to sleep while my teeth don't feel clean. And then we weren't supposed to be here, so Lola didn't make me take an overnight bag, because I have a spare toothbrush at MJ's and her parents didn't make her take one because she has one at mine. So we lied too much, but now my teeth feel all furry, and I think it's maybe nerves, but I can't think about anything else, so if you have any toothpaste or nowhere. Maybe there's some in another building. I could go and look if you don't want to, I don't mind." "Ned," said Peter Parker, opening the door behind Mr. Murdock, and Ned had a sudden vision of the lawyer falling backwards through it, but of course he didn't. Because adults didn't lean back on their chairs and fall over. That was the sort of behavior that was frowned on at MIT. Dental hygiene is important." Ned tried, unsure how to face his best friend. He kind of thought that Peter Parker might be his best friend aside from MJ, maybe along with MJ. But Peter Parker was Spider-Man and Ned wasn't that great at people and adults and emotions and things. But if he'd understood what Tony Stark and Mr. Hawkeye had said, then Peter Parker was kind of Tony Stark's son. And Ned didn't quite see how he was friends with Spider-Man and Tony Stark's son, and not that he was against it. Spider-Man had saved his life. "Oh my God," Ned said. "DC, you were in DC, you saved us." Peter looked uncomfortable. "I don't really." "Oh my God," said Ned, because how had he forgotten that, the elevator of doom and... During the incident with the aliens and the space whales and the lasers, Ned had been too young to really understand how afraid he was. And the incident had mostly been in Midtown anyway. But in DC, for the first time in his life, Ned had thought, "I don't want to die," and had believed that thinking it wouldn't matter. But then Spider-Man had come through the glass like a lightning strike, and hauled them up the elevator shaft with his arms, and then lost his grip and fallen down the middle because Liz had smiled at him, and that was better, Ned thought. That was someone he could be friends with. Peter was still watching him carefully behind Mr. Murdock's head. Mr. Murdock was watching too, for what that was worth, or at least turned towards Ned, and so was Mr. Hawkeye and Peter's big roommate, Kai. Ned thought had the door open still, to the room he bunked in, and he was watching. "You saved our lives," said Ned again, and added because he couldn't help himself, "How strong are you?" And then he thought of another question, "How strong are your webs?" And then, "Do you make them yourself?" "Wait, what are they? They're artificial, right? Not naturally occurring. How do you get them to dissolve? How did you get superpowers? Was there like a recipe book for the web stuff when you... Are you the only Spider-Man? Because I think I saw at least 2 others. So is it like a legacy, and it passes on and people? But Tony Stark wouldn't take in that many people, would he? So, do you lay eggs?" Peter blinked at him. Mr. Hawkeye was breathing carefully, slowly in and out, like a meditation thing, Ned thought, and a tendon in Mr. Murdock's neck was standing out. Said Peter. "I don't remember. I think I'm supposed to be the only one, and I haven't, laid any eggs in the last few weeks, so probably not." Ned nodded and breathed out, cool. Kai retreated deeper into his quarters and closed the door. Mr. Hawkeye pushed himself up, still breathing like he was worried he'd forget how. Mr. Murdock shot him a look, panicked Ned thought, but that didn't make sense. Mr. Murdock had yelled at Iron Man, and Mr. Hawkeye said, "I'm going to look for toothpaste." Behind his glasses, Mr. Murdock's eyes went wide and pleading. And toothbrushes," Ned said, delighted. Mr. Hawkeye nodded, "And toothbrushes," he confirmed, and then aimed at Mr. Murdock, "And you brought the 17-year-olds, so?" "We lied about our age," said Ned in Mr. Murdock's defense. "We said we were 22. Hawkeye nodded a few times, not looking away from Mr. Murdock, and said, 22. "Huh." Peter didn't sleep that well, so Dr. Strange might not be pleased after all. It wasn't that the room was bad, of course. The room was fine, but how had anyone really expected anything else? Mr. Murdock had sat guard all night, steadily breathing outside Peter's door. Peter thought he'd been meditating, maybe. Hawkeye had hung around for a few hours, but went on his way eventually. He returned about 5 in the morning and settled in again. It was still more time spent, sleeping, than Peter was used to. He couldn't remember the last time he'd slept more than 4 hours at a stretch anyway, but this was an Avengers compound. He couldn't just wander. And he didn't want to wake anybody up or disturb Mr. Murdock's meditation or whatever, because Peter was enhanced and maybe was actually fine without sleeping, but Mr. Murdock was Daredevil and probably could use it. So Peter had stayed in his room when it became clear that sleep wasn't really on the menu. He recited the periodic table forwards then backwards twice, then the countries of Africa and their respective capitals, clockwise around the continent, then the periodic table song and really drawled out the half-art in his head at the end, then as many trig identities as he could remember, then Nobel Prizes, physics, chemistry, physiology or medicine, and peace, because peace was important. He was partway through literature, and he knew he should work on literature more. He struggled with literature. He knew physics, but physics told a story through the years, and literature was just more good books. He was partway through literature when Mr. Murdock moved outside. "Peter," he knocked gently on the door. "Are you awake?" Peter got up and opened the door. It seemed more polite, somehow, than muttering from within, even though he knew Mr. Murdock could hear him if he listened. "Hi, Peter," said Hawkeye across the hall, enunciating clearly. "Early still, but I figured you might want breakfast." "What time is it?" Peter asked. 6:30, the Avenger replied. "Don't know about everybody else, but..." He spun to the right as a door opened. MJ. She stood in her doorway, perfectly put together, and Peter wondered how. He probably looked like he'd been dragged through an alley yelling. Her eyes darted back and forth. She said, "Morning." Hawkeye subtly released a breath but tensed again as Ned appeared at MJ's shoulder. "Thank you for the toothpaste, Mr. Hawkeye," Ned said. "He thanked the man last night too." Ned added. "Morning, Ned," said Peter. Ned smiled, a little bit bright, and he waved a couple of times, with his hand low and awkward and his elbow tight to his side. "Hi, Peter," he said, and Peter hoped that Hawkeye hadn't been planning on any one-to-one time or bonding or anything like that because, well, there was Colin's door opening too, and Mr. Nelson's, and... Hawkeye's face split in a rueful grin. Said Ned. I know that, but is there breakfast for I mean, if you have a granola bar or something, because I normally pack a snack, a juice box sometimes just in case I need the blood sugar, but... Strangest thing, Hawkeye said, he's planning it for mid-morning. Till then, all the breakfast you can eat. Ned's eyes widened. Hawkeye continued, and trust me, kid, the kitchen here's been feeding Banner for 2 weeks, you won't make a dent. He turned and eyed Peter. You on the other hand might, and you could use it, I bet, so let's head over. Yeah, meal hut, been open half an hour already. Yeah, Peter said. Just a minute to, He waved at his hair and looked between Mr. Murdock and Hawkeye. Sure, said Hawkeye, as Peter backed over to his room's sink. Peter got his hair wet, which would have to do, grabbed his hoodie, and trotted back out to the hallway. Mr. Murdock took his side as they trailed after Hawkeye, and Ned sidled up on Peter's right. Hi, Peter, Ned said. Hey, Ned. You're Spider-Man. I guess, yeah. Ned paused and then whispered, I'm friends with Spider-Man. Peter laughed, yeah, I guess. I kind of have a question, from when I didn't think MJ was Spider-Man, but if she was it would be a great disguise, but... Peter nodded seriously. But, said Ned, can I be your guy in the chair? He looked around. Unless, I bet you've got a whole bunch of actual guys and girls, or if guys is gender neutral, but they get paid in things and they have actual experience with this sort of... Ned, said Peter, cutting him off, with the sense that something was sliding into place. I'd be honored. Dr. Strange appeared around mid-morning. His eyes were a little bloodshot, and he was the first Avenger Peter had seen all day, except of course for Mr. Barton. Hawkeye. He said call me Clint, and Peter didn't want to disrespect an Avenger to his face, but first-name basis was a lot. But Peter liked Mr. Barton. He was calm, wry, funny, quiet, and didn't get distracted. Peter thought he remembered that Mr. Barton had been a sniper before, everything, and Peter believed it. But Mr. Barton also seemed like the sort of person you could rely on, a fundamental confidence that Peter hoped he'd have himself someday. In contrast to that confidence, Dr. Strange had arrogance, Peter thought, though he didn't mean it badly. Just where Mr. Barton knew what he could do and didn't need or want to posture, Peter got the sense that Dr. Strange liked having people know he was smart, like Tony in that way. But then again, if Peter was or had ever been someone called the Sorcerer Supreme, he'd probably preen a bit too. Tony, Peter realized he thought, and it hadn't felt weird. But honestly, maybe preening would do Dr. Strange some good this morning. Despite wanting Peter to get some sleep, it didn't look like the wizard had managed any for himself. He arrived in the dining hut, a big, mostly empty area, like a hastily slapped-together cafeteria that served buckwheat pancakes all day, with his cape hovering around him and apparently trying to smooth down his hair. Mr. Parker, the wizard said, finally. Peter's shoulders tightened, and he told himself it was okay, told himself to relax. I've been here for hours, he said. Dr. Strange blinked and he asked, why? Peter looked to Mr. Barton. Peter said. We had breakfast and then I didn't know there was something else I should be doing. Mr. Barton shrugged, so at least it was Peter's fault. No, Dr. Strange said. No, there's an area set up specifically now. Around the anomaly, Mr. Barton, if you would. See, even the Avengers call each other Mr., Peter thought. Who's an anomaly? Asked Mr. Murdock sharply. Oh, for pity's sake, said Dr. Strange, spinning on the ball of his foot and sweeping out without a backwards glance. With excellent timing, Ned said, well, that was rude. Mr. Barton snorted. The anomaly wasn't a person, it was a tent. A big one, with heavy tarps on the ground and a space heater, and a bare patch of dirt right in the middle. Mr. Barton held the tent flaps open for them, and the tent was tall enough that even Kai didn't have to duck. The inside of the tent was already thronged with people. It was a little stifling, actually, and Peter felt again like he was the center of attention. There were technicians and medical staff with Stark Industries badges, security people with dark suits and gloomy expressions, a handful of young people, Colin's age, Peter thought, or a little older, in cotton outfits like martial arts uniforms but with more color, and there were the other Avengers. Peter supposed that was overstating the issue. Thor wasn't here after all, and Mr. Barton was behind him, and Mr. Captain America and the Black Widow were both gone. But there was James Rhodes, and Dr. Strange waiting impatiently, and Dr. Bruce Banner, and even he could stand up straight without his head hitting the roof of the tent, and Mr. Stark in his wheelchair. Peter frowned. Are you okay? He asked, without really planning to. Mr. Stark was in a wheelchair, of course, and he'd been dead, so he was okay, but it was suddenly important that Peter confirm, that he get clear on exactly what had happened. What this thing, Mr. Stark scoffed, just test driving. There was a noise from someone else, Colonel Rhodes, Peter thought. Mr. Stark shrugged his left shoulder, the one without a sling. Yeah, well, he said, doesn't like me, and it turns out that whether or not being dead atrophies your muscles, being out cold for more than a month absolutely does, acupuncture and all." There was a different noise, harsher, from someone else, and Mr. Stark winced. "Sorry, Pep," he said, and reached out with his good arm. "Come here, you." The little girl, her brown hair very neatly parted, materialized from behind Colonel Rhodes' legs and climbed onto Mr. Stark's lap. He grunted as she settled in. "Peter Maguna," Mr. Stark said. "Maguna, Pete." She Maguna blinked at him, something with M, but... "Anyway, Pete, I'm doing all right given the circumstances." Mr. Stark gave him a sort of professional smile, and Peter wondered when he'd learned to read the man's face that closely. The circumstances, of course, being... "Here," said Ned, and everyone turned to focus on him. "There was," he said, staring at the ground, not noticing the way every Avenger and everyone else had turned to look. "They as a focus point here. MJ, it's like on the..." He stopped with a jolt and looked up, eyes wide. "Like what?" said Dr. Strange after a moment, with an air of only faint curiosity, but a sharp look in his eyes. "Like Liberty Island," Ned admitted, and the wizard's eyes narrowed. Someone in the crowd coughed. It was Happy, and he was turning to one of the security personnel, and then Ned said, "It's like a dimensional nodal inversion." A sharp gasp from in the crowd, and someone asked, "Daredevil?" And several people, including Mr. Stark, said, "What?" The crowd parted around a 20-something with blue hair in an SI jumpsuit. "I'm not Daredevil," Ned said, rapidly and completely unnecessarily. "No, Mr. Stark asked, "Why did you say it then? Who are you exactly?" Peter could hear Mr. Murdock breathing in, preparing for something, but the blue-haired tech spoke first. "I'm Aiden," Aiden said. "Aiden Al-Hamadi, I've been working at. I'm so sorry, it's just..." Dr. Strange began, "What's a dimensional?" and Aiden cut him off, paling. "Nodal inversion, sir, it's nothing. It's a term I coined on the field expedition to the site before you were involved, sir, when it was theoretical only and when everybody still thought I'd left my sanity at the pearly gates," finished Mr. Stark. He grinned. "Or at the other place. But why'd that make you say Daredevil, Aiden Al-Hamadi? That masked whackjob still around Hell's Kitchen?" Peter coughed. He didn't dare look at Mr. Murdock. He could see Mr. Nelson out of the corner of his eye, though, and Mr. Nelson looked absolutely blank, like he was just as intrigued by the question, and just as interested in the answer, as anybody else in the tent. Whoa, Peter thought, I really wasn't paying them enough. "Yeah, kid," Mr. Stark was saying in reply to Peter's cough, misunderstanding it. "I know you mask up too, or all right, you used to, but trust me, you weren't in Daredevil's playgroup. What about you?" he asked, turning to Mr. Murdock. "You must know the man, moral code and all." "We have a working relationship," said Ms. Page, "where it benefits the kitchen." Mr. Stark smirked, apparently satisfied. "Aiden," he said, and Aiden whimpered. "Daredevil asked about dimensional nodal inversions, which was a name I made up for the readings we were getting, sir, and then he knocked me out." Mr. Stark blinked and owled his head towards Ned. "Nedward," he started. "Daredevil's nice," Ned yelped. "He told us to. He said he was sorry for kicking you in the head." That to Aiden, who smiled weakly. "How do you recognize it?" Dr. Strange took over Ned's attention. "The anomaly." Said Ned, it's right there." "Explain," the martial arts people muttered to each other. Ned gestured at the bare patch of ground. "It's thin," he tried, and Dr. Strange's face stretched into a triumphant smile. "When did you realize you have an aptitude for magic?" What?" Ned squawked, and Mr. Stark snorted. "God help us all, Stephen. Admittedly there's a space heater and a crowd and Brucey Bayer puts out enough heat to warm my frigid soul, but it's December and we're in a tent at your insistence, and I just woke up from being dead, so, if we could hurry this along." Dr. Strange had Peter come forward and stand by the edge of the bare patch, not quite in it, but close. "Thank you, Mr. Parker," he said. "How familiar are you with basic magical theory?" Said Peter. He expected that Dr. Strange's definition of basic was pretty different than his. "Well then," the wizard said, "as I said last night, there are multiple spell traces active here, and they each had an abnormally strong dimensional signature. That means that the original spell was extremely powerful." Said Peter, feeling like he should contribute something. "I read an interview once that said magic uses energy from other realities." It had been an interview with Dr. Strange himself, shortly after the blip, but Peter didn't feel the need to mention that. Dr. Strange's small smile flashed. "Precisely. What you refer to as spacetime, the substance of waking reality, the underlying fabric of the universe. He paused. Imagine spacetime, Peter, as a rubber sheet with its wells where matter rests. Peter nodded. Now imagine myriad realities, each one its own rubber sheet, pressed together like the pages of a book. By and large they move together, they dip and bend with the ones above and below, but here and there are differences. A tiny wrinkle, a star not quite as large, a pockmark in one that doesn't translate to the next. When all of those differences are added together, the sheet at the top looks nothing like the sheet at the bottom. Peter nodded again and said, "Where? Ours?" Dr. Strange's smile this time showed his teeth. Somewhere in the middle. The point is, magic is a way of reaching from one page to another and using the energy of adjacent realities, nearby sheets, to force a change in our own, to take hold of another universe and pull, and leave ours in a different position. Peter blinked and he looked over his shoulder at Mr. Murdock. Peter said. He didn't say, "That sounds like a really bad idea." As best as we can reconstruct it, Peter, the spell that lingers around you did not simply touch our nearest realities, but all of them. Or at least an uncountable number. The spell itself appears to have had several stages. That is, it's not multiple spells, but several interlocking segments of the same thing. Which, he said, which likely explains why it went wrong. Peter tensed. "I am sorry, Mr. Parker, for my part in this," Dr. Strange continued. "I do not understand why, but the spell was mine." Peter heard a breath behind him, and hoped that Mr. Nelson would be able to hold Mr. Murdock back. "My spells do not typically malfunction," said the wizard. "It should not have." "What was it?" said someone. Kai, Peter thought, and it figured that he'd be the one of the crew to ask. "A memory spell based on its remnants." "Why would you erase Peter's memory?" asked Ms. Page, carefully, dispassionately, and Peter thought may. "I did not," said Dr. Strange, and Mr. Stark groaned. "Stephen," he said. Dr. Strange amended, "I did not intend to. The spell was targeted outwards." It was Mr. Murdock this time who asked, "Against whom?" like he was collecting testimony for a court case. Dr. Strange quirked his head. "Everyone." There was a stir. "A spell like that," Dr. Strange continued, "to affect every living person on the planet. A spell that powerful would need to draw on many realities." He raised his hands, palms up, an uncountable number. Mr. Murdock interrupted him then and demanded, "What's your oversight structure?" Dr. Strange scowled in his direction, and then clearly thought blind and regretted it. His scowl turned into a wince, but not before he said, "I am the oversight structure." The martial arts people shifted by the far edge of the tent. "Well," said Mr. Murdock, "that's clearly insufficient. You must have some kind of grievance mechanism." "Matt," Mr. Nelson hissed. "What, Foggy?" the other lawyer snapped back. "He's talking about modifying the memories of everyone on the planet, Fogs, which is absolutely a human rights violation." "Is it though?" Karen Page mused. "I mean magic." "The right of bodily integrity is independent of the means of violation," Mr. Murdock said sharply. "If the right to memory exists, the use of magic does not negate its abuse. And now he's saying it went wrong." Dr. Strange sighed. "I repeat, Mr. Murdock," said Mr. Murdock. "Mr. Murdock, I repeat, I have no idea why I began the spell. I do know, however, from analysis of its marks, that I stopped it." "Unsuccessfully," said Mr. Murdock, only slightly mollified. "As I say, uncountable realities," Dr. Strange said again, opening his hands. The force of countless other dimensions was bearing down on ours, and then the spell that channeled those energy flows was halted. He paused. Stopping the spell meant that transdimensional energy could no longer enter our world in its anticipated form. There was no path for the energy to take. Instead, it reverberated through the dimensions and found an acceptable way through, not as energy, but as matter. As living matter, even. "The people who trashed my place," said Happy, speaking for the first time that morning, "who killed May Peter. Laughing in the flames. They were from another dimension," Peter said, to be certain. "At least one," Dr. Banner confirmed, "possibly more." Peter looked from him to Dr. Strange to Mr. Stark. "And this is all real?" he asked. "I mean, the maths?" "I'd prefer if he used some," said Mr. Stark, "but the premise holds up, and it explains me." Peter looked at him. If this was a multi-dimensional copy of Tony Stark, well, Peter wouldn't be able to tell, but Ms. Potts would, right, or someone. "The spell was halted," said Dr. Strange. "The fabric of the world was unstable. It rippled. It began to split, to fracture. It imagined the rubber sheet, rolling, shaking, wrapping around itself as it tries to stabilize. "The sheet's spacetime," said Mr. Stark in a helpful tone. "Okay," said Peter. "It wiggled," said Mr. Stark. "It was wiggling and it was weak, and time and through are just directions." "Okay," said Peter. "I'm not sure specifically," said Dr. Strange, "how the spell selected who to bring. It's likely safe to say that they were connected to you, Mr. Parker, given the," his eyes flicked to Happy, "given the outcome, and they were likely connected to you as Spider-Man. And," he said, looking at Mr. Stark, "they may also have been close to death." "Less complicated from a conservation of energy perspective," said Mr. Stark. "People about to die, less mess in the timeline when they get back." There was a general stiffening around the tent again. "Sorry, Pep Callus," he said, and squeezed his good arm around his daughter. "We don't think I'm going back, though," he added to Peter. When the spell was restarted, Dr. Strange explained, in order to stabilize the fabric of this reality, it was necessary to release the hold that had been placed on the spell, on the drawn-in energy. The release helped re-establish the distinctions between universes, strengthened the weakened sections, sent people back where they belonged. Peter looked at Mr. Stark. He shrugged. "I belong here," he said. "I'm not an interdimensional stowaway, just a time traveler, time displaced, time refugee, never been a refugee before, been just about everything else. Tony is here due to an immense weakness and instability within our own dimension," Dr. Strange said. "The others were external. When our dimension stabilized, they were no longer needed as stabilizers and were returned, but Tony was simply an oversight." "First time for everything," Tony quipped. "This dimension stabilized on its own once the spell was released, but it took some time. Think of the ripples from stones dropped in water. They spread out, overlapping until the water is calm again. This spell is like that. It worked piece by piece." "Person by person," said Mr. Murdock, and Peter was impressed he was still following. It was kind of a lot, and Peter had been just sort of nodding along for a lot of it. Dr. Banner and Mr. Stark and Dr. Strange all said that this was what was happening, and Peter liked physics as a subject, but he was, or had been, in high school. "Yes," said Dr. Strange, "person by person." Mr. Murdock didn't say anything else, but his silence felt like a glare. "But," Peter started, "Mr. Stark," but Tony remembers he meant. "I already explained that, Mr. Parker," said Dr. Strange, his voice clipped. "The spell, when originally cast, was meant to affect every living person on the planet. The spell was paused but not fundamentally altered. The same people were affected when it was released, and," he shrugged, "when the spell was originally cast, Tony Stark was not a living person." "I hate time travel," Colonel Rhodes said feelingly. There was a slow moment. Peter wondered what the Stark Industries people were thinking, if the dozens of them, all told, squished into the overheated tent, if they were interested or following along or even cared beyond the obvious. Tony Stark was, somehow, alive. And from their perspective, God, that must have been weird, having their boss be not dead, and then having him issue demands for a teenager who didn't exist. "How did they find you?" Peter asked. Happy coughed. Happy, Peter had noticed, didn't want to meet his eyes. Peter hoped it was the spell that they'd recover, but it still hurt. "Liberty Island night, there was a pulse here that our monitoring equipment picked up. Patrol came up in the early hours of the morning and found little old hypothermic me, half-suited and out cold," Mr. Stark finished. "The snapping didn't kill you?" Mr. Nelson asked. Mr. Stark rolled his eyes. "Honestly, is Pete the only one who's been listening? It did kill me, I died, but time things and wiggly dimensions, this one of me," he gestured up and down, "just hasn't died of it yet, and won't if I don't go back." "An energy release," Peter suggested, trying to feel his way through their explanations. The snap was an energy release. 10 points to Hufflepuff. "I died in the snap because I was channeling." Mr. Stark looked over at Dr. Banner. "A lot of energy there, more than human bodies should, but I also rode a wave of that snap energy through a dimensional instability. Say maybe I branched in time, skipped the boring bits." Peter made a noise, and Colonel Rhodes said Tony, in a shockingly harsh voice, and there were other voices, yelling. Tony had died, and Peter had been alone again, and trying to live up to. "Jesus, kiddo," Tony said. I'm sorry. Oh man, I'm sorry, I didn't mean." "I remember your eyes," Peter said. "I remember, the funeral maybe. I remember I was grieving and I didn't know for who. It wasn't boring." "No," said Tony. "No, I don't think it was. I didn't mean to." He hides emotion behind humor, Peter reminded himself, like that was something he knew. "Es-okay," Peter muttered, and ignored Mr. Murdock, who was emitting a sub-vocal growl and might not even be aware of it. Mr. Nelson sighed. "So," he said, "what now?" He addressed Dr. Strange and his martial arts people. Do you undo the spell?" "That would not be advisable, no," the wizard said. "It may not entirely be possible, but it would risk to your earlier comment, Mr. R. My apologies." He waved at Mr. Murdock, having apparently forgotten his name again. Had Dr. Strange had any sleep, Peter wondered. "I am precisely aware of the scope of my obligations and do not lightly weigh my responsibilities to all of human life, to all of life." His gaze went to Tony for a moment. "I assure you that, if I began such a spell, I did it for a reason and in the belief that the outcome would." "Ends justify the means," interrupted Mr. Murdock, the growl in his voice no longer sub-vocal. Dr. Strange looked at Mr. Stark again. There was a long pause and then the wizard said, "Yes, sometimes." He shrugged. "You work with Daredevil," your associate said. Peter heard Mr. Murdock grind his teeth. "The point is," said Dr. Strange, "that the spell is settled. The world is stable, largely. Relationships are being built on the—" he looked quickly at Peter's roommates at Happy and Ned, "on new foundations. I will not jeopardize those, but I can supplant them, fill in the gaps." "Can you put me back in my parents' wills?" Peter asked, and someone made a punched-out noise. Dr. Strange breathed out hard. Yes, Peter, that's the intention. To repair the obvious holes and find for the people who are closest to you, all of whom I believe are with us now, and of course you yourself. The plan is to individually restore memories. Others can come later, your schoolmates, but for now, a single spell carefully crafted should be sufficient for all of," he coughed, "all of us." Peter looked at him and blinked. The wizard carefully said, "When Tony Stark and Spider-Man went to space, Mr. Parker, so did I." He tossed the next remark towards Mr. Murdock. "Again, I would not have done this to myself if there was no reason. I am neither a masochist nor a saint." "What are the chances this one misfires?" asked Colonel Rhodes. "Like the other spell, I mean. What's the risk that this goes wrong and wiggles the sheet too much or—" He was making a face that, under other circumstances, Peter would probably find very funny. "Lo," said Dr. Strange, "this spell is targeted and much smaller in purpose." "What about Tony?" said Pepper Potts, her voice flat at the end, not like a question. "What are the chances we lose him, that he just blinks away back through?" Dr. Strange looked at her. "Also low. This will not recreate the conditions of the original spell. The instability is resolved. This anomaly is all that remains." "We have evaluated it, ma'am," said one of the martial arts people, probably magic people. Peter should start calling them that, or acolytes, weirdly formal people anyway. "The chances of resurgence are minimal," the acolyte continued. "And minimal means?" she asked. "In numbers, please." Tony said, "It's the kid, Pep," and her knuckles went white where she still held his hand. "Numbers, please," she repeated. Dr. Strange sighed. "This is a unique event. I cannot compare this to past occurrences. This has never happened before. Estimating probabilities where probability cannot apply would be an act of negligence at best." "Stephen," Ms. Potts said, "just give me a number." It was almost like it was a plea. "I won't hold you to it. I'd just like a number." The wizard looked levelly at her and nodded to Mr. Stark. "In that case, out of 1,000 versions of this spell, I'd estimate you survive 999. Ms. Potts nodded on Mr. Stark's behalf. "Thank you." "And I will do everything in my power," Dr. Strange added, and he'd just finished explaining that he had enough power to mess up the entire multiverse by accident. "Everything in my power to ensure we are in one of those 999. Mr. Stark grunted softly, sort of a laugh. "Yeah, thanks, Pep," he said. "You with me?" She nodded. "Your call." He smiled, flashing his teeth. "What the hell, Dumbledore, you've given me worse odds." Dr. Strange muttered, "And they killed you," soft enough that only Peter and Mr. Murdock probably could hear him. But Peter could see Mr. Stark's face, and knew he didn't need to hear the words to know what they were. Peter wondered whether, if he got his memories back, he'd understand that reference. "Okay, Glinda," Tony said. "You good to go or you need a nap or something?" Dr. Strange gave him the tight smile again. "Ready when you are, and Mr. Parker, of course." "Peter," said Mr. Murdock, and Peter turned. They were all arrayed behind him at his back, Mr. Murdock and Mr. Nelson and Ms. Page, Colin and Kai and Dan and Jakov, Ned and MJ, and Peter felt something profound moving in his chest. These people. When he had nothing, they'd stood with him. They'd helped him for no reason than that he'd needed it, Kai and Dan and Jakov and Colin, when he was just a runaway with nothing special but a bag of cash. And Mr. Murdock who'd taken his side even though Peter had attacked him in the first 5 minutes. Mr. Nelson and Miss Page who had dug and found things and proved that he was real. And Ned and MJ had forgotten him and still come looking. They made him food, these people made him tea, made him face himself instead of letting him run and hide and never know. But he was Spider-Man, he wasn't going to cry. Someone had found Mr. Murdock a folding chair, which he was pointedly ignoring, and Peter focused on that, and on how funny it was going to be when Daredevil eventually met the Avengers. And he didn't cry. "Peter," said Mr. Murdock again. Peter nodded. "Yeah," he said, "I'm ready." Mr. Murdock looked like he wanted to say something more, but he didn't. "Great to hear it, kiddo," said Tony Stark, and Peter turned around again. But Mr. Stark added, "Just in case we're in there in that one chance this time." He scowled. "I don't want to do this when you don't remember, but it's something I need to say. Should have said it the first time round, but a battlefield's a hell of place for heart-to-hearts, and it's all been battlefields the past while so." Peter said, "Mr. Stark, it's all right." "Nope," Tony told him. "Nope, zip it, my turn." Mr. Stark's daughter Morgan, Peter remembered, blinked at Peter from her father's lap, unnervingly silent. Mr. Stark said, "Peter Benjamin Parker, I'm not the best mentor, I know that. I put a lot on you. I asked a lot of you, and it was never fair to do that. I asked more from you than I had any right to. Even when I wasn't asking, I still made you feel that you had an obligation to me, he waved, to all of this, one that went way beyond Queens. And I'm sorry for that, sorry you didn't get a chance to grow up safe, sorry that, even after I died, I was putting things on you, kid, and I do regret it." Peter maybe was going to cry now. No, he wasn't, but Mr. Stark hadn't made him do. He was Spider-Man. He'd chosen that, he wasn't. "So I regret it," Mr. Stark continued. "But, and here's why I know I'm not the best mentor, Peter, I'd do it again." Peter blinked. "I wanted you to be better than me," Mr. Stark said. "And you are, and when I got you back I knew you'd be okay without me. So that was a choice I went into eyes wide open, and this is another one. If this goes wrong, Pete, you're Spider-Man, kiddo. You got this." Pepper Potts, maybe, was crying. "It might be too much to put on you, but I don't care. I trust you. You've got people in your corner, so hang on to them, but kiddo, even alone you got this. Just don't lose yourself in all of it again." A tired smile. "Hang on to Peter Parker, kid. He's the best of us." Peter was not crying. Behind him, someone exhaled hard. Happy cleared his throat. "Okay," said Tony. "Okay, that's out of the way. Stephen, you're up." "Tony," Peter said, and didn't know what else to say. Mr. Stark kissed Morgan's hair and muttered, "Down you go, monkey." Colonel Rhodes swept her up into his arms. "Just in case," said Mr. Stark, but he still hadn't let go of Miss Potts' hand. Morgan said, "Love you more," and Tony responded, 3,000, sweetie always, at least. And then he sent a tired smile to Peter. "If I don't come through this, or whenever it happens, kid, you got this, Peter Parker. We only get so many miracles, but this is how I'm gonna use M, and it's gonna be worth it." "I promise," Peter said. "I know," Tony grinned. "Stephen, do your worst." Dr. Strange nodded and raised his arms wide. There was a spark and a line of fire in the air. Orange light washed over the world. "Oh my God," said Peter sometime later. "Oh my God, Mr. Stark, we need to bribe Delgado."